3 million years ago, during the dawn of human history, planet Earth looked very different from how it does today. But even then, he was there, and he was the one who would eventually change much in the newly emerging world. At the dawn of humanity, he was not very different from the other members of his species inhabiting the planet. He was an ordinary Australopithecus, but in his heart there was an incredible thirst for battle, a desire to become the strongest. But most importantly, he had an insatiable passion for hunting, so strong that it became the main driving force of his existence. There was something in him that challenged the established order of things. Our hero did not die no matter what. Numerous battles, injuries, and deadly adventures left no trace on him. Time kept the hero intact. Even when his entire species died out, and eras changed one after another, he continued his existence from one battle to the next. Battles with dangerous predators only strengthened the muscles and determination of this creature, which could have been human. But it became something completely different, obsessed with the idea of endless war, hunting, and achieving immense power. Over 3 million years, his body reached its peak, his muscles became rock hard, and his combat skills became absolute. It became a god, the Lord of the Earth named Mu, a creature that became invincible to all its enemies and random rivals. And now, after such a long time, he was simply bored, deadly bored, because there were no worthy opponents left. He simply kicked one of the worlds with his foot, not expecting it to change anything in the current state of affairs. The planet spun in a direction completely unexpected by the laws of physics. For Mu, it was just a toy. Like a ball, the sanctuary of the gods called the Heavenly Kingdom hit the wall and bounced away. The ruler of this planet, named Elmore, watched what was happening with surprise, but did not intervene yet. He was second in command in the Divine Kingdom in terms of both status and influence. But another name of this creature, Lucifer, was of much greater interest. Meanwhile, Mu continued to suffer from idleness, languishing from it, as there was no being capable of even commenting on his antics. He thought about how difficult it was to be the strongest. The last time the god had fought was about 1,000 years ago, maybe even more. Then the hero had a brilliant idea. In order not to be too strong for battles, he simply needed to become weaker. If he took possession of the body of an ordinary weakling loser, a bunch of enemies would appear around him. Mu called out to his dragon, Yong. After a fairly short period of time, the monster responded to its master's call and flew to him. It landed, and the ground beneath its feet shook, even though it wasn't ground in the usual sense of the word. The dragon was huge, and retained the ability to walk on 2 legs, like his boss, the Lord of the Earth. Yong held the position of Mu's chief secretary and took great pride in this, taking his duties extremely seriously. The dragon asked why his master had summoned him and given him the task of looking after things while Mu was away, which sounded suspicious. Therefore, the dragon instantly took action and cast absolute shackles so that Mu could not disappear before explaining what was going on. The chains clanked as they wrapped around the god's figure. But could they really prevent him from carrying out his brilliant plans? Yong pulled the magical shackles toward himself and reminded Mu that a meeting of the gods was about to take place, so he couldn't just up and leave. The Lord of the Earth continued to move forward, noting that he did not care about the meeting at all. And anyway, it was nobody's business where he was going. Yong slid behind his master and lamented that now all the gods would be angry with him and seek revenge, that it was unfair to leave the secretary to be torn apart. With a loud explosion, our hero simply broke the magical chains, demonstrating that his patience had also snapped. He asked the dragon viciously if he wanted to settle the matter with his fists, his eyes flashing with rage. Yong was frightened by this prospect and simply wished his boss a safe journey. For some reason, the monster began to stutter and tremble. Mu announced that he was leaving, stretching out his hand. The Lord of the Earth began to consider whose body he should borrow. He scanned the thoughts of all the inhabitants of his territories and suddenly heard someone addressing the god with the words, "If you exist, then go to hell." That was just what he needed. Smiling, Mu decided to grant the wish of this insolent person, whoever he was. Listening to Yong's sobs, the god thought he should explain himself, so he asked his secretary to look after his body and take care of whoever came here to take his place. The dragon cried out that one cannot leave the body, for if it perishes while the soul is outside, the soul will perish too. Mu replied that who else should worry about whom. Yong continued to shout that it was too dangerous, and that one could not simply take the god's body and give it to some mortal. Our hero replied that this would not happen, that the soul of a person would be separate from his physical shell, left with the dragon for safekeeping. Finally, he smiled and said that he would return soon anyway, so the conversation was over, and then he disappeared. At about the same moment, the hero of the game received his last headshot on the screen of his mobile phone. The main character, in the form of a teenager, proudly held his sword forward, having just defeated the final boss. After defeating the Demon King, it was possible to run around the open world a little longer for variety, but it was not necessary to do so. Looking at the credits, the guy thought that even though he was a cheater, he had become a real hero in this game, and that the other world was much more pleasant than the real one. Lee Ho had just turned 17. He was an ordinary inhabitant of planet Earth, although he had certain character quirks that could easily be attributed to low self-esteem. The game was over, and now the guy had no reason to keep his cell phone. It slipped smoothly from his palm. It flew several floors down and shattered on the asphalt, which was a slightly strange way to celebrate the finale. But the thing was, his owner could well have followed his phone. He didn't see much point in life, but he was still afraid to die. The young man approached the edge of the roof, shaking violently. He decided not to jump, but his anger and resentment prevented him from simply forgetting everything. Suddenly, Lee Ho slipped and fell, and his words about how it would be better to go to another world and that God had gone to the devil were heard by Mu, who chose the hero as a body donor. The guy didn't even realize he could die. He just cursed and mocked the deity who had so annoyingly disposed of his fate and caused him to slip. At that very moment, Mu entered the guy, which is why he did not die from the blow but was transported to another world, just as he wanted. While the god did not quite understand what had happened, Lee Ho, or rather his soul, stood and looked at the one who had been entrusted with watching over him, his face completely expressionless. The thing was, all the young man could see were two huge green paws covered in scales. Lee Ho looked at Yon Yun. The dragon looked at the young man, and neither of them could understand who he was or what he was doing there. So they asked their question at the same time. Just a second ago, Mu was standing in front of the dragon, smiling and saying that there was no need to worry about him. He wished his secretary a good day, and as we remember, simply stepped forward to move to Earth. His face had not yet disappeared from view when Lee Ho's soul immediately began to materialize in front of the dragon. Meanwhile, the bespectacled man's physical body was just about to land on the pavement, and he was even waving his arms out of inertia. Mu's combat skills allowed him to fall correctly, tuck himself into a ball, and roll into a safe position even in this frail human body. The blow was still quite strong, and his glasses did not survive. The god thought in surprise that this should not be, because he had only just arrived in this world. The muscles that contract involuntarily are the heart and other internal organs, and over many years, Mu had learned to completely control them with his mind. After 3 million years of training, the Lord of the Earth had reached the pinnacle of understanding how the human body works. That is why it was not the slightest bit difficult for God to make this little heartbeat, and the body work even after falling from the roof. True, he felt terrible at the time, but the long-forgotten sensation of pain brought Mu indescribable joy. He easily forced his body to survive and even managed to get to his feet, thinking that coming here was a great idea. With an unsteady gait, our hero headed towards the house. He needed to recover and review Lee Ho's memories so as not to cause problems in his body. His glasses were broken, so to avoid tripping, Mu decided to move on his hands as it was easier to see what was below. Lee Ho's house was in a rather poor neighborhood, and it wasn't particularly refined either. No one cleaned it, either inside or outside. The atmosphere in the boy's room was practically like a prison. Mu found only one relative, but he lived far away. So in essence, the boy lived alone. In general, looking through the teenager's memories turned out to be not a very pleasant pastime. His life was no picnic. Mu realized that Lee Ho wasn't even living, but surviving, and the place called school seemed especially unpleasant to God. And things were 100 times worse there, because the young man was constantly bullied to such an extent that he could barely restrain himself from doing something stupid. Punches, slaps, and other forms of abuse rained down on the boy from the first to the last lesson, day after day. All this is accompanied by ridicule and mockery. And while Lee Ho can endure physical pain, he is almost never ready for moral damage. Mu thought that this situation was just perfect for him, because he wouldn't have to look for a reason to start a fight. He immediately punched the air, imagining his first fight at school, which would be something like a trial brawl. His arm muscles ached badly, probably as a result of the fall. He shouldn't have swung his limbs around so suddenly. The young man felt his forearm with his other hand. After several thousand years, he felt pain in his muscles again, and it was just wonderful. The Lord of the Earth hadn't been this happy in a very, very long time, at least a couple of centuries. In the morning, the police cordoned off the scene, but apart from traces of blood and broken glasses, nothing else was found there. Our hero left the house and walked past the civil servants, whistling a cheerful tune, as if he had nothing to do with it. As he entered the school, Mu noticed that he was shocking those present with his appearance, but he didn't think much of it. With a loud bang, the guy pushed the door aside and entered the classroom, ignoring the fact that the lesson had already begun. No sooner had he crossed the threshold with the words that he had come and wanted to take his seat, than he was hit in the face by the same door, which bounced off the wall. Holding his jaw, Mu and Lee Ho's body began to approach his desk, and one of his classmates with a phone in his hand noticed him. He asked what kind of tricks these were, whether it was open house at the circus today, and everyone around him giggled. Mu took his hand away from his face and took a few steps toward the speaker, curious. It wasn't so easy to figure out what was going on, so our hero moved a little closer, feeling more confident as the distance between them decreased. Now, towering over his puzzled classmate, the Lord of the Earth thought about how to provoke him into striking first. He began to laugh, remembering that this was the guy who had bullied Liho the most, and now it was time to pay for it. The boy put his phone on the table to free his hands, and asked where the loser had lost his glasses, and why he was acting like he was crazy. He slapped the hero so unexpectedly that he didn't have time to dodge or defend himself. Or maybe he just didn't want to. The classmate began his usual taunts about how the weakling couldn't even answer him, and was as blind as a bat without his glasses. He didn't know that this time everything would be different, because instead of the loser Liho, a great warrior lived inside his body. His fist was thrust forward. In any battle, it is important to choose the right moment so as not to provoke an attack, but also to prevent the enemy from attacking. Therefore, when his classmate's fist flew towards Liho's face, it encountered an unexpected obstacle, as Mu's speed was incredibly high. A fight is only possible when both sides want it, and the Lord of the Earth always wanted battle. So everything depends only on the intentions of the enemy, you need to be sure, so the enemy should be allowed to strike. And this is a sign from Mu that now he can let himself go and have fun to the fullest. A joyful and long-awaited event. His classmate couldn't understand why the bespectacled boy was laughing, perhaps not realizing that now there would be no place left for him to live. Just then, Liho's fist flew straight into his face, but the force of the blow was not what it used to be. A sharp cramp shot through his forearm muscles again. Mu still hadn't gotten used to the fact that his body was injured after the fall, and that he needed to restrain himself. He flinched and cringed, crying out loudly. Everything hurt as if God hadn't spent the whole night restoring him, but had simply been fooling around. Only now did the teacher intervene, shouting loudly for the idiots to stop fighting immediately. He yelled that such behavior was simply unacceptable during class, but it was clear that the teacher was not particularly surprised by what had happened. Liho stood in front of his classmate and clearly intended to hit him a couple more times, completely ignoring the demands to leave the classroom. Everyone turned and watched, so our hero's opponent pretended to be in complete control of the situation. He prepared his fist to strike and rushed into the attack, but he didn't take something into account. The person in front of him was no longer a nerdy Four Eyes. Mu took a defensive stance, waving his elbows several times. He was ready for something like this to happen, so he wasn't even going to back down. But he forgot that his third and fourth assistants couldn't be summoned, because mana doesn't work on Earth. No one appeared, and the Lord of the Earth began to shake his head in confusion. Even his classmate paused for a moment before attacking. Still, not long enough to cancel the blow, and Liho's jaw cracked loudly as he barely managed to stay on his feet. His classmate prepared his fist for the next attack, hissing that it was better not to mess with him. Mu carefully glanced at his enemy, realizing that if he couldn't use mana or magic, and his arms and legs weren't in the best shape after the fall, he didn't have many options. More precisely, he had only one. But it was one that could well give our hero a confident victory in this battle. He met his classmate's flying fist with his forehead, making a counter movement for greater effect. His opponent's finger bones were much more fragile than Liho's skull, which was also reinforced by Mu's skills. He screamed in pain, not quite realizing that this was only the beginning, and that even more interesting surprises awaited him. All God needed was for his target to freeze and lose his guard, and he was determined to bring what he had started to its logical conclusion. First, the Lord of the Earth grabbed his classmate by the wrist to pull him closer, reducing the distance between them. Then he delivered another blow with his head directly to the solar plexus, causing the young man to fly up, gasping for air. Tears welled up in his eyes, a scream stuck in his throat, and it was clear that what was happening seemed like a hallucination to Liho's opponent. Meanwhile, our hero bent down to deliver his signature blow from below, and as he began to straighten up, the air whistled. The guy's head slammed into his opponent's jaw from below with full force, causing his teeth to clack loudly and his head to snap back. It was a good thing he didn't bite his tongue. Realizing that he no longer had the strength to fight, he simply dropped to his knees, while Liho stood tall, looking down triumphantly. He didn't say anything, and in the next second, his classmate simply collapsed face down on the floor, with smartphone cameras recording every detail. No one believed that a nerd could defeat one of the strongest guys in the class, but nevertheless, that was the case. As soon as the fight ended and the excitement subsided, Mu was left with only one very faint feeling. It was a throbbing pain at the sight of the blow, the taste of sticky blood in his mouth, and regret that it was all over. Then he goes into ecstasy over his latest victory. Adrenaline rushes into his blood, and his hands begin to tremble. But there is a tradition that the Lord of the Earth tries not to break. He leans over to his defeated enemy and thanks him. Then he brought his face even closer to the guy and opened his mouth wide, as if intending to bite off his ear. In fact, that is exactly what Mu did. though he limited himself to only the upper part of the ear, after which he stood up and spat the trophy out of his mouth. The piece of flesh splattered on the floor, causing all the students to recoil in fear and take a few steps back. The god left such a mark, the traces of his teeth, on almost everyone he defeated in battle, provided, of course, that he had the opportunity to do so. The number of those who were left without a piece of their ear was truly impressive, for the hero's history of battles spanned 3 million years. Mu's mark was only given to strong opponents who were able to give him a good fight. It was a kind of game played by the god that had lasted for thousands of years. Elves, mages, hunters, berserkers, and even some monsters received such a mark as a token of gratitude for an excellent fight. Some considered this gesture to be the ultimate humiliation, but our hero had no such thoughts. In other worlds, there were no problems. But on Earth, everything worked differently now, and rumors of the fight quickly spread throughout the school. The kids whispered to each other that they had heard strange details, and that it was just disgusting. The bully got into a fight with the nerd, and the latter simply bit off the loser's ear. It was so disgusting that it simply couldn't be true. The cat, basking in the sun, nodded its head imperceptibly, as if trying to convince the schoolboy that it had really happened. The animal arched its back and stretched sweetly, hinting that it wouldn't mind a bite of the military trophy. The purring and satisfied growling indicated that the cat had already received its first portion of protein, and the students looked out the windows. They had something to look at and discuss. An ambulance was taking their classmate Lee Ho to the hospital. Mu also looked at what was happening, curious to see how serious the consequences of such behavior could be. But he was much more interested in when his classmate would return to school and give him another opportunity to fight. He waved his hand and wished him a speedy recovery. Behind him, he heard the teacher's voice shouting that Lee Ho-gu should come to the office immediately for a serious talk. He sat down in a chair and immediately leaned back with a wild cry, asking if the student had gone mad to be doing such a thing. The man raised the folder as if he intended to hit our hero and yelled that you can't treat your classmates like that. Mu was excited. He was just waiting for the teacher to strike him first, so that he could engage in a fight with him. With some kind of sixth sense, the man realized that it was not worth doing so, and his raised hand simply hung in the air above the hero's head. The teacher turned abruptly and said that there was no point in talking to this scoundrel. It would be much wiser to simply call his parents to the school. Hearing that he should not cause unnecessary commotion and could simply go home, Mu smiled. He liked this approach to things. The sun was shining brightly outside, and our hero really wanted to dance. He had finally fought and won his first victory in a long time in his new body. In general, it was quite boring at home, and the young man didn't really want to go there. But his weak body needed to recover, especially if Mu was counting on fighting new opponents. His hands were still shaking from the adrenaline rush, muscle strain, and fatigue, but mainly from the injuries he had sustained in the fall. It would be great to use mana now, which some Earthlings also call ki energy, but it was impossible, simply out of the question. It is the life energy that surrounds all living things, and in some worlds, people become hunters using it. In others, they develop magical abilities, which also has a very positive effect on combat skills. But there is no mana on Earth. No matter how hard Mu tried, he could not use magical skills or even simple healing. All attempts ended in failure. The god sighed loudly. The test was becoming more and more difficult, but he liked it. He would have to relearn how to fight without his abilities, which had taken millennia to develop and hone. Once in the apartment, Lee Ho's body was immediately laid on the bed to rest in the utmost comfort. The easiest way to regain strength is in sleep, and our hero instantly passed out as soon as he gave the appropriate command to all his internal organs. Mu, in his true form, breathed loudly and prepared to open his eyes. He needed to talk to his secretary. The first thing the Lord of the Earth saw was Lee Ho's soul riding Yon. How the dragon could have allowed such a thing was beyond comprehension. Lee Ho instantly approached the god and pointed his finger at the monster, declaring that Mu was simply obliged to give the dragon to his complete disposal. The bespectacled man declared that he had been sent to another world for a reason, so at least some guarantees of safety should be provided. In fact, he had a cunning plan. The schoolboy counted on the fact that with the dragon in another world, he would be simply invincible. Mu raised his own hand, and a huge magical hand appeared behind him. The god muttered that the boy was strange. The hand was the Lord's third summoned assistant, tasked with immobilizing the boy, and then take him where he belonged. Lee Ho's soul began to panic and scream that he would not allow himself to be treated this way, then simply fell silent and trembled. Mu said that he really intended to send the schoolboy to another world, so that he would understand how good it was on Earth. The second-ranked planet was chosen, the abode of Lucifer, or El Mura, as he liked to call himself. Mu's bare feet made a little noise as they landed in this world, but he paid no attention to such trifles. Lucifer was busy performing some kind of magical surveillance ritual, or something like that. so he was in no hurry to greet his guests. Mu, his secretary, the third with the boy in his palm, and Li Ho himself simultaneously asked the host of the planet to excuse their intrusion, but not too politely. Lucifer immediately said that this would not happen. Yeon noted with surprise that he had not yet had time to voice his request, and Mu insisted that the answer would be yes. He declared that he had decided to send this schoolboy to the world of Elmer, so let him open the portal immediately. The Horned One looked back at the god with a dissatisfied look and asked why he was deciding for him. Since when had things been like this? The Lord of the Earth explained that he was deciding because he was stronger, and if anyone disagreed, let them attack first and everything would become clear. He licked his lips, anticipating an excellent fight, and then added that he was ready to do it at any time. Lucifer was furious. He hated brute physical strength, but he understood that his opponent was no less powerful in magic. Suddenly, Mu said that he needed to step aside for a moment to sort everything out, and the Horned One was a little surprised at why. The god raised his hand and began to study something, and Lucifer declared that he had no right to interfere in another world, and that a protective barrier was now being activated. He was about to add that this protection would even work against our hero, but at that very moment, the barrier of his planet shattered into pieces. This upset Elmura so much that he even forgot to get angry and fall into a rage. His disappointment was immeasurable. The Horned One began to say something about the rules of the world, but the Lord of the Earth asked him to stop mumbling and stammering. Now was not the time to argue. Mu ordered the third to release Li Ho's soul and suggested that the boy come closer, as the portal was about to open. The god commanded the boy to enter the new world, but he did not move, continuing to look at the god with a frightened, uncomprehending gaze. The Lord of the Earth reminded him that he wanted to go to another world, to which the schoolboy replied that he was going to take the dragon with him. In response, the Lord of the Earth laughed and said that if he wanted to, he could find his own Yun there, and that he didn't even look at his secretary. Then the third simply snapped his fingers and threw the boy through the portal to Lucifer's planet, and the deed was done. Listening to the boy fly into the unknown, shouting that he wanted to become stronger than anyone else, Mu told the dragon that modern children had become completely lazy. He asked Lucifer to look after the Earthling and said goodbye, waving his hand also without much respect, by the way. Elmur began to shake violently with anger, greatly annoyed by the lack of manners and arrogant behavior of the Lord of Earth. The Demon King was accustomed to perceiving himself as the pinnacle of creation, and the planet Elmer, named in his honor, was the ancient abode of this being. In those days, Lucifer was arrogant enough to challenge God, even though he himself was not a god at the time. The fiery, glowing spear was supposed to put everything in its place once and for all and show who was the most powerful here. But then, the Demon King decided that close combat would be much more effective and impressive, so he switched his weapon to a giant shining sword. Having immobilized his opponent with magic, Lucifer was able to carry out his evil plans quite easily. He killed the god, and not only that, he then killed all the other gods, everyone who existed at that time. This was necessary in order to reign over all worlds and become a god himself, strengthening his power. And that is exactly what happened. Elmer became the god of all gods, the Supreme Lord. His joy was quiet, and his happiness was invisible on the outside, but immense on the inside. The invincible, legendary, and unique Demon King knew how to place himself above others beautifully and elegantly. He was catastrophic, but fantastic, one of a kind, and absolutely unique. Infinite and incomprehensible, in short. Lucifer was magnificent until Mu appeared, which changed everything. From that moment on, hatred was born in the heart of the Demon King, a thirst for revenge so powerful that it prevented him from living in peace. No wonder he decided to keep an eye on that damn bastard and his secretary, in case he got a chance to get even. Nothing that happened after Mu left his territory escaped Lucifer's eyes. Li Ho's classmate, who was left without a piece of his ear, had similar thoughts and the same expression on his face. He called the hero a trashy loser who suddenly decided he was cool, but in reality, the kid was finished. The young man took out his phone and started looking for a number that would help him take revenge for the humiliation he had suffered. The phone rang immediately. The ringtone was very loud and annoying, but no one was in a hurry to answer. During training, the main rule is not to get distracted, so the cell phone continued to ring, but the guys ignored it. It was the 111th Sports Festival, and middleweight boxing champion Kang Chol was practicing his signature technique. The phone rang again and again, and then again and again, which began to really annoy the athlete. He looked back to see how far away his cell phone was. He didn't want to answer it, but the person ringing was too persistent. The young man asked who was calling, and suddenly his partner, a blonde man, said it was his. Quan Chol had been training in the same section for 2 years. He accepted the call and heard his brother offering a new phone, in exchange for the one he had recently dropped and broken the display on. The next day, all the students gathered in the classroom, curious to see if Li Ho's conflict with the bully would continue. Just then, he opened the door to enter the classroom, and the young man's mood did not bode well. Now all the ridicule of his classmates was directed at him, which meant that he needed to take revenge on his offender as soon as possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't last long at school. The taunts and laughter prevented him from going about his business in peace. Everyone was talking about how he was just pretending to be tough. But when it came down to it, he turned out to be a total loser. Hearing that they had been completely wrong to fear this idiot without an ear, Lee Ho's classmate threw his backpack on the floor, torn apart by blind rage. The bully shouted that he would no longer tolerate such treatment, and if anyone didn't like the situation, they could settle it with their fists. He was ready. Everyone fell silent, except for the class president, who turned her back on the hero and snorted loudly, expressing her contempt. Finally, she turned to the young man and said that she was tired of this circus, and that he should either sit quietly or get out of there. The young man was speechless at this statement, but then hissed that she had probably finally lost her mind, allowing herself to do such a thing. Shouting that she was an idiot who must want to die, he picked up a chair, intending to hit the girl with it, or at least throw the furniture at her. Just in time, the teacher entered the classroom. He was really huge, as he also practiced boxing. He calmly asked why the class president was not sitting in her seat, completely ignoring everything else. The girl sat down and apologized, saying that it was all nonsense, but the teacher was not going to end the conversation right away. He said that after class, the class president should come to his office, and when asked why, he just smiled silently. At the end of the lesson, the teacher explained that Lee Ho had caused a commotion yesterday and was now not answering his phone, so she needed to go and check if everything was okay. When the teacher left the classroom, the class president was still angry, but he promised that he would write her a letter of recommendation and gratitude, so she had to do as he asked. After class, the girl went to Lee Ho's apartment, knocked on the door, but no one answered. After jiggling the handle, the class president realized that the door was unlocked, so she carefully opened it and looked inside. Our hero was lying on his back on the floor with his legs up on the bed. It looked like an accident. The boy's eyes were open but unfocused, and saliva was dripping from his mouth, which did not bode well. The class president screamed in horror. Now it was clear why her classmate had ignored the teacher's attempts to contact him. She decided that he was dead. It was impossible to leave Lee Ho without help, so the girl called an ambulance and accompanied the boy to the hospital. He was placed in a ward and given an IV. Fortunately, the young man was alive, just unconscious. After a while, Mu returned to his weak body and Lee Ho opened his eyes, completely confused about where he was this time. Trying to figure out where he was, the hero looked around. He had no memory of such a place, but he recognized the headman. But what surprised Mu most was the IV drip. Apparently, this method of healing was new to him. He could clearly feel the medicine entering his body through his blood vessels, helping his body to recover. Everything was quickly absorbed into his blood and had an excellent healing effect. People weren't so bad after all. Mu quickly realized that this method of treatment could be just as good as magical healing, and he was delighted. The head girl noticed his smile and thought it was strange that someone would be cheerful after just coming to after passing out. She decided that the guy had gone mad, since he allowed himself to laugh in such a situation, and asked what was wrong. There was no answer. The head girl simply said that she had to return to class, as she was there on behalf of the class teacher. Our hero sat down. He guessed that the girl had helped him come to and brought him to the hospital, so he asked her to wait. Mu explained that he wanted to ask her a question, and the beauty agreed, but asked him not to keep her too long, as she didn't have much time. The Lord of the Earth thought that he knew practically nothing about the modern order on the planet and needed to learn more quickly. The main thing that interested him was a place where he could train, so Mu asked the headman about it. The girl was finally convinced that the nerd had completely lost his mind, and she didn't answer for a while. But then she asked if he had any money, and when she heard that he didn't, she showed him the playground with exercise equipment in the park, and the god immediately began training. After a series of push-ups, he jumped down to the ground and thought that it all worked quite well, unlike before. Mu liked the exercise equipment. It was professional equipment that was incomparable to what was available 4,000 years ago. Back then, he had to build muscle mass by rolling stones and climbing rocks. Digging holes also worked well, but washing up after such workouts was not the easiest task. He climbed onto another exercise machine, unsure if he was doing everything right, but very happy with the progress of the Earthlings. Then a stone flew into Lee Ho's back, and he decided to end his workout to find out what was going on. Behind him was the same classmate with the mark on his ear, and next to him was the same blonde boxer, Kwang Chol. The bully said he had been looking for Lee Hogu all over the neighborhood, and here he was, playing the fool, pretending to love sports. Mu bent down and picked up the stone that had hit him in the back, then calmly asked who had thrown it. His classmate replied that you didn't need to be a fortune teller to know that it was him, that it would all start soon, that his brother had gathered a whole crowd. A fist flew into the guy's face faster than he could finish his sentence about Lee Ho being finished. The boy collapsed to the ground, clutching his nose, and howled in a nasty voice, but no one cared. It was a preemptive attack, caused by irritation at a stone hitting him in the back. Mu was very excited. Just then, the annual meeting of the gods began, and Yan stood up to greet everyone. The dragon took out a piece of paper and announced that since the master was absent, he would simply read his message. Lucifer did not like this turn of events, so he called out to Mu's secretary. The monster raised his eyebrow in surprise and asked what was going on. The Demon King telepathically asked Yan what he was doing, whether he had completely lost his conscience. The monster flinched in fear and waved his hands, shouting that he had no such intentions. He would just deliver the message and leave. The secretary stood up and began to read. The note said that if an opponent worthy of fighting the Lord appeared, he should be summoned, and that was all. An awkward pause hung over the round table, which was broken by Lucifer, who slammed his fist down on the lid with all his might. Elmer shouted that the god's stupid request had long since annoyed everyone, so this time Mu didn't even show up at the meeting in person. Lucifer turned to the right and asked the others if they considered such behavior normal, calling it rude. Then he turned to the left and reminded them that the purpose of these meetings was to maintain stability in the world. Since there was no response, the Demon King simply continued to seethe silently. So, the third most powerful archer in the divine realm, said that this was foolish, that they should come to the aid of anyone whom the god of earth was unable to deal with. Lucifer shouted that the world's control system had turned into entertainment for one bastard, and that everything could fall apart at any moment. The chaos that had reigned due to Mu's recklessness was only getting worse. Had they already forgotten the incident with the Cyclops planet? The god of the Cyclops, who occupied the 9th place in the divine kingdom, recoiled in fear, for he remembered everything. About 1,000 years ago, the Cyclops planet found itself in grave danger, which could have led to its destruction. A creature of the void named Segot intended to swallow this world whole, like a delicious breakfast bun. He had already begun to bite into the celestial body, when Mu, the god, learned of what was happening and immediately rushed to help. The Lord of the Earth appeared out of nowhere, and without a moment's hesitation, attacked Segot with one of his best blows. Naturally, the spawn of the void did not survive such an attack, but it still managed to swallow a fairly large piece of the planet. Lucifer wondered if the situation really had to be brought to this point, and if they had acted together and arrived earlier, nothing like this would have happened. He added that he could no longer tolerate Mu's recklessness, and believed that he was not worthy of being a god. The secretary of the Lord of Earth almost fell over upon hearing this, and reminded him that the one they were discussing was his master. He almost cried, mentally appealing to Mu and urging him to return as soon as possible, as Yan himself could not cope with this disaster. The god himself did not hear these pleas. He listened to the whining and sobbing of his classmate, or rather, Li Ho's classmate, who was holding his nose. The guy was screaming that now he was definitely doomed, because his blonde brother was one of the best boxers. Quan Chol stepped forward and said that the guy was quick with his fists, so he should be just as quick to tell him what sport he played. In response, our hero said that he didn't play any sports, he just fought, which amused his opponent, who immediately took up a fighting stance. Saying that he would now test how good Li Ho was, he punched him straight in the jaw, sparing neither his strength nor the boy. The second punch was supposed to follow almost immediately, but at the last moment, the boxer froze. He couldn't understand what was wrong with this bastard. Why he was watching his hand but not trying to dodge or block the blow. Li Ho stared intently at the fist that had frozen right in front of his nose. It seemed simply unthinkable. But the most terrifying thing was that the young man continued to smile radiantly, as if waiting for a gift, and he got it. After the blow, Li Ho's head fell back. Blood flowed from his nose, but the smile never left his face. Then, like a madman, he licked the blood with his tongue, staring intently at his bewildered opponent. As we remember, Mu never missed a preemptive strike, and he asked if Quan Chol was really good at fist fighting, which made him feel uncomfortable. Our hero said he would now show him how it was done, and then also took a fighting stance. The blonde man smiled, deciding that the young man was just trying to copy him, and that it looked ridiculous. The blow was not long in coming, and it was so strong that his opponent's fist barely withstood the attack. The boxer almost fell and was forced to jump back, trying to understand where an ordinary schoolboy got so much strength. Never before had he been hit with such an outburst of energy, and it made him feel completely uncomfortable. Mu enjoyed the effect he had produced. He used an old trick and was extremely pleased with the result. When striking, he tried to tense his muscles in a special way so that they would work to their maximum potential. Now his arms hurt, but he didn't care. The main thing was to calm the spasms and give his muscles a chance to recover, because this was where the Lord of the Earth found a special thrill. For the first time in thousands of years, he felt truly alive. While he was fighting powerful enemies at the peak of his form, he was literally languishing from boredom. Even these memories were unpleasant. But now he had a weak body, and it was a real challenge. He had to start from scratch, using whatever means were at hand. the guy took off his belt. He wrapped it around his wrist to at least somehow protect his unfit bones and ligaments during the fight. This frightened even the boxer, and his brother began to press him, shouting that he simply couldn't chicken out, to which he was ordered to shut up and stay out of it. Quan Chol rushed into the attack as quickly as he could, deciding to take advantage of the element of surprise. This time, his opponent blocked the blow, ignoring the accusation that he was too slow. The boxer continued to strike, shouting that at this rate Li Ho was definitely finished. But Li Ho did not share this view. His opponent acted quickly and accurately, but still not fast enough. And Mu figured out his tactics in a matter of seconds. Watching his muscles, he could immediately see where the boxer was aiming, anticipating all his punches in advance. Quan Chol decided to end the fight with a knockout and swung to deliver the final blow, shouting that this was the end. Li Ho counterattacked directly at the arm flying towards him, and his blow was much more devastating and faster. It became clear that the young man's bone had not withstood the blow, and the fist reinforced by the belt had done its job. The guy screamed in pain and looked at his arm, which was now completely unusable in a fight. His opponent advanced, and the blonde guy backed away, realizing that the outcome of the fight would be exactly the opposite of what he had thought. Mu enjoyed watching this panic. It was no wonder his classmate had called the boxer his brother, as their reactions were almost identical. The knockout did happen, but it was not Li Ho who fell to the ground after the blow, but Quan Cho Ryul. He lay sprawled on the ground and did not move, and his brother began to shout at the nerd not to even think about approaching. But who was he to make the Lord of the Earth stop? Naturally, that didn't happen. Saying that it was time to end this, Mu looked the bully straight in the eye and smiled carnally. The bully guessed what was about to happen. It was clear from his classmate's face that he would not say another word, and he suddenly lost the desire to defend Quan Chol, simply looking plaintively at his enemy. And yet he made one more attempt to prevent Mu's traditional ritual by standing in his way. The schoolboy even mustered enough courage to put his hand forward and order him not to approach the blonde. Seeing that Li Ho was not going to fight anymore, he smiled and suggested that he surrender. And that would be the end of it. They would just go their separate ways. The response was a powerful blow to the nose, which was very painful, considering that he had already been injured. The student screamed and grabbed his face with both hands, not even suspecting that another punch to the face was coming. And then another one, and even two more. His teeth gradually began to fall out of his mouth, and that was the worst part. The final blow was a jab to the solar plexus, after which the young man was unable to stay on his feet. His face was swollen and looked like a pillow. Tears were streaming from his eyes, but he didn't even have the strength to scream. Li Ho knelt down and leaned closer to his classmate, his face hidden in shadow, but one could swear that Mu was smiling. And so it turned out. He happily announced that he hadn't expected his opponent to be so insatiable and unwilling to give up. He left his signature mark on the blonde boy and turned away satisfied, leaving the boys lying on the sports field. His classmate looked after him with his last ounce of strength and cursed. He still couldn't figure out why the nerd had suddenly become so strong. At home, Mu plopped down on the bed and exhaled loudly, pleased that his weak body was gradually becoming stronger. But his hands hurt like hell, covered in bruises and signs of severe contusions. He needed to recover. He had to keep training, but if his ligaments kept getting damaged so easily, he would have to forget about normal fighting. It would be nice to return to his world and pick up where he left off with Yon Yon, and it wouldn't hurt to check in on things there. Mu closed his eyes and concentrated on moving back. But for some reason, it didn't work on the first try. He tried again and again, but the trick didn't work. It became impossible to leave Earth and return to his world. Over the past couple of days, something had happened in the Divine Kingdom, starting with the planet Elmore, ruled by Lucifer. As we remember, Mu ordered him to take care of the nerd he had sent to another world, turned around, and left. The Demon King then watched in fury as his old enemy saddled his dragon to return home. Yong then asked how the Master's journey on Earth was going, and he replied that everything was fine, but the body he had received was too weak. The secretary advised him to take a magic restoration ball with him next time, and this seemed like a good idea to the Lord, but too late. The fact is that some objects are capable of storing the magic of other worlds, such as the planet Elmer and the like. They appear in places with an excess of mana. But on Earth, they can only be obtained with divine blessing. This was a huge rarity that occurred once every few thousand years under favorable conditions. So, throughout human history, only a few people have come into contact with them, and they were immediately elevated to the rank of gods. This posed certain difficulties for both the owners of the items and those who came into contact with them. Mu promised the dragon that he would prepare better for his next visit, and this time he would go simply, as he had done before. He jumped off Yon-Yon's back, heading for the portal, and Yon-Yon once again reminded him of the meeting of the gods. The Lord of the Earth said that the monster had complained so much that he took pity on him and prepared something for him. With a victorious cry, he took out the very piece of paper with the text that the dragon had read aloud to his colleagues at the round table. The dragon continued to protest and stamp his feet, but the Lord had already headed for the planet to make the transition. When the soul began its transition to another world, Yon grabbed his head in despair, but it was too late. The physical shell of the god Mu fell helplessly to the floor, and his secretary was ready to collapse next to it, feeling broken. Lucifer, who was watching this from a corner, was surprised, but gladly realized that the moment for revenge had come. He did not know what the Lord of the Earth had in mind, but in any case, he was now in an advantageous position, since the latter had not even shown up for the meeting. Watching the secretary defend his master, the Demon King realized that he had to act immediately. Such an opportunity comes once in a millennium, and since Mu was not planning to return yet, he simply would not be able to interfere. Lucifer instantly cast the Imitation of Life spell to carry out his plan, which had been ready for a long time. Sharp magical spikes appeared out of nowhere and hovered directly above the dragon, ready to pierce him at any moment. They whistled through the air, preventing any attempt by the monster to move or even twitch. Secretary Mu found himself trapped in a kind of magical cage from which he could not escape. He growled menacingly and asked what this was all about, preparing to tear Elmer to pieces if he didn't answer. But the answer was not long in coming. Lucifer spread his wings and rose into the air, declaring that this was a declaration of war on the god of Earth. Then he looked at those present with hatred once more, and repeated that this was a war that would know no mercy. The Demon King's face showed that he was not joking, and that he was truly ready to risk everything, even his own life. The dragon opened its mouth, and a fireball formed inside it. This was his signature move, the breath attack. In the next second, a stream of flame burst from his mouth, which could have incinerated everyone present at once. But it was aimed at a single target, Lucifer, who froze in surprise. But then he jumped slightly to the side and blocked the attack with a wave of his hand. There was a small explosion, and that was the end of it. The stream of flames curled around and made a circle of honor around the entire divine abode, like Saturn's rings. Then there was a much more powerful explosion, but it also came to nothing, as it was quite far from the surface of this world. The archer Soso played it safe by using her protective aura, but she did not hold back in her strong expressions. Now, everyone present at the round table was protected by a blue protective dome, outside of which remained Yon and Lucifer. The flames of the explosion reached the surface of the planet, but the dragon was immune to fire, and his opponent was also prepared. Secretary Mu managed to break free, looked at the dark silhouette of his enemy, and decided it was time to make another attempt. This time, the dragon used the polymorph release technique, and his rage also grew exponentially. Elmer's eyes flashed maliciously, and he promised the monster that it would now perish, and after it, its master would join his ancestors, for Mu's mark was already visible. Yang was magnificent in his true form, flames literally overflowing from him, and the secretary hissed that this would never happen. The archer Soso interrupted the scene with a loud sigh. Apparently she also had something to say about this. The girl glanced at her opponents and declared that this was not the best mood for a meeting on stabilizing the world. Sharp magical spikes rained down on Yon as he was distracted by this remark, blood dripping down. Soso couldn't care less about that. She got up from her seat and turned to leave, saying that she'd had enough. This was not part of Lucifer's plan, and he ordered the girl to stop immediately in an icy tone. The question remained open as to whose side she was on, and whether she supported the expulsion of the Lord of Earth from the gods. Soso did not obey the order and continued to walk away, stating that she would not take part in this, and would remain neutral. This answer satisfied the Demon King, and he nodded, then asked everyone who was against it to speak up. He picked up one of the magic spears and added that he would deal with each of them personally, which did not inspire enthusiasm at all. Yang still did not remain silent and asked in a weak voice if he was so stupid as to think it possible to defeat his master. Lucifer asked maliciously who he was talking about, whether he meant the fool who had decided to inhabit the body of some weakling. The dragon asked where he got his information, and his enemy replied that overconfidence and recklessness always led to such an outcome. Yang had nothing to say in response, because deep down he knew that this was indeed the reason. The dragon shouted that the villain would not get away with it and swung his tail, which was still free of spikes. The blow was supposed to knock Lucifer down and at least seriously injure him. The monster had plenty of strength, but the enemy simply waved his sharp weapon and calmly jumped to the ground, as if he had just left the barbershop. The stump of his tail also fell after him, and the Demon King told Yan not to rush to die while he was still alive, as there was a chance to get to Earth. And there, he would deal with the mad god who had dared to inhabit the body of a weakling. That was his plan. The dragon laughed, reminding him that Mu had never been defeated by anyone, and that would never happen now. Then the monster's strength finally left him. He trembled and began to sink to the ground, needing to recover. Quan Chol was in much the same condition, shaking helplessly with fear. The coach scolded the guy for getting into a fight before the competition. The man ordered him to go home and not come back until his hands healed, and in the meantime, the athlete was disqualified. The boxer turned and headed for the exit, holding his ear and cursing the guy he had to fight the day before. At the door, he ran into the champion, Kang Chol, who looked at his colleague with a puzzled look. The boxer asked what had happened to his hand, but all he heard in response was incomprehensible muttering. Then, an idea came to the blonde man's mind, and he smiled, thinking, why not use the strength of the best of the best? He sniffed sadly and leaned forward, saying that young people these days were very rude and aggressive. Quan Chol lowered his eyes to the floor and began to explain that he had heard his younger brother being mocked and decided to stand up for him. But he just got his ass kicked, his arm broken, and his ear torn, and right before the competition too. The guy pretended to cry and began to wipe his eyes with his sleeve, sobbing loudly, which was supposed to look tragic. The champion didn't fall for this trick and moved on, saying that the blonde guy should have been more careful. Kang Chol added that instead of fighting, he could have trained more, and then there would have been no problems. The blonde muttered that he should keep his stupid advice to himself, as he had expected a completely different reaction. Then the champion remembered something, and took a few steps toward his colleague again, noting that he had forgotten to remind him of something. Quan Chol smiled and asked what it was, but received a harsh reply that tears wouldn't help, so he should get himself together. After that, the boxer suddenly asked enthusiastically who the guy was who had beaten him up, his eyes burning with excitement. Mu, in Li Ho's body, continued to sit on the bed in his room and wonder why he couldn't return to his own world. This could only happen for one reason. If his real body was injured and in critical condition. The Lord of the Earth began to get angry, because he had asked Yon to look after his physical body, which meant that something extraordinary had happened. Even if the dragon was in trouble, it was unlikely that anyone would dare to go against Mu himself. The hero rose. Even if all the gods were against him, it did not mean that he should waste his time here thoughtlessly. He clenched his hand into a fist, and a slight tremor began from anger, which gradually increased in amplitude. It had been a long time since these scumbags had challenged him. Mu turned around and slammed his fist into the pillow with all his might. He simply could not allow such an incident to go unnoticed. Everyone and everything would pay. The Lord of the Earth was already imagining how he would fight his opponents from the divine abode. Oh, how they would regret it. But for now, only Li Ho's bed regretted it, on which the one who had temporarily borrowed the schoolboy's body had vented his anger. He was literally steaming with rage, but beating the pillow and blanket was completely unproductive and stupid, so Mu stopped and tried to calm down. The god thought that now he needed to figure out how to get back. Even if all the gods attacked at once, the Lord was confident that his secretary would do everything possible to protect his physical shell. But until there was a way to return and a solution was found, he needed to train to strengthen this frail body as much as possible and prepare it for battle. The next day, training went much better, and due to the small amount of fat on his stomach, abs quickly appeared. This was just what he needed. By working hard to reach muscle groups, he could achieve success in a relatively short period of time. Overjoyed, our hero burst out laughing right on the horizontal bar, and passers-by thought he had finally lost his mind. This angered Mu, and he let go of the bar, falling on his back. The fall was not very soft. The thing was, one of the voices sounded familiar to him, and it turned out to be the head girl, who immediately came closer. The girl asked angrily why Li Ho was not at school, as monitoring attendance was one of her duties. The young man asked why he needed it, then looked at the park and suggested they sit down and chat. They sat down on a bench, and our hero asked if it was possible to train while studying, which was the only thing that concerned him. The girl smiled, clearly interested, and asked what the nerd had in mind. He replied that he just wanted to become stronger. Li Ho added that he was too weak to fight, but he would have to fight, so he needed to come up with a way. The class president listened with half an ear and thought about how to get him back into class. After another vague phrase about the meaning of training, both of them were struck by an idea that could easily be voiced. Finally, the head boy asked, what was the point of training if there was no one to fight anyway? Was it reasonable? There was no one here. He was the only one working out on the machines. To fight, you had to go where there were a lot of people and get into a fight. She got up, pleased with her quick thinking, and said that she would wait for him at school tomorrow, where he would surely find a couple of opponents. The girl said goodbye and walked away. Mu looked at her fragile figure and thought with surprise that the head girl was absolutely right. Those he had already fought would not come near him, so he should go in search of new opponents while his body recovered. He had almost decided to go to class tomorrow when suddenly someone called out to Li Ho from behind. It was a guy wearing goggles that covered half his face, and he asked again if the hero's name was really Li Ho. Mu almost jumped for joy. He turned around and was met with a fist right in the face. He really liked Earth. Kang Chul began to make his first successes in boxing at the age of just under 15, and it wasn't easy for him then. He was motivated to train by a necessity of life. He had to protect his sister, a beautiful ballerina. While the whole family admired the girl's success and the beauty of her performances, something frightening was happening. The artist had a fan who was so obsessed that he began stalking her, following her literally every step of the way. And this stalker didn't just watch. He photographed literally every step the girl took, following her day and night. The man's obsession grew and grew until it reached its peak. And one day he took action. And not just action. He crossed the line, stalking his victim in a deserted alley in her neighborhood. The ballerina was just returning from rehearsal, deciding to visit her parents, and she had no idea of the danger looming over her. And that's a good thing, because someone came to the girl's defense so quickly that she didn't even have time to be scared. It was Kang Chol who was passing by, but he was in a bit of a hurry and beat up the stalker before he could attack. So the criminal was not arrested. Not feeling the full force of the law, the stalker began to hatch a new plan, his obsession growing. The man began to prepare much better for his next attack, now armed with a knife. And although Kang Chol managed to neutralize his opponent this time, the incident was not without consequences. The ballerina began to suffer from paranoia and fear everything in the world. Her swan wings were broken, and she fell into depression. In addition, the girl suffered a rather serious injury. Her leg had to be operated on, and now dancing was out of the question. From that moment on, the young man no longer trusted the law. He realized that criminals often go unpunished. The boxer decided to do what law enforcement couldn't do. Teach the scoundrel a lesson himself. His fist now knew no mercy. Anyone who crossed the line of the law got what they deserved if they crossed his path. With each passing day, Kang Chol became more and more enthusiastic about the idea of punishing criminals, and at night he would raid dangerous areas of the city. The hero personally ensured that criminals were punished before they had a chance to harm anyone. His baton and glasses became familiar props, and now the gangsters ran away as soon as they saw the boxer's silhouette in the distance. If they were quick enough, of course. Fighting and justice became Kang Cho's guiding star. So he decided to teach a lesson to the person who had deprived his colleague of the opportunity to compete. Li Ho, or rather the Lord of the Earth in his body, received such a powerful blow that he could barely stand on his feet. It came as a complete surprise to him. And yet, thousands of years of practice in fistfighting did not go to waste, and our hero instantly regrouped to fight back. He was glad that his opponent had attacked first, because now he could continue the fight with a clear conscience and great pleasure. Mu thought he was very lucky, because the opportunity to fight so soon was a pleasant gift for him. Kang Chol asked why the kid was hanging around here and beating people up, whether he was planning to become a gangster or a criminal. The nerd smiled and replied that he was not a fan of small talk and preferred to work with his fists rather than his tongue. It was like in a computer game. The opponent froze, and for a moment, all his stats dropped sharply due to a debuff caused by surprise. But Kang Chol was not a timid man. He immediately gathered himself and rushed into the attack because he considered himself a great avenger. Li Ho took a defensive stance, his speed was also high, and his reactions were lightning fast. The battle promised to be exciting. Several of the boxer's punches missed their target because his opponent skillfully dodged them, which came as a surprise. After another futile attack, the boxer whispered that such a reaction would make the boy a champion. But then he decided to block his opponent's right side, limiting his field of vision, and it paid off. The blow reached its target and was so powerful that it almost knocked the Lord of the Earth off his feet, but did not. The young man managed to put his elbow up, so he didn't suffer any serious damage, but he realized that he had an excellent sparring partner. In addition, the very talkative Kang Chol praised the block, and there was something like respect in his voice. Another lunge followed immediately, and it also hit the guy's radius bone, who was not going to let himself be hit for real. His plans were disrupted by a sudden jab to the back. One must not forget that a boxer has two hands, not one. Mu clearly realized that Kang Chol was deliberately trying to target the areas that were most damaged. He stepped back, figuring out how he could protect himself and launch a counterattack. The boxer took the pause as fear. The hero declared that he understood that his enemy now had nothing to defend himself with, but he was not going to let him go just because of that. Putting his fist forward, the Avenger pompously declared that true justice knows no mercy. These words caused Li Ho to burst into laughter so hard that his whole body began to shake and sway. This left Kang Choryul in a real stupor. No one had ever reacted to his threats with such unrestrained laughter before. Mu understood perfectly well that with his damaged hands, he simply could not beat the boxer properly right now. The tremors were making themselves felt, as were his damaged ligaments, and his hand was completely unsuitable for striking. Our hero laughed because he still wanted to fight so badly that he didn't want to back down. So strong was his thirst for battle. He commanded himself to calm down and start thinking about how to defeat his opponent under such circumstances. He couldn't just enjoy what was happening. God remembered very well that even he, the Lord of the Earth and Supreme God Mu, did not always win. He had various rivals. Several times he had to bow his head, acknowledging his own powerlessness and defeat in battle. And yet it was always fun, because such a situation only meant that the battle had been a great success. Each time he found himself in a dire situation, the god pulled himself together and began to analyze the enemy's vulnerabilities. He figured out how to counter strength with cunning. Mu could not be accused of lacking intelligence. He managed to turn the tide of battle in such a way that disadvantages quickly became advantages, and the calmer the Lord of the Earth was, the faster he managed to take the situation into his own hands and bring it under complete control. To become stronger, Mu tried with all his might to engage his mind and strictly suppress his unbridled emotions. But when he received another crushing blow, the Lord sometimes simply could not help but rejoice. Spitting teeth and blood onto the ground, deep inside he felt endless happiness and joy. That's why he simply couldn't hold back a smile and laugh, sincerely, from the bottom of his heart. It was a kind of psychological attack. Now, in order to win, he had to suppress his emotions as much as possible. And our hero tried to do this as best he could. He managed to make himself look sullen, but it took all of his energy, every last bit. Kang Chol recoiled, noticing such a sharp change in the criminal's mood. He was almost certain that he had serious mental problems. But this did not scare him. On the contrary, it provoked him to the utmost. And now the boxer was eager to finish what he had started. Shouting that it was foolish to fool around like this, that he didn't respect himself, the guy raised his hand to strike. He was disgusted by that sullen face. Mu tried with all his might to keep his emotions in check so as not to ruin his cunning plan completely. He looked simply awful, but that didn't stop him from dodging his opponent's attack in time. His facial expression didn't affect his speed at all. There was nowhere else to retreat. God practically had his back against a tree, and he had to accept the fight under the circumstances. The idea dawned on Vladika at the very last moment, when instead of ceramic tiles, he felt earth and gravel under his feet. With one movement, the schoolboy launched a whole fireworks display of natural materials into the boxer's face. It didn't help much, as the boxer was wearing a mask and protective goggles, and also managed to cover himself with his arm. But that was the last straw for him. Kang Chol yelled that such behavior was only suitable for young criminals, despicable and ugly. He approached his opponent closely, bursting with the desire to beat him half to death with his bare hands. Mu tried his best to keep a sullen expression on his face and not laugh, and he achieved the desired effect. The boxer flew into a rage, this gloomy grimace driving him literally white-hot. He swung and struck a blow so as not to see the boring face of the one who dared to behave in an unacceptable manner. As expected, the Lord of the Earth managed to dodge, and his opponent's fist flew with all its might into the tree behind the guy. The hero spun around sharply, now with the entire Conchol behind him, and he had no intention of stopping there. But the next blow also missed, as our hero's speed matched his millennia-honed reflexes. Unfortunately, in this situation, it was difficult to maintain a sullen expression, and Mu involuntarily began to grin. Hand-to-hand combat was a complex system, but the god had had plenty of time to study it inside and out. The difference between his previous opponents in the bodies of Li Ho and Kang Chol was that they defended themselves, while the champion attacked. His fighting style was very different because the young man's main goal was justice, not survival. He stood firmly on the ground, confident that he was bringing retribution and restoring world order. With this in mind, Mu could easily predict how events would unfold, intending to take advantage of his opponent's aggressiveness. He never struck a single blow himself, but wore down Kang Cho-ryul by constantly dodging his attacks, into which the young man put all his energy. Our hero set a trap, scattering dirt, mud, and stones across the ground, hoping that the tired fighter would slip. That's exactly what happened. Kang Chol stumbled and immediately opened himself up. Mu had to seize the opportunity and strike. Mu intended to attack the most vulnerable spot possible, initially planning to do so with his fist. He lunged forward as quickly as he ever had while inhabiting Li Ho's body. He had to attack with lightning speed. However, the god decided that his fingers were too damaged, so at the last moment he struck the enemy not with his fist, but with his elbow. The blow was very strong, and it was quite possible to break a bone, but fortunately, that did not happen. Kang Chol stood his ground, but he was greatly surprised by the weakling's abilities. He had to end this game of leapfrog as soon as possible. Mu began to laugh and cheer again, realizing that his elbow was now damaged just like all the other parts of his body that could be used to attack. His laughter stopped as soon as the champion's baton swung down on his thigh. It was a treacherous move on his part. Our hero fell to his knees. Now he clearly understood that he had lost. Well, this happened to him extremely rarely, but it still happened. Kang Chol placed his baton on his opponent's collarbone, as if hinting that it was not worth struggling, and he menacingly announced that now Li Ho would have to forget about his crimes. Then the boxer raised his weapon and remarked that the kid wouldn't be laughing and having fun anymore. He would make sure of that. Mu was on his knees, savoring the long-forgotten taste of defeat, which he had last felt 4,000 years ago. And yet, the Lord of the Earth did not allow the club to fall on his head. He skillfully dodged the blow. However, the next blow still caught up with him, hitting him squarely on the head. It was even funny. Killing the young man was now quite easy. Perhaps that was how it was meant to be. But at the last moment, a heavy cobblestone flew into Konchol's head. The stone flew off his skull and rolled away. The champion was afraid that someone was watching his revenge on the nerd, and he didn't need any witnesses. If someone was really there, he wouldn't be able to finish the job. The boxer was angry, but he had no choice. At that moment, another stone hit him right in the back of the head and also flew off to the side. Mu began to giggle nervously. Kangchol decided to get out of there as quickly as possible. He grabbed the jacket that was tied around his waist and cursed. The blue fabric flew up. It was necessary for camouflage, and the champion didn't need any extra trouble. He put on his hood, dropped the police baton, and ran away at a trot, spurred on by the stones that continued to fly in his direction. A strange green creature emerged from the bushes and called out to Mu, addressing him as its master in a thin voice. Our hero turned around and saw a small but very cute monster, vaguely resembling Yon Yon. It was hard to believe that it was really him. When Lucifer took possession of the Lord of Earth's body, he bound it with chains and immobilized it with magic spikes and a special barrier. The Demon King was eager to get even with his enemy as soon as possible, but he understood perfectly well that there was no point in rushing. Elmore was pleased that he had managed to weaken the enemy's body so much that he could not return to it. He tore open space with magic so that the god's soul could not enter its own world. All that remained now was to open the earthly barrier. The villain suddenly snapped out of his thoughts and glanced back. There was a dragon securely bound in handcuffs, breathing heavily and clearly not thrilled with what was happening. Elmer promised Yon Yon that he would make him the god of Earth as soon as he defeated Mu. He was that unprincipled. The secretary of the Lord of the Earth muttered something and growled. It seemed that he was about to explode with rage, so much did this little blonde boy irritate him. Lucifer asked him to repeat it louder, as the monster was so huge that it was impossible to make out his words. The dragon asked if the broken connection meant that this magical barrier could not be attacked. Elmer crossed his arms over his chest and replied that this was indeed the case, that no matter how much he attacked, no damage would be done. So let Yon Yon agree to his proposal. The dragon replied that this was excellent, as it meant his master would not be harmed, and then began to prepare his incredible attack, which the villain had not yet guessed. The glare of the flames behind him made the Demon King look back again, and what he saw did not please him at all. Yong Yong used a powerful explosion spell, and everything around him was already lit up by its flames. And it was getting closer and closer to Elmer, who only cursed, calling the dragon a freak. A beam of flame shot up from Lucifer's tower into the sky, engulfing the master of this world. And although he had protection from fire, the stream of light was no longer ordinary, but cosmic in scale. Yon Yon was very powerful. Lucifer's entire world shook from the explosion, which was so powerful that the planet Elmer nearly flew off its axis. It was difficult to understand what was happening because of the thick, bright smoke, but it was clearly a catastrophe of universal proportions. Taking advantage of the commotion, Yon Yon shrank and slipped through a hole in the barrier to help his master. He had used all his strength for the explosion, so he was in terrible condition, but he did not lose his fighting spirit. Lucifer gave chase, shooting the monster with his magic spears, not wanting to let it warn Mu about what was happening. The Demon King cursed Yon Yon and promised to wipe out this insolent lizard and its vile master as soon as he got his hands on them. Elmore swung his weapon and threw it straight at Yon Yon, who was running away as fast as he could. The spike almost reached its target, but due to the small size of the enemy, Lucifer was unable to calculate the trajectory accurately. The spear got stuck in Mu's throne chair, which allowed his secretary to use the portal and go to Earth. The dragon flew, trying to figure out how to find the Lord of Earth in this vast world, as he did not remember exactly where he had been transported. However, his internal compass worked perfectly, and Yon Yon moved to the exact location of his master. And although the monster was now about the size of a lizard, he found a way to help Mu even in this form, using stones. Although the first cobblestone was himself, a shrunken dragon who had just overcome all the layers of the planet's atmosphere. It was the impact of his far from soft landing that forced Kang Choryul to flee the battlefield, almost losing his slippers. Mu went home and took his secretary with him. They needed to talk calmly and without prying eyes. Yon Yon told the Lord of the Earth everything that had happened in the divine abode, and he sat on the bed, gloomier than a cloud. The Lord of the Earth's eyes burned with anger. He could not even imagine that Lucifer could decide to do such a thing. Then Mu's face broke into a happy smile. He thought that the enemy was behaving as if he no longer planned to fight, but that could not be the case. God chuckled, thinking that in fact Elmer had been preparing for battle for a long time, because fate itself had decreed that it was destined to happen. He rolled up his sleeves and felt his muscles. This won't do. He needed to train as much as possible to strengthen this useless body. Our hero simply raised his arm, but even that caused him intense pain. This won't do. It's impossible to fight now. and impossible to train as well. Mu began to tremble with anger. He urgently needed healing, and only then would he be able to do anything. He turned to Yon and asked if he had brought the item they had discussed last time, the magic ball. The monster smiled and replied that he had fulfilled the task. Everything would be fine now, so he shouldn't worry too much. Immediately a strange lump appeared in the dragon's throat, growing larger and larger as it moved toward his mouth. Then Yon simply burped up a blood-red ball, which appeared to be a dragon stone, a mineral made from dragon blood. The secretary explained sheepishly that he had only brought one ball, which was enchanted with a spell of complete healing, available for a single use. If he had known, he would have brought more. Mu did not get upset or scold him. He just put his hand on the stone, which somehow managed to increase in size. The Lord of the Earth looked at it with great joy and smiled. It should be enough to completely heal all his injuries. The process began instantly. The dragonstone began to dissolve, and streams of greenish steam rose from it. Mu felt his muscles strengthen, and a pleasant wave of energy spread through his body, which was a little unexpected. He asked Yon if he was right in understanding that this was not a normal healing spell, as his muscles had become more sensitive. The dragon modestly replied that he had tried his best and put all his strength into this ball, and now it healed and improved the body. The stone's effect ceased, and it shrank but did not disappear. It seemed that in the human world, not much mana was needed, and the ball could be used again. Mu threw it to his faithful assistant and offered to use it himself, and Yon gratefully caught the gift. The dragon said he would not do so, leaving the stone for later, in case it was needed again. He swallowed it and began to stroke his belly with his paws, waiting for this peculiar pill to reach its destination. Another lizard, but this one yellow, was stroking someone's index finger with its paws in the same way. It was Dooley, the headman's pet. They played together for quite a long time every day, and the girl enjoyed the reptile's company. She let it go into the terrarium, lamenting that the lizard couldn't talk. Otherwise they would definitely have become best friends. The girl headed for the exit, shouting one last time that the little one shouldn't be bored. They would see each other right after school. Everything in the classroom was the same as usual, except for one thing. The behavior of one of the students had changed dramatically. The same bully who always picked on Lee Ho was sitting quietly at his desk writing notes, looking as focused as possible. The boy thought that he never really liked being a bully, that it was stupid, and that he would be better off spending his time studying. At that moment, the classroom door opened, and our hero appeared in the doorway, acting quite relaxed and cocky. The classmate began to write even more rapidly and intently, afraid to be alone with his enemy. Lee Ho, or rather Mu, who had taken control of his body, suggested that the student take part in the competition. The class president muttered that he hadn't had time to show up, but already had something in mind. Our hero turned to the girl and said that her words had been decisive in his decision to go to school. They had convinced him. The young man smiled radiantly and said that now all that remained was to find someone to fight, as the head boy had advised. She was embarrassed, a little nervous that the prospect of a new commotion was becoming more and more distinct. She wished Lee Ho luck and decided to get away as far as possible so as not to get involved in the adventure he was planning. Rumors immediately spread throughout the school that the recent events had been caused by some kind of neutralizer. All this was told by a pretty girl who was clearly delighted with Lee Ho's new image and behavior. The girl chattered incessantly about how there was this nerd who everyone made fun of. But then he suddenly rose like a phoenix and gave his tormentors a good thrashing. The funny thing was that when Kang Chul heard this story from the beautiful girl, he wasn't particularly pleased. The champion asked if the nerd had really done that to the bully who had teased him, and his classmate confirmed it and even mentioned the bitten ear. The boxer began to piece together the true picture of what had actually happened at school. He guessed that Quan Chol had simply lied. Well, now the blonde would have to bitterly regret it. Our hero heard part of the conversation because he was standing nearby, and he was very curious to see what conclusions the boxer would come to. Realizing that the champion didn't want to discuss gossip, Mu was a little upset. It seemed that there would be no good fight today. Nothing interesting was happening in class. Everyone was diligently scribbling something in their notebooks, and the Lord of the Earth got bored, so he went outside, hoping to train. The young man continued to listen to what Kang Chol was chatting about with his companion, watching them closely. When the boxer scratched the back of his head, Mu tensed up. He had definitely seen this type of arm muscle structure before, and what's more, he had felt their strength on himself. He suddenly realized with absolute certainty that this was the same guy who had beaten him up yesterday. Disguise or no disguise, physiological characteristics cannot be hidden. Kang Chol seemed to sense this gaze and turned around, but he didn't immediately recognize Lee Ho either, because he didn't have a scratch on him. Our hero decided to catch up with the champion immediately. It was a great chance to fight. The other guy was afraid that the kid wanted to catch him and turn him into the police. He started to run away, wondering how the nerd managed to recognize him, since he was wearing glasses and a mask to hide his face. Kang Chol ran with all his might, but Mu was right behind him, practically keeping up with him, because he had fully recovered. The boxer tried to speed up, but his main advantage was strength, not endurance, and the chances of escape were becoming slimmer and slimmer. He even began to convince himself that he had panicked for nothing, that it was highly doubtful that Li Ho had recognized him, that maybe the kid had something else on him. And yet Kang Chol continued to run, our hero rushing after him at full speed, excited by the opportunity to fight. To cover his tracks, the champion darted into an alley, hoping to get lost in the crowd or hide somewhere. Li Ho ran to the turn, expecting to see his opponent, but that didn't happen, and the young man froze in place. He looked into the narrow passageway, trying to see where Kang Chol was hiding, but he couldn't see the slightest sign of where he might be. The hero thought it was unfair. The situation was perfect for a fight. Yon Yon appeared from under his shirt. The dragon asked if the gentleman was looking for the insolent man who had attacked him yesterday, as he could clearly smell him in this place. Yon Yon jumped onto the pavement and said he could find the trail like a bloodhound, which was something new. The monster sniffed the air intently to determine the direction in which the boxer had fled. Unexpectedly, someone's yellow sneaker was right in front of his face, which was simply offensive. Yang Yang looked up, intending to launch into an angry tirade, completely forgetting that he was not supposed to talk to Earthlings. The head girl was standing above him, looking in surprise at the lizard, which was making strange sounds resembling human muttering. The dragon realized he had made a mistake and fell silent. The schoolgirl decided that she had probably just imagined it and needed to get more rest. Then she noticed new details and blushed deeply, because she did not expect to meet a reptile in such a place during class. The little dragon had no intention of bowing for long. He tried to explain to the Earthling with gestures that she should immediately get out of the way, as she was in his way. Instead, the head girl decided to pick up the lizard and take a closer look, which was absolutely not part of Yan Yan's plans. He squeaked, mentally calling for his master's help, but was afraid to voice the call. The monster was outraged at how this human being dared to treat him this way. Then the dragon calmed down and began to think about what to do. If he could use magic, there would be no problem, but the restrictions of Earth were in effect. He didn't even notice that he had said this out loud, but the head woman was alerted. She was sure that this lizard could talk. Then Li Ho appeared, and Yan Yan managed to slip out of the girl's clutches and run to his master. He tried to catch his breath and immediately began to apologize, saying that if he hadn't been in such a state, he would have been able to defend himself. The girl stared at our hero with a mixture of anger and surprise. She hadn't expected that this lizard belonged to him. Still, she didn't want to be angry. The head woman decided to take a closer look at the animal, which reminded her of her own Dooley. She asked if this creature was the young man's friend, and Mu replied that you could say that, a very obedient friend. Kim Yujin, for that was the headmistress's name, didn't know what else to say, torn by terrible envy of her classmate's pet. This did not escape Mu's notice, but he did not know how to react in such situations, as he was not yet accustomed to the new ways of Earth. Yan Yan fearfully grabbed his master's pant leg, most afraid that this girl would grab him again. The Lord of Earth noticed this too, and decided to play on the dragon's nerves a little. With a smile, he asked Kim Yujin if she wanted him to give her his pet. It was obvious that this was exactly what she wanted, but the Lord of Earth's secretary panicked at the prospect. Unfortunately, his master decided to appease the headman. So soon Yan Yan was settling into her small but cute room. The girl looked at the lizard and couldn't understand what was wrong. It seemed to her that her new pet was extremely angry. A short time before, Li Ho had picked up the reptile and shown it to the head of the household, saying that he was looking for someone, and that if she helped him, she could take the animal for herself. The young man's face showed that things were not so simple, and that he might have hidden intentions. But Kim Yujin wanted a friend for Dooley so badly that she agreed. She nodded in agreement and replied that she agreed. Yan Yan didn't know what to think. He didn't understand his master's intentions. Meanwhile, he simply unclenched his fingers, and the green monster flew straight down, turning upside down. However, it wasn't hurt because it landed right on the head of the headman, who wasn't ready for such a thing. The guy asked his secretary to stay with the girl for a while, and then come back to him. It would be good for both of them. The dragon just spread his paws, not knowing whether to consider such an act of vile betrayal or a particularly cunning plan. In the end, Yan Yan decided not to get upset, and simply asked where his master was going, as he needed to clarify the situation. The answer surprised both him and the headman. Our hero informed them that he intended to go to the training ground. Now the dragon stood on the floor of the girl's room and wondered how he, the personal secretary of the Lord of the Earth, could find himself in such a dire situation. He had to explain to Kim Yujin that from now on, she was also working with the god Mu, because she had taken his assistant under her wing. When he told the girl about this, she clutched her heart, saying that what she had heard had given her a severe attack of tachycardia. Then Kim laughed and reached out to the lizard, promising to help both him and Li Ho, whom he calls Sir. The girl proudly announced that she was the class president, so she had enough authority. The dragon asked what that meant, and Kim Yoo-jin explained that she was the leader, #1 in the class, or, if that made it clearer to him, the most important person. This reassured Yeon-yeon, and he replied that he had thought so, that his master would not choose just anyone. Suddenly a thought struck the monster, and he asked tensely why the leader was not his master. The girl thought for a moment, then slowly muttered that Lee Ho was not only not the leader, he wasn't even at the top, which threw Yeon-yeon off balance. After a short pause, he shouted that it was simply incomprehensible, impossible. His master was stronger and smarter than everyone else. The little dragon couldn't calm down and yelled that he simply refused to believe that his master was not the leader. If such a girl was the leader of the class, then Lee Ho must be at least the greatest leader on planet Earth. Yeon-yeon said this with such determination that the class president simply did not have the strength to argue. She just sat there and remained silent. Meanwhile, the pet declared that from now on, she was obliged to make his master the strongest. The student laughed, thinking it was a joke, and happily agreed. But on one condition, the pet would have to visit her more often. The dragon was pleased with himself. He decided that the fish had swallowed the bait along with the hook, and now she could be used for his own purposes, such as gathering information about Earth. So he replied that he agreed. He would visit Kim Yoo-jin for the sake of his master. Yeon-yeon was very excited about his success, and he mentally asked Moo not to worry, as his assistant would make sure that he became the strongest. In fact, Moo himself was doing quite well at the task of physically strengthening his frail schoolboy body. He did all the exercises he could with the equipment available, and was very successful, because knowledge of physiology and control over muscles were second nature to him. After finishing another set of exercises, the Lord of the Earth jumped down, satisfied with the significant improvements. He was indeed getting stronger. His muscles, restored with the help of the Dragonstone, were growing and strengthening rapidly. Suddenly, the guy decided to check if he could do more. A crazy idea came into his head, which he immediately wanted to put into practice. Moo, in Lee Ho's body, prepared his fist and struck one of the handrails he was exercising on with all his might, practically breaking it. At the same time, our hero's hand remained intact, which was an excellent result, giving him hope that he could now fight at full strength. The Lord of the Earth remembered his opponent, who had attacked him yesterday in this very place, and listened carefully. It seemed that today the mysterious Avenger had not come to this place, which was a bit of a pity, because the thirst for battle was already consuming Moo from within. He decided to leave the training ground, concluding that his rival was also a schoolboy and was probably in class now. The metal support remained in place, but now there were clear traces of a fist on it. The young man headed towards the alley where he had said goodbye to Kim Yoo-jin and Yeon-yeon. He walked down the street, completely unaware that he had sweated profusely during class and that the smell was quite pungent. Lee Ho's body, which was in puberty, was producing a lot of hormones, which, together with sweat, could be smelled from a mile away. The wave of smell was so strong that the dragon could smell it from the girl's apartment. She was showing him a photo of clothes in an online store that resembled those worn by the attacker. Yeon-yeon sniffed again and now understood with certainty that he was smelling the body that his master had possessed. He said goodbye to Kim Yoo-jin and told her he would come back tomorrow, but now it was time to leave because he had urgent business to attend to. A second later, the monster had already jumped out the window and was running across the roof in fairly large leaps, too large considering his size and build. The next moment, Yeon-yeon landed on Moo's shoulder, his last jump simply spectacular. The dragon proudly informed the Lord of the Earth that he had managed to recruit the girl he had entrusted to him. Now she would swear allegiance to God just like any servant. At these words, our heroes noticed a fight in the doorway. More precisely, they walked past without paying too much attention to what was happening there. But Yeon-yeon smelled a familiar scent and reported it. Lee Ho's body froze in place, its owner burning with desire to go and check whether his secretary was right. In the doorway, the Avenger, in his usual disguise, was looming over some guy who was half lying on the ground. The latter's face showed clear signs of the boxer's fists, and he whined that stealing a bicycle was no reason to maim a person. Kang Chol delivered another kick to silence the criminal, whose chatter was getting on his nerves. His protective glasses were cracked, but the guy lying on the ground recognized the Avenger and told him that he was wanted, so let him get lost before the police arrived. The silhouette of our hero appeared behind the champion's shoulder, smiling, realizing that he had found his enemy. The boxer felt movement behind him and looked back, not expecting anyone else to be there. Taking advantage of the enemy's hesitation, the criminal on the ground attempted to get to his feet. Yeon-yeon suddenly started shouting that he could smell something strange, but his master ignored him as he prepared for a fight. The dragon continued to sniff persistently and bark about a suspicious smell coming from the neighboring store. He was agitated. Nevertheless, Moo had already started moving forward, his face showing his determination to start the fight immediately. Kang Chul put out his hand, showing that he was not going to attack. Our hero had already started running to start the fight as soon as possible and was rapidly approaching. The champion shouted that there had been a misunderstanding. He repeated once again that he had attacked by mistake last time, but still took a defensive stance. Lee Ho rushed at his opponent but did not strike, because he never struck first. He paused, waiting for Kang Chol to make the first move. A smile anticipating the fight spread across the young man's face. But absolutely nothing happened. The opponents stared at each other. Mu thirsted for blood, but his opponent showed no desire to attack. For a few seconds they stood silently in place, as if someone had simply paused the flow of time. At that moment, someone pulled the police baton the Avenger was fighting with out of the holster on his back. The bicycle thief was not so simple. He intended to repay the man who had beaten him in kind, shouting that he was going to beat him to death. The guy swung his arm to carry out his threat. Kang Cho-ryul had excellent reflexes and dodged the blow. It would have been strange if he hadn't. Because of this, the baton continued its movement and was about to land on Lee Ho's head, who had no intention of dodging. He just waited, anticipating the first blow, after which he could use his fists with a clear conscience. That's exactly what happened, and the criminal put all his strength into the attack, so it would have been sacrilegious to ignore such a challenge. Mu smiled. The first blow had been struck, and now he could let loose and test his new abilities. First, the young man kicked his opponent with his foot to get a little distance from Kang Cho-ryul, preventing him from interfering. The baton fell from the guy's hands and spun in the air, as if the weapon itself had decided to change owners. Lee Ho grabbed it and swung it. It seemed that his fists would get a little rest today. A different tool would be used. He placed the baton on the robber's collarbone, informing him that he had struck him, and now had to answer for this rash act. The guy was seriously scared, but did absolutely nothing, and the blow fell on him like lightning. The Lord of the Earth delivered the next blow with his own head. He was very fond of this technique. The bandit grabbed his forehead and cried out that he was sorry, that he had hit him by accident, but Mu continued to wield his baton, paying no attention to this. The blows rained down one after another, and the opponent did not stop screaming and swearing, but there was more regret in his voice. Finally, the young man stopped all attempts at resistance and simply collapsed to the ground, thoroughly beaten. Mu smiled as he looked at the result of his efforts. He was satisfied, but still, beating someone up is not quite the same as fighting, and he felt a little sorry. When he first arrived on Earth, he was happy to have the chance to start his fighting career from scratch. Each of his opponents posed a real threat to his weak body, so he had to come up with a way to win. Even in the case of Kang Chol and losing the battle, there were advantages because it was a real challenge. Now everything was too easy, and our hero was bored to death, which did not make him happy. He needed to find a more interesting opponent, so the young man remembered the boxer and turned back. The champion was not there, and Mu looked around regretfully, trying to figure out where he had gone. It turned out that immediately after the robber's attack, the Avenger had decided to leave the scene of the crime as soon as possible. He watched Mu deal with the criminal, and thought that he didn't love his baton enough to get himself into serious trouble for it. Lee Ho struck with a happy face, and the champion wondered with surprise how he managed to find him all the time. He ran, looking back and not watching his step, so he tripped over the dragon and began to fall rapidly. Yun Yun was sniffing around, thinking about how long it had been since he had eaten, and the guy smelled very tasty and appetizing. Somehow, the boxer managed to keep his balance, got back on his feet, kicked the monster, and ran on, cursing. The hungry Yong Yang remained lying on the ground, while his delicious lunch ran away, heading for home. The young man lived very close by, so after a few minutes, he was already at his front door. He rushed inside and kicked off his sneakers, the empty baton case bringing sad thoughts to mind. Kang Chol remembered his recent opponent, and tried to understand what made him so happy. Was it really the mere opportunity to fight? His sister, a former ballerina named Kang Hena, entered the apartment. She was now 26 years old, and had nothing to do with the arts anymore. She announced that she had caught another gangster today. After the incident, the girl had changed her field of activity and now worked as a prosecutor, which brought her unspeakable pleasure. Kang Hena patted him on the shoulder and began to tease her brother, hinting that no one dared to stand in her way. But he was not in the mood and asked her not to bother him. The young man asked if it hurt the prosecutor when she was beaten, hinting that he could not guarantee his future reactions. But she continued to have fun, even though she became more serious. The girl simply said that she wanted a plate of ramen without eggs for dinner, and her brother realized that he would have to cook today, which did not make him happy either. Kang Chol suddenly thought that physical violence no longer bothered or frightened the former ballerina, which was good. But he himself had changed a lot since the day he neutralized the stalker who had attacked her. It was a turning point. The guy looked into the pot of water and thought that he constantly felt anger when punishing criminals, and it was not the same anger as in boxing. The water was boiling, and the champion was still standing and looking into the pot, thinking that when he first came to this sport, he was completely different. The next day, Mu, in Li Ho's body, went to school, taking the dragon and Kang Cho-ryul's baton with him. Yon said that he had been very hungry yesterday, so he apologized for his behavior, glancing at our hero's classmate. He had a bandage on his ear, just like the bully who had lost a piece of his ear, and the bald schoolboy suggested that the dragon was a monitor lizard, which infuriated everyone. Li Ho noticed the class president and called out to her, because he had kept his word, but the girl was not there yet. She looked back. As soon as she saw Yon, she began to express her delight, as if it were the most pleasant thing that could have happened. Mu asked if everything in his assistant's story was clear to Kim Yoo-jin, and the girl thought about it. She had questions. She remembered the conditions under which she was allowed to take the dragon home, and Li Ho was interested in the guy in the blue hoodie. The headman said that if they were talking about the guy who hides his face and is always fighting, his name was Iljime. They headed towards the school, and our hero asked what kind of name Iljime was. Kim Yoo-jin explained that it was a combination of two names of a young man who constantly fights and beats up anyone who crosses his path. The girl asked why he and Li Ho were fighting, whether the guy had done something wrong, and he replied that no, he had no idea why. Mu noticed that the man who attacked him was constantly running away, but next time he wouldn't let him get away like that without an explanation. The boxer had been following our hero for quite some time and now ordered him to stay there until it was all over, saying he would find him himself. As if nothing had happened, Kang Chol picked up his baton and ran past the guys, while Li Ho trembled with excitement. Kim Yoo-jin asked what was going on, wondering if they knew the champion, which seemed strange to her. The Lord of the Earth smiled and said only two words, Iljime, completely confident that it was him. Throughout the entire lesson, the young man could think of nothing else but the upcoming fight with the boxer. He tried to calm himself down, convincing himself that he should just wait. But Mu wanted to fight so badly that he was almost jumping with impatience. Yon, who was clinging to his leg, experienced all the delights of his master's excitement and storm of emotions. Towards evening, the students were told that the study group would have dinner first and then go to the classroom on the third floor. Yon felt sick and was now very nauseous. So Mu handed him to Kim Yoo-jin and asked her to take him for a while, as he had some business to attend to. The girl was simply delighted. She gently hugged the dragon, happy to have the opportunity to play with him. She headed for the exit, glowing with joy, which was noticeable even to the naked eye and from behind. Not only that, but the glow remained even after the head girl left the premises, walking out the door and turning the corner. Speaking of the door, someone's hand touched it almost immediately, and the door creaked as it swung open. It was Kang Chol. He cautiously peeked into the classroom, and Mu replied with a smile that he had been waiting for him to arrive, as promised. The boxer calmly replied that it was cool. He had been waiting quietly, so there should be no problems. The guy took fingerless gloves out of his backpack and immediately put them on his hands, while our hero watched in surprise. Meanwhile, Kang Chol finished and simply asked Li Ho if the young man liked to fight. He paused for a moment, then said that he didn't so much like the fighting itself as the pain and shock that his body overcame, becoming stronger. Only when he fights can he feel truly alive, truly powerful. The growth and pain of his muscles gave him a feeling of control over both his own body and the whole world. The Lord of the Earth smiled broadly, and regardless of his opponent, said that this was the reason he fought. The boxer looked at him as if he were crazy, his schoolboy expression completely at odds with the words he was uttering. And yet, Kang Chol reached into his bag again and took out two boxing gloves, which he threw in the direction of our hero. At first, it seemed to him that Li Ho had no intention of catching them. The guy just stood there and didn't move. Kang Chul already clearly imagined how the gloves would bounce off the nerd's forehead and fall to the floor. His mind was working very quickly, but Mu was faster. Without waiting to hear that the champion couldn't fight a regular guy who wasn't even a villain, he put on the gloves and rushed to attack. He immediately lunged with his arm, but the boxer had good reflexes and dodged in time, even though he hadn't expected such a sudden attack. Kang Chul grimaced, finding it difficult to control his emotions. He managed to hiss only that the nerd was impatient. The guy took a defensive stance, not understanding why everything was happening so quickly. But there was no point in getting angry. He had come here to fight. After throwing a few punches, none of which landed, the Lord of the Earth stepped back a little to catch his breath, but he stamped his foot impatiently. Kang Chul tried to calm himself down, and decided to treat what was happening as a competition, a match. If he could control his emotions, everything would work out. His body would become agile and nimble, and then the real fight would begin. The result was exactly that. The boxer successfully attacked his opponent when he was about to rush at him again. The first successful blow was immediately followed by a second, and the most interesting part began: the confrontation between two excellent fighters. After another lunge, the champion suddenly caught himself thinking that he was very pleased with what was happening and was getting tremendous pleasure from the fight. He once again asked himself to relax mentally and allow his body's energy to flow through his punches, which turned out to be an excellent decision. Now his attacks became much more effective, working at full power, and the boxer quickly protected himself from his opponent's blows. He was overcome by the same feeling that had motivated Mu himself in battle, and Kang Chol began to enjoy himself. The same expression that had so surprised him before appeared on his face. The same expression that belonged to Li Ho, or rather Mu. Our hero was also pleased. He thought that boxing was a very interesting thing, which would be dangerous if it weren't for the power-up ball. Now his body was strong enough, so it was time for some real fun, and an amazing fight began. As we remember, evening classes were being held on the 3rd floor of the school at that time, but not everyone was studying. One of the students was simply sleeping. He was snoring so loudly that he was startled by his own snoring, and woke up with a start, almost jumping out of his chair. The guy sat up and looked around the classroom. Some others were also dozing off with their faces in their books, but most of the students were still trying to write and read something. The young man wiped his face with his sleeve and decided it was time to cheer up. His attention was drawn to a chocolate bar on the edge of the desk. The clock read 5:48 p.m., and under the bar was a note asking why he always slept when he came in. Perhaps the hero was a sleepwalker. It wasn't too late to slip away. The student got up from his desk and grabbed the chocolate bar and the note. He tore open the wrapper and began to run down the stairs. He had to hurry to make it in time. Time was running out. On the floor below, the student stopped and took a bite of the bar. He did it, and now he didn't have to worry. Suddenly, the boy's attention was drawn to 2 silhouettes fighting in one of the classrooms. It seemed he wasn't the only one skipping class. The fight was very intense, with Kang Cho-ryul attacking and Li Ho successfully blocking every blow with his arms outstretched. But the fight had long since gone beyond just fists. Legs were now involved, and our hero delivered a knee strike. Then he kicked his opponent backward, who remained calm despite everything. The next blow was with his foot, but this time in a jump, and the boxer flew to the ground and tried to roll back and cover himself with his gloves so as not to get hit directly in the face. Then he got up again and took his starting position, muttering that this was boxing and such kicks were not allowed. Li Ho asked curiously what boxing was. In the next second, he pushed off the ground and made an incredible jump to attack again, while the champion scratched his head in confusion. The guy exclaimed that no one had told him that blows should only be delivered with fists. Legs were just as good. He kicked Kang Cho-ryul with such force that he simply recoiled backward as if struck down. The young man felt the full force of the blow and was genuinely surprised at where the nerd got so much strength. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Earth had already launched his next attack, swinging his legs like a windmill caught in a hurricane. The boxer tried to parry the blows, but gradually retreated, hoping that his opponent would limit himself to his torso and head and not strike his legs. Apparently, Mu could read minds, because he decided to aim his next blow at Kang Chol's leg. The damage would have been very severe because the god chose one of the most vulnerable places, below the knee, and it was very difficult to stay on your feet after such a blow. But for some reason, the force of the blow left much to be desired. There was no trace of its former power. Something had gone wrong. The boxer remained standing, while Li Ho himself almost fell. It was strange and did not correlate with previous events at all. Our hero quickly increased the distance between them, realizing that the Dragonstone's effect had worn off, and the ball was no longer strengthening his body. At the same time, the young man continued to smile, so as not to give his opponent the opportunity to notice that everything would now be different. If the ball had lasted a little longer, he would have been guaranteed to win the fight. But now that was out of the question. Kang Chol had good intuition, and immediately sensed the change. He asked what had happened, wondering if his powers had run out. The same smile that had previously been characteristic of the Lord of the Earth appeared on his face. The boxer laughed, deciding that his opponent was simply exhausted, and smiled back, pretending that this was the case. For a while, both guys just laughed, looking at each other, each with their own reasons for laughing. While Kang Chol was laughing loudly, Li Ho noticed a dark silhouette in the door window. Someone was watching the fight. It was the same guy with the chocolate bar who had skipped evening classes. He continued to chew and stare out the classroom window. Hearing his opponents laughing during the fight, the schoolboy turned to leave, calling them pathetic people. He was definitely a strange one. The young man's face was contorted with anger and disgust. He thought the sight was clearly repulsive and not worth paying attention to. Meanwhile, the boxer had already rushed to attack our hero, his enthusiasm growing exponentially. Mu jumped into the air to counterattack with his foot, thus protecting himself and gaining some time. It turned out that the guy had miscalculated, and Kang Chol decided to hit him on the right knee, changing his tactics. Once again, his weak body couldn't handle the strain, and our hero literally trembled, hanging in the air, in excruciating pain. Meanwhile, the opponent lunged with his arm, and his fist stopped Li Ho's tremor. Now he was just flying sideways. He flew quite a distance, a couple of meters, knocking over chairs and desks in his path. Mu stopped when he hit the wall, now leaning against it with his back, and rejoicing that his weak body was still no match for Kang Cho's muscles. Once again, he regretted that magic and mana were not available on Earth, as they would have been very useful to the third. The Lord of the Earth had already mentally used his power, but immediately realized that dreaming was harmless, and yet it was time to get back on his feet. On his first attempt, he managed to get up on one knee, but that was still better than nothing. Then Mu managed to stand up to his full height, and not only that, but somehow grains of mana began to gather under his hand. He clenched his fist, gathering all his life energy into it, which should have been enough for one crushing blow. The guy jumped towards his opponent and raised his hand to strike, then exclaimed joyfully that he did not expect his opponent to still be alive. Kang Chul simply grabbed the fist flying towards him with his hand and stopped it. From the outside, it looked like real magic. The boxer smiled and thoughtfully said that he thought Li Ho only had weak legs, but it turned out that his arms were weak too. The champion did not have time to finish his sentence, as he was distracted by a suspicious noise behind the door. Because he was distracted, he missed Mu's punch, which, although not too strong, was still noticeable. This surprised the hero so much that he almost shouted, wondering why he decided that the guy couldn't strike a second blow after immobilizing one arm. Kang Chul thought that even though the nerd's blows were weak, he couldn't miss them because his head was already spinning, and he needed to stay focused. He grabbed Li Ho's second wrist, but continued to experience severe dizziness, which had never happened before. Tiny particles of mana glimmered around him, and the young man decided that he was beginning to hallucinate. Just then, Mu delivered his signature headbutt, hoping that at least this attack would work. And so it did. Kang Chul flew forward with a broken nose, grimacing with hurt and pain. Our hero was extremely pleased with the result. It seemed that some of his divine tricks worked in this world too. To use magic, you need to gather the mana circulating around you and concentrate it in one point. But on Earth, everything is complicated by the fact that there are many other substances circulating in the air, such as dust, and oxygen also reacts. And yet there is a way. When there is a lot of mana, it concentrates and burns off everything unnecessary, purifying itself. Since this is prohibited on the planet, the process does not have the final result that one might expect. Mana accumulates but does not act, disappearing immediately, but its reaction compresses the air and purifies the oxygen, creating something like a small explosion or shockwave. Mu did not expect that this could give him an advantage in battle, and now looked at his opponent, who seemed interesting to him, the tip of his tongue involuntarily sticking out of his mouth. Perhaps it was quite possible to reward Kang Choriul with the signature mark of the Lord of the Earth, and he began to lean over to leave it. Suddenly, the boxer's hand shot up and grabbed our hero's face, preventing him from biting off a piece of his ear. The boxer shouted that he should not try to neutralize him, or whatever he was going to do, and that he should stop immediately. He instantly jumped to his feet and held out his hand, declaring that he was ready to admit defeat, but that the line should not be crossed. The champion said he wanted to say something else, but Li Ho covered his mouth with his hand, saying, "Next time." With that, the conversation was over, and Kang Chul turned and walked to the door, muttering something under his breath about next time. Mu felt a little disappointed. He was upset that his best opponent had not been marked, but that could be fixed later. The windows of Kim Yoo-jin's house had long since gone dark, except for the girls' room, which was brightly lit. Yeon Yeon stood ready to leave, carrying a rather heavy backpack with his belongings on his shoulders. The dragon complained that it was heavy. The girl was very pleased, and said that if he needed anything else, he should let her know right away. Burdened, the personal secretary of the Lord of the Earth moved toward the scent of the body in which his master was temporarily residing. Kang Chul ran out to meet him, but suddenly stopped and slapped his forehead, saying that he had forgotten his bag in the classroom. The dragon was quite vindictive, and immediately remembered how this young man had disrespectfully kicked him. Now a spark of mana glowed in his hand, and Yeon Yeon was eager to take revenge for the insult. The boxer felt dizzy, just like half an hour ago, and then he saw a strange green monitor lizard rummaging through his backpack. It was a diversionary tactic, and a moment later, the lizard, baring its teeth, flew into an attack on the champion. The boxer's reaction time was 0.16 seconds, and he reflexively struck the attacking monster, although he screamed in fear. Yeon Yeon lay sprawled on the pavement, unconscious, while Kang Chul began to examine the animal, trying to figure out what it was. Unable to come to any conclusions, the schoolboy simply turned around and went back for his bag, leaving the creature on the ground. This is how Mu found his secretary when he returned from school, thinking about the recent fight. He was a little puzzled by this state of affairs, and asked Yeon Yeon what had happened, but he did not answer immediately. For the first few seconds, the dragon simply opened and closed his mouth, unable to make a sound. The next morning, our hero dressed in the clothes Kim Yoo-jin had bought for him, and the backpack was perfect for carrying his assistant. The latter muttered incessantly from behind his back, asking, for example, if Mu liked his new clothes. The dragon proudly noted that his training was bearing excellent fruit, as the vice captain was doing an excellent job as his assistant. Noticing that passers-by were staring at his protruding horns with surprise, Yon said he would hide in the backpack for a while. The passerby turned out to be Kang Chul, who had simply changed his clothes. But it wasn't the dragon that caught the boxer's attention. He called out to Lee Ho. The boxer was surprised that the nerd was wearing a school uniform on a Saturday, since it was a day off, so he asked him why. Mu didn't know what Saturday was, and was somewhat puzzled by the question, and his silence alarmed the champion. He pulled his coat tighter, wondering what was wrong with this guy, as he had never met a stranger student than Kang Cho-ryul. Finally, the boy sighed and said that he had to say something anyway, since Lee Ho loved to fight so much. Lee Ho replied that he didn't like it, but he had to. These words did not fool the boxer, who remembered his opponent's happy face during the fight. He suggested that our hero hang out with him, and if he agreed, he could be sure that he wouldn't be bored without a fight. Mu had never heard a better offer in his life, but he couldn't react too enthusiastically, so he just nodded. Only then did Mu allow himself to smile from ear to ear, because a few seconds later it was much more appropriate. Without stopping smiling, he told Kang Cho-ryul that he thought he was a great guy, which was absolutely true. The Lord of the Earth happily asked to be taken to a place where he could fight, but Bok with air noted that this was not what he meant. They would not fight right away. Mu began to boil over and argue. The boxer explained something, and all this talk made Yon feel a little sick. Friday morning, the previous day, was no different from any other at the old Giryogi school. Access to the toilet in this establishment was regulated by senior students, and during lessons, it was restricted. The fact was that it was a room for secret negotiations and shady deals among the upperclassmen, or rather, some of them. The same thief who stole the bike brought the money he managed to get, but it wasn't enough for the deal. Yang Cho, who had been in each class for several years, so he was now 19, got angry and started yelling. The bandit shouted that it was all Ilhime's fault, that if he had managed to sell the bike, he would have brought in much more. The senior student punched the wall with all his might, showering Ilhime with curses. He didn't like it when someone interfered with their plans. He yelled that he needed the money even after paying off the debt and interest, so Ilhime had better figure something out. Then Yang Cho thought about it and changed his mind, hissing at the guy to gather everyone immediately. The next day, on Saturday evening, Kang Chul met with Lee Ho to take him to the place he had promised when they met in the morning. The boxer shared that he used to beat people because he was blinded by rage, but after fighting him, he began to enjoy fighting. Our hero asked if it wouldn't be better to fight him all the time instead of wasting time on weaklings. The champion looked at him seriously and said that words were unnecessary, that they would soon have a rematch. Mu asked what that meant. Kang Chul did not have time to answer. He turned his head slightly to the side, his intuition telling him that something interesting was about to happen. The first thing the athlete smelled was cigarette smoke. Since he didn't smoke himself, he was very sensitive to the smell. Soon, the entire space around them was filled with gray clouds of smoke, and the boxer put on a mask. How much did they have to smoke to make it smell so bad? It turned out that not that many. Through the smoke, he could make out only two guys who were animatedly discussing something. One of them had a neck brace, and it seemed that the guys knew Kang Cho-ryul, and he muttered that it was a real jackpot. One of the young men said something about playing more cards, and the champion came up close and asked why they were intimidating people. The attackers just laughed and said it was none of his business, but since that was the case, he should hand over his wallet immediately. Instead of answering, the hero punched him in the face. Such talk irritated and angered him terribly. Only now did the thugs realize who they were dealing with. The second one shouted that it was Ilhime, and that they needed to get out of there quickly. The smoke cleared a little, and it became clear that there were quite a few swindlers gathered here. But when they heard the name of the Avenger, they all panicked. Kang Chul was a little puzzled. There were far more opponents than he had expected to see. He called out to Lee Ho and asked him to get ready and give him his hand, but the guy didn't immediately understand why. Shouting for him to keep up, the boxer rushed into the crowd. It looked like the fight was going to be spectacular. Mu pulled a vest over his head to disguise himself, but didn't move. He really wanted to fight, but waited for the first blow. Just then, one of the young men knocked down by Ilchim grabbed his ankle. It wasn't an attack, but it would do. The criminal grimaced in pain, but still managed to ask if this weakling had come with the Avenger. The Lord of the Earth looked at him enthusiastically and asked if the bastard had really just grabbed him. Shouting that he could expect no mercy now, Mu swung his fist to strike, satisfied as an elephant. In a few minutes, our heroes took care of all the villains. Their bodies were weak, their endurance was poor, and their muscles were undeveloped. Kang Chul picked up a blue women's purse from the ground and asked the red-haired girl who had been robbed by the jerks if she was okay. The beauty sobbed loudly, but held out her hand to take her belongings, not rushing to speak. The boxer immediately recognized the girl from school, with whom he had recently discussed Lee Ho's behavior, and he only hoped that she would not recognize him. Meanwhile, the dragon warned his master that a large group of enemies was approaching from behind. A few minutes ago, one of the criminals sent a message to the boss that Ilhime had been spotted in an alley near the store. The boss immediately roared that this time they had definitely caught the piece of shit, and they immediately set off for the specified location. Kangchul tried to keep his cool, but now it was clear that he would need his baton. He took it out and prepared to repel the attack. Mu, in Li Ho's body, was also on the alert, just waiting for a preemptive strike. The guy was smiling, but it wasn't visible under his disguise. However, his eyes clearly showed undisguised pleasure and anticipation of the most delicious treat. The boss ordered his men to take them, and the bandits rushed towards our heroes to immediately carry out the order. Li Ho broke into such an ominous smile that at first they were even afraid to attack him, which, it should be noted, was the right thing to do. The first few blows from the Lord of the Earth knocked down everyone who dared to approach him, but the guy himself received a hefty slap in the face, and now his thirst for battle was even greater than before. It was a little difficult to quench it while lying on the ground, as the crime boss turned out to be a really strong opponent. He reached out his hand to lift the young man off the ground and find out why there were two Ilhime here, when there should only be one. At that moment, the guy we already knew, who had skipped class and caught Li Ho fighting with Kang Choreum, was waiting for a call, eagerly glancing at his phone. He was supposed to meet his sister, but she was late. At least that's what the young man, whose name was Heejin Lee, thought. The guy walked a little further along his sister's route and saw a fight in an alley. He couldn't hold back his curses. He despised hooligans. The young man felt an overwhelming disgust for those who resorted to violence and considered fights repulsive. But then he saw something that made him squint to make sure it wasn't a hallucination or an optical illusion. He saw his younger sister being defended from the thugs by two guys, one of whom was already lying on the ground, knocked out by the boss. Hejin's eyes became angry and hard. He could not have imagined such a thing, but he could not stand idly by either. The thing was, the guy had a rather specific background. His father was a professional boxer. One championship title followed another, and the man became completely obsessed with fighting and the desire to become the strongest. He trained relentlessly, sparing neither time nor effort, and over time, he became truly very strong. But he went too far, showing aggression not only in the ring but also at home, where he had children. Heejin understood that his father had turned into a real monster, and more than anything else in the world, he wanted to run away so he wouldn't have to endure the beatings. But he couldn't run away, because otherwise this monster would surely hurt the person who was dear to the boy. The one for whom he took all his father's aggression and blows. The one for whom he endured all his cruelty. The one who sat quietly in the closet, afraid to breathe, a girl trembling with fear. His younger sister, Hedge, was the reason the boy was forced to endure all the vicissitudes of fate and his father's aggression. He had injuries and broken bones, and for a long time, the child did not dare to fight back against the monster his parent had become. But he grew up watching his father's fights in the ring, learning the theory and secretly practicing, even though he hated fighting. So Heejin grew up without realizing it. And one day, after his father hit him, the boy felt an irresistible urge to respond in kind. And he did it. It turned out that the young man was indeed very strong, even though he himself did not realize it. But now he understood that he could stand up for himself and protect his sister, that he could fight back against the monster. For Heejun, fighting meant survival, and now he felt a real threat to his life from his enraged father, who was hurling curses at him. His father promised that he would kill his ungrateful son with his own hands, and it was then that the young man's eyes became evil and hard for the first time. That day, he refused to endure it. That day, the young man's life took an unexpected turn, and he killed the monster. The court took all the circumstances of the case into account, and the sentence was not severe, as the neighbors also testified about the beatings. But Heijin had to juggle school and construction work to support himself and his little sister. The young man could not afford to get sick or injured, because 2 lives depended on him, so he vowed never to neglect his health. Therefore, when he saw people who were careless with their bodies, did not spare them, and fought, he felt contempt for them. This was especially true of those who chose dangerous sports, hoping to make a career that way. Heijun would never have done such a thing, and in general, anything related to fighting disgusted him. But now it was different. Now he realized that his younger sister was in danger again, and even though someone had come to her defense, it could end in disaster. Daejin was 19, and she had already managed to forget her nightmarish childhood. But now the girl had a flashback to those times. Heijun called her name, realizing that it was time to defend his sister again. Meanwhile, the gang boss looked at Li Ho lying in front of him, completely convinced that he was Iljime. The frightened dragon tried to warn his master, but he was unconscious, and it was useless. Then a voice from behind confidently announced that Iljime had not yet arrived, and the thug stared in surprise. At that moment, he received a powerful kick to the ankle, all because he should not have been distracted. The criminal's eyes widened even more and he fell to his knees. It was very strange that the man did not make a sound. Someone's hand fell on the back of his head, grabbing his hair tightly, and the boss tried to figure out who could afford to treat him this way. He didn't succeed because the attacker immediately slammed the big man's face into the asphalt, sparing no force. Yong tried again to revive the Lord of the Earth. They had to get out of there as soon as possible. He didn't have time to carry out his plans because Heejin wasn't looking where he was going. He was rushing to his sister, so he simply used the backpack with the dragon as a springboard. The young man's speed was so great that the monster only managed to track a red spot flashing into the distance. Kang Chol froze in place. He had fought the bandits and taken down many of them, but not all. And now a newcomer had appeared. And this newcomer was taking out the criminals in batches, approaching the place where the boxer was. Soon, the champion had no opponents left, and he just stood there, assuming a fighting stance and contemplating the eternal. Hejun fought like a superhero, with a strength, speed, and technique that Kang Chol had not seen in a long time. The young man's eyes burned with fire, as if he really had supernatural powers. But in reality, it was just anger and determination. He stopped in front of the boxer, thinking that he was also a member of the criminal gang. But the guy put his hand out and tried to explain that this was not the case. Dajun called out to her brother to explain that she was fine and that this man was trying to protect her. Kang Chul was surprised to hear that his classmate had a brother. This information was completely new to him, even though he and the girl were quite close friends. Before the champion could process what he had heard, Heejin was already a few inches away from him, attacking with a headbutt in Mu style. Kang Chul's reaction was quite quick, but not quick enough. He softened the blow, but still couldn't avoid it. His brother pushed him in the chest with his hand to make sure that his opponent was knocked off his feet and posed no threat. He flew backward, trying to kick one last time, but it was to no avail, and the boxer fell. Heijun grabbed his sister by the wrist and ordered her to get out of there immediately, to run after him and not to delay. The girl tried to explain something else about what had happened, but her brother didn't listen. Kang Chol began to get up, grabbing his baton. The gang boss, who had already come to his senses and was now completely enraged, blocked the couple's path. He yelled that he didn't understand a damn thing, and where the hell 3 Ilhime had come from. But it didn't matter. He would kill them all. Heijun didn't answer, just got ready to punch, and it was clear that he wasn't scared by the thug's threats. But the young man did not have time to attack, as someone else's fist flew into the thug's jaw faster. It was Mu, who had regained consciousness thanks to the dragon's efforts, but had not followed his advice to leave as soon as possible. Heijun did not expect such a turn of events, and now he was trying to figure out who this guy helping them was. However, the brother and sister did not think about it for long. They took each other's hands again and ran away as far as possible. Li Ho began to laugh and wish the bandit peace, while Kang Chol shouted for him to hide his face immediately. Meanwhile, the gang leader was not dead at all. He had already begun to try to get up. But all the man could see were 2 dark silhouettes running away as fast as they could to the end of the alley. The criminal cursed, not holding back his emotions, and it was obvious that he was now consumed by a thirst for revenge. A schematic portrait of someone appeared on the board. The face was funny, but still bore some resemblance to the original. Kang Chol explained to Mu that he had seen this guy today, a criminal named Yang Cho, one of the hooligans in the area. The boxer sketched out the entire neighborhood, pointing out the 3 high schools and the gang leaders who ruled there: Yang Cho, Kim Chung-gu, and Kwak Duen. Together they were known as Godori, and although they committed petty acts of hooliganism, they did not commit any major crimes. But recently, these guys started extorting money from people, and it turned out that the people they had just fought with had been intimidated by Godori. It seems that now the leader, Yang Cho, can be considered a real criminal, as he has proven recently. Our hero listened to all these lengthy explanations, but he didn't understand anything at all, because he hadn't been on Earth for very long. So Mu asked again what it all meant. How to distinguish a gangster from a hooligan, and what the difference was, why extorting money was so bad, and what high school was. Kang Cho became enraged and shouted that it was time to start thinking, asking if the boy's brain was just a useless accessory. At that point, Yan lost his temper and lunged at the boxer, biting him, then announced that he had endured his master's insults for too long. The dragon continued to loudly express his outrage, not mincing his words at all, and it seemed as if he was about to burst with rage. Kang Chul froze in surprise, then asked with slight confusion where this talking frog had come from. Yun did not want to be called a frog, and Mu had to introduce him as his friend. But that did not explain the animal's ability to speak. The champion began a monologue about how the guy was very suspicious, didn't know what Saturday was or other basic things, and was walking around with a talking frog like an alien. Mu imperiously remarked that the man was observant, then announced that he was a god. Kang Chul remarked that he was more likely an idiot, then was asked what an alien and an idiot were. All this was happening in the head boy's apartment. The girl was sewing clothes in her room, and now came out to the living room because of the noise. But then she saw Yan and all her complaints disappeared, and Kim Yoo-jin suggested that he stay as long as he needed to. The champion decided to continue the investigation and asked Lee Ho if the guy he was fighting with was the hero's target. He did not answer and asked why Kang Chol himself had fought. He muttered that he simply did not like the boss, but in reality, he was thinking about Da-jun. Mu, on the other hand, was pleased with the meeting with the boss, reflecting on how he felt alive again after a long time. And not just alive, but able to stand up to an opponent with a huge difference in weight and physical abilities. It took him a long time to figure out how to overcome this, and finding a solution was very satisfying. Lee Ho said that with his current body, it was difficult to deal with such enemies. Kang Chol confirmed that his endurance was clearly insufficient and suggested that he train in his gym. Our hero folded his arms across his chest and asked if it was possible not to focus solely on punching with his fists, as he needed other types of training. The guy continued that he needed something more varied, more intense and strenuous, and Kim Yoo-jin blushed for some reason. Mu continued to try to articulate his needs, while Yun-yun read something on his phone screen. When the desired result was found, the dragon brought the gadget to the gentleman in his teeth and offered to take a look. There was something strange on the screen. A red-haired, brown-eyed girl in a robe was winking at someone invisible. Then she delivered a direct blow to the solar plexus so quickly that it was impossible to follow what was happening. The opponent lay on the ground and could not get up. A voiceover announced that the challenge had failed, but the Lord of the Earth did not understand what that meant. The 13th was declared the winner. Then it was announced that any schoolchild could compete in the arena and win 1 million won. Kang Chol and Mu looked closely at the screen, and the boxer read that the fight took place every Saturday at 7 p.m. in Seep Park. Looking closer, they suddenly realized that the defeated participant, Godori, named Kim Jong-gu, was lying on the ground. Lee Ho asked if this was really the person they had recently talked about and received an affirmative answer. Our hero turned off his phone and smiled happily, announcing that he had already decided on his goal. First, he would defeat Yang Cho, and then all the other Godori, and he would do it in the next couple of days. In the Divine Abode, events were also developing in a rather interesting way. Unlike on Earth, both mana and magic, including dark magic, were available there. The mana needles that Lucifer used sometimes appeared randomly when the Demon King flew into a rage, and this was one such occasion. Most of the Divine Kingdom trembled at the wrath of the second most important and powerful of the gods. But the domain of Mu, the god of Earth, suffered the most, now left without proper protection. Lucifer hated him so much that he flew to this part of the world of the gods in the hope of getting even and taking revenge on his old enemy. But it did not work out. He tried many times to break through the protective barrier of the planet Earth, but in vain. Nothing worked. The celestial body under Mu's control remained untouched. This territory was inviolable to outside interference. Lucifer was ready to cry with frustration, but his status did not allow the villain to stoop so low and show emotions of weakness. He remembered how easily Mu had broken through the protective barrier of the planet Elmore to send Lee Ho there, wondering why everything came so easily to this scoundrel. Lucifer growled with rage, wanting to be as powerful as the Lord of Earth, but that was out of the question for now. Yang Cho felt the same rage towards our hero, or rather, the collective image of Ilhime. Even his facial expression was the same. The criminal constantly remembered how he had been beaten, how he had failed to deal with his enemy and everything else, and was ready to howl with frustration. He went into a public toilet cubicle and decided to take out his anger on the doors, working them over thoroughly with his fists. Outside, he had an appointment with the bicycle thief, and he needed to shake some money out of him. The young man didn't have any money, but he handed his boss the wallet that Da-jun had lost. Yang Cho calmed down a little and immediately began to shake out all the contents of the wallet. But there wasn't much in it. A few coins fell to the ground with a loud clink, and there were no bills at all. The gangster was clearly disappointed. He muttered that kids these days were poor, and at this rate, he would soon not even have enough money for cigarettes. Suddenly, Lee Da-jun's student ID fell out of the wallet, which was a slightly more interesting find. Yang Chong looked closely at the document and frowned, unable to understand how he could benefit from this find. Suddenly, the thief boss had an idea and smiled. It seemed that this ID card could indeed be useful. The next day, Mu and Yon went to the park where the arena was located. They walked along the fence, trying to figure out if they had mapped out the route correctly. The class president had drawn the map, and it took the dragon a lot of effort to figure out what was what, so the heroes got a little lost. They had to walk to a small alley and then turn right. Mu was checking the map on his phone and didn't notice an athlete running towards them with a dog. Yong was suffering from flatulence and commented on the route with short breaks, apologizing each time. The jogger's pet immediately smelled the scent, and they had almost passed Lee Ho, but something went wrong. The animal stopped. Its eyes began to squint a little, because it had never encountered such a smell before. It was not earthly. At first, the dog was confused, but soon it bared its teeth and stared wide-eyed. It was definitely feeling anger and the desire to attack the unfamiliar creature, but it didn't dare to do so yet. It took only a second to think, and then the chihuahua suddenly jumped up and sank its teeth into the cloth backpack in which the dragon was sitting. Our hero didn't even notice anything and continued on his way. The guy with the dog also moved on, but Yong had a hard time. He was almost crying and glaring at the dog while continuing to dictate the route to his master. At the same time, it was clear from the monster's face that he was burning with rage and wanted to take revenge on the chihuahua as soon as he could use magic again. A couple of minutes later, our heroes arrived at their destination. Ahead of them was a gazebo, in which the dark silhouettes of the boys were clearly visible. The red-haired girl who had won last time was registering future participants, most of whom were rejected. Mu approached the table. The beauty was surprised that he was wearing a school uniform on a Saturday, and asked him to introduce himself. At first, everything went smoothly. Then the redhead asked which school the hero was from, and the dragon suggested that he was from Bidelgi. When asked about his combat experience, the Lord of the Earth answered on his own. However, before that, he had to think about not showing off too much during the selection process, so the guy said that he did a little boxing. Then he decided to ask if that was enough to participate in the competition, because for some reason our hero was worried that he wouldn't pass. The girl replied that everything was fine, wrestling, boxing, street fighting, and everything like that, so he shouldn't worry. Then the guy decided to add a little more combat experience for good measure, and started counting how many opponents he had had over the past week. He named the number, and at first Mu wanted to say that he had about 3 million years of experience. But he was too shy to say it out loud. The guy next in line spat on the ground, deciding that some weakling had come to the competition. But the red-haired girl was optimistic. She smiled and told our hero that he was accepted. She held out her hand and said that he had to pay 50,000 won for an entrance ticket, which puzzled Li Ho a little. Fortunately, Kim Yoo-jin and Yun had taken care of this in advance, and the dragon silently handed the gentleman the required amount. More precisely, Mr. Mu's personal secretary had taken care of it by simply stealing the head teacher's pink wallet, which she was now searching for throughout the apartment. While the cashier was counting the bills, Yun tried to find a little more money in his wallet, but there wasn't any. The pretty girl counted 44,000 won. Then the dragon handed over another bill, bringing the total to 46,000 won. The redhead smiled and said that it would be acceptable for him to proceed. Li Ho took a step forward. Now he had a clear path to the arena, where he could earn money doing what he loved, fighting. He needed to look around to figure out the best place to stand and who might be a worthy opponent. The first person Mu noticed was a man in a green cap and hoodie standing at a distance, his face hidden in shadow. The size and density of his muscles impressed the god. This fighter was clearly very well trained, but something about his figure was not right. Our hero thought that this could well be the guy he saw yesterday, one of the Godori. Suddenly, Li Ho's attention was drawn to the red nail polish on his fingers, and he was a little surprised by such a distinctive feature. The red-haired girl announced that the fight was about to begin, with only a few minutes left, so she hurried to introduce the champion to everyone. This person had been the champion for 13 weeks, and no one had been able to defeat him. But the most surprising thing was that it was a girl with the nickname Whistler. Mu decided that this was his chance, and that it would be sacrilegious to miss such an opportunity, so he headed forward. The red-haired administrator was broadcasting and immediately turned around when she saw the guy approaching with his fists raised on the screen. She announced that the fight would begin when both sides agreed to fight. Li Ho smiled broadly. He was absolutely ready. Not only that, but the Lord of the Earth decided that in this case, there was no need to wait for the first strike and stepped even closer. But then the administrator blocked his way with her hand and asked him to wait, saying that there were certain rules and the champion had to agree to them. The girl's face was surprised and a little alarmed, and she asked what the young man was doing. She asked if he hadn't watched the broadcast and didn't know what to do. A piece of paper appeared in front of our hero. It outlined the format of the tournament and indicated the winner's prize of 1 million won. The names of the participants were listed on the diagram. The redhead immediately crossed out 3 of them with a red X, explaining that only the 4th fight would be held now. The runner with the dog, whom we already knew, came out to meet the guy. He was recognizable by his distinctive hairstyle, a pigtail. Li Ho was announced as a self-proclaimed fighter who had been fighting for 3 million years, and that's how he was recorded. Fighter for 3 million years. His opponent was a Chinese kung fu martial arts master, and the audience immediately began to cheer him on. People began to place bets. There was no favorite. The amounts on both fighters were not too large. Yang could not wait for the master to show himself in battle. The dragon thought that the Lord of the Earth would undoubtedly defeat the Chinese man, but then he was distracted by loud barking. The disgusting chihuahua smelled a familiar scent and began to growl at the green monster, deafening everyone with its loud growls and squeals. This animal was so aggressive that it seemed incredible how so much malice could fit into such a small body. Yang instantly remembered the recent attack and his promise to take revenge on this vile creature. He jumped out of the backpack, flying right over the heads of the crowd of schoolchildren, intending to deal with the enemy. The dragon landed on the pavement near his master, directly opposite the Chihuahua, looking extremely aggressive. Mu was a little surprised by this behavior, and the god asked the dragon what had happened and why he was there. The monster did not answer. His eyes filled with blood. He only hissed at the dog to come out and fight. For some reason, the dog began to shake its head frantically, as if trying to get rid of annoying insects, but in fact it was shaking off its collar and leash. A second later, the Chihuahua had already jumped forward and stopped at his master's feet, ready to fight. The Chinese man did not expect this, and asked why Cerberus had run up and how he had managed to break free from his leash. Everyone around shouted that this was madness, but the red-haired manager suddenly realized that a fight between pets would be amazing content. She immediately announced loudly that there would be a double fight, with the fighters and their pets facing off. The fighter, who has been fighting for 3 million years, is declared the opponent of the Chinese martial arts master, the first pair. Yang will face Cerberus in the second match, which is sure to surprise everyone present. The audience immediately began to discuss what kind of green beast this was, resembling a lizard with horns and wings. The red-haired girl put her hand forward and announced to the camera that she was declaring the start of this double match. The Chinese man struck his fist against his palm and told Mu that he practiced a martial art that mimicked the movements of animals. He waved his arm like a paw and said that it was almost impossible for a human to defeat a wild predator, saying that it was dangerous, so his opponent should be careful. The young man rushed into the attack. Our hero stood still, trying to digest what he had heard and use it to his advantage, while his opponent glided towards him. The Chinese man continued to comment on his actions, saying that he would start with the tiger technique, designed to distract the enemy with its soft and smooth movements. Before he could finish saying that he would then deliver a powerful blow, the martial arts master received a punch right in the solar plexus. He screamed in pain so loudly that he almost deafened Li Ho, who was standing nearby and preparing a new strike. Less than a second later, our hero was already watching his opponent lying on the ground, no longer wanting to attack him. He said that even though the Chinese man imitated animals, he was still human, nothing special. The martial arts master got up, thinking that they had barely exchanged blows, but he already sensed something was wrong. The guy approached the wall, which looked completely unreal in the park. It seemed as if it was drizzling rain from above, but it was probably just an illusion. The Chinese man sighed regretfully, realizing that he seemed to have no other choice in the circumstances, and turned to the master. Sensei mentally replied to his student that it was very dangerous for people, and he would not recommend using this technique. The fighter repeated once more that he had no choice and began to make strange rotational movements with his hands. Then he pressed one of them against a stone, and a faint glow appeared from under his palm. It seemed that the audience was in for an interesting spectacle and an unusual reception. Suddenly the bones cracked. The human palm took on the appearance of some kind of beast's paw, and cracks appeared in the stones. The Lord of the Earth watched what was happening with obvious curiosity, interested in what would come of it all. Meanwhile, Yan was completely focused on his opponent, making threatening sounds and preparing to attack. He thought about how he was used to using magic, so he wasn't very strong in hand-to-hand combat. Meanwhile, the dog began to glow, as did its owner's palm. The next second, the Chihuahua jumped up on all 4 paws and rushed forward, spraying saliva in all directions. The animal looked completely insane, its eyes bulging out of their sockets and seemingly rotating 360 degrees. Then the dog shook strangely, and everyone had the impression that its head had become disoriented, like a real Cerberus. Then its body fell apart, and the red-haired girl loudly announced this to everyone present and the viewers. While the host was shouting that it was a ninja dog, the Chinese man announced that it was the notorious Chihuahua technique, and the dragon panicked slightly. Cerberus persistently tried to bite Yang, while the monster tried to figure out which of his heads was real, apparently the central one. He decided that he would not be mistaken if he tried and struck with his paw, and the dog abruptly returned to its normal appearance. This did not prevent it from clinging to the dragon's neck, and the first attack was immediately followed by a series of bites. Yang managed to roll on the ground and shake off the Chihuahua, with the host actively commenting on all the pet's actions. The dog took up an attacking stance again and growled viciously, clearly not considering its opponent a serious threat. Meanwhile, its owner activated the 4-legged mode of his beast technique and growled, still emitting a faint glow. Then he made a barely noticeable forward movement, as if a predator were sneaking up on its prey. This was followed by a strong kick, and the Chinese man leaped toward our hero. The gathered guys began to laugh, making jokes about the fighter on all 4s. Only his master remained calm, although excitement was evident in his eyes. Li Ho continued to stand and wait for his opponent to reveal the essence of his attack so that he could counter it. Like a tiger's paw, the martial arts master's hand darted toward Mu, looking a little ridiculous. Even stranger was that the paw pressed against the young man's face with soft pads, not claws. A moment later, everything changed, and our hero's head was adorned with several long scratches. He grabbed his face, and the beast man jumped back to assess the result of his attack. Mu thought that if it had been a real tiger's paw instead of a human hand, the consequences could have been much more serious. The god realized that he would already be dead, but fortunately, the martial art only imitated the habits of the beast and could not endow the guy with its strength. Meanwhile, the Chinese man had already crouched down to the ground to launch another attack on the Lord of the Earth, looking ridiculous. But the attack itself was quite effective. The fighter really managed to make his muscles work like those of a feline. This did not escape the attention of our hero. Although he had repelled the attack, he now stood confused, not knowing what to do next. He couldn't decide how best to attack himself, and he couldn't predict his opponent's next moves. But Mu knew exactly what he wanted. He wanted to fight, so it was time to act, and a smile lit up the guy's face. He was slightly distracted by the Chihuahua's barking, and immediately understood what to do and how to counter the Chinese man. He just needed to think of his opponent as a four-legged creature, like his pet, and then he would be able to predict his attack. Yang and Cerberus rushed at each other and tangled together, while Li Ho prepared to fend off another attack from the martial arts master. The latter was already rushing towards the young man, as before, on all fours. Suddenly, the Lord of the Earth abruptly dropped to one knee, lowering himself lower than his opponent expected to strike. He decided to use the sudden expansion of his powerful leg muscles to jump out at the last moment. Just as the Chinese man made his final leap, which was supposed to end with a blow, our hero soared high into the air. The attack failed. Mu simply hovered over the fighter, leaving him somewhat confused, with his paw hand raised. At that moment, the god regrouped to descend on his enemy with his feet down, and the commentator even stopped talking for a moment and just filmed. It seemed as if time had frozen, and the martial arts master even managed to look up and curse when he saw Mu. Immediately after that, both of the young man's legs landed right on top of his head, and there was a crunch of bones and a clatter of teeth. The guy collapsed and sprawled on the ground, with Li Ho's second leg standing right on his back, pressing down with the weight of his entire body. The Lord of the Earth smiled and said that the weakness of four-legged creatures was the sky, and that he had understood this very well during his long life. The hero made a few more movements with his knees to finally deprive the Chinese man of the opportunity to continue the fight. Apparently, only his pigtail survived. The battle was over and the spectators cheered with delight. The ending was truly unpredictable and spectacular. Mu glanced to the side, concerned about Yan's fate. He needed to make sure that his personal secretary was all right. He was lying on the ground and not moving, but the dog ran towards its owner, barking viciously at Li Ho. Mu looked at Cerberus. Cerberus looked in all directions at once, but clearly did not wish our hero well. Suddenly, the dog jumped on his back. The Chihuahua's technique was based on the contrast between strong and weak, as if the owner and pet had switched places. The administrator announced that the martial arts master from China and Cerberus had suffered a complete defeat, and the warrior who had been fighting for 3 million years was declared the winner. The god looked at the ear and pigtail of his defeated opponent and licked his lips, fighting the urge to leave his trademark mark on him. Someone in the audience immediately started Googling how much it costs to keep a lizard, and Yang shouted that it was forbidden, regretting that he couldn't use magic. The fight organizer crossed the Chinese fighter off the list with a red X, and it was time to move on. The sixth match was to determine the second finalist, who would face the 13-time champion. Mu was curious. Then the redhead announced that he, a fighter who had been fighting for 3 million years, would participate in the match, and everyone applauded. He was to face a boxer named Bronze in the world. But a diamond in boxing, such a nickname was a little intriguing. But the diamond legacy of boxing turned out to be Quan Chol. The blonde clenched his teeth. He had one fight and one defeat to his credit, but he did not expect to meet Li Ho here. Our hero was also surprised, saying that the bandage on his ear might interfere with the fight a little. But the joke was really mean. He smiled and said that here they were, meeting again. But the boxer felt no joy at all about it. The guy remembered the previous fight and was now ready to cry, sweat running down his face from the tension. Quan Chol thought that he would not allow himself to weaken his defense like last time, so there was a chance of victory. Mu decided roughly the same thing, and was encouraged. The red-haired girl announced the names of the participants once again, adding that everyone was eager to find out who would face the champion, and the signal for the start of the fight sounded. Our hero raised his hand to strike, smiling that trademark smile that so frightened his opponents. Quan Chol also swung his arm and rushed forward with a shout that this time victory would definitely be his. Their fists met with such force that the spectators thought they saw sparks flying in all directions. Mu's arm immediately made itself felt, waves of pain rushing through his nerve endings at breakneck speed. He recoiled with a cry. Now he had to strike with anything but that fist, which was not a very encouraging start. Quan Chol was pleased, explaining that he was wearing a cast because of our hero, so he got what he deserved. Li Ho stood holding his arm, trying to fight the pain, but so far without much success. He needed to calm down. The fact was that the god was once again experiencing overwhelming joy, feeling that he was alive again and could feel something like this. The blonde did not expect to amuse his opponent so much, deciding that he was completely crazy. The guy took a step back. He realized that his opponent was dangerous, so he decided to act cautiously and remain calm. Then there should be no particular problems. The boxer decided to throw a combination of punches to the head and body to distract Li Ho, and then suddenly kick him, because his opponent thinks he's a clean boxer and doesn't expect anything like that. The only mistake was that Mu did not know the rules of boxing, so he was ready for anything, contrary to Quan Chol's logic. The boxer jumped up and prepared his knee to strike immediately after the combination of hooks was announced. Li Ho instantly struck his leg with a fist, immediately guessing his opponent's intentions. In addition, our hero remembered how Kang Chol had used a similar trick against him, and the move seemed very successful to him. Now the blonde was in that very position, spinning around and shaking with pain, his face literally stunned. Without waiting for Quan Chol to stop, Li Ho punched him again, but the boxer softened the blow with his hand. This was also a move that the Lord of the Earth had picked up from his new friend. It seemed that he was constantly learning. Our hero's opponent collapsed and showed no signs of life. The last blow simply knocked him off his feet. It was a perfect opportunity to remind him of Mu's signature move, and he took advantage of it immediately. The audience was horrified by what they saw. No one expected the young man to do something like that. Well, the final battle was approaching, and now it was known who was destined to fight the 13-time champion. The administrator introduced the warrior who had been fighting for 3 million years, noting that he had only had 2 fights so far, but what incredible ones they had been. Mu was extremely pleased and literally trembling with excitement. 3 fights in one day was something incredible. The signal was given to start the fight, and the guy immediately rushed into the attack, eager to fight as soon as possible. The champion did not allow him to get close, delivering an incredible kick with his long leg. It was a so-called crescent kick, and Mu was very impressed that it could be performed so quickly without moving from the spot. The guy then delivered a whole series of blows, but none of them reached their target, as the girl dodged and responded with kicks. It soon became clear that it was not so easy to get to her, as Whistle's reactions were swift and her movements were honed to perfection. The Lord of the Earth did not expect it to be easy to defeat Godori, but now he was specifically disappointed. First of all, he was disappointed that he couldn't fight properly because he couldn't land a single normal blow. This made him sob with frustration. There was no situation more offensive to Mu, because he craved battle. Seeing his sorrowful expression, the beauty asked what was wrong with the little one. She wanted to tease him, but it didn't quite work out. The Lord of the Earth decided to change tactics, but did not reveal this, pretending that he was going to strike again with his fist. As expected, his opponent did not let him get close to her, delivering a second crescent kick without even straining, keeping her hands in her pockets. Li Ho flew backward, and it seemed that this would be the end of it. No one suspected that the god had a military trick up his sleeve. As he fell, he suddenly kicked out with his leg and hit the girl right in the face with such force that her cap flew off her head. It was the first time that a headdress had left its intended place during a fight, and Whistle was taken aback. But not enough to show her emotions in public. She continued to stand as if rooted to the spot and looked contemptuously at our hero. Mu assessed his opponent's parameters and thought that she was not very suitable for him as a battle partner, as the difference in height and leg length made her unreachable. Svistok wasn't going to give up the fight so easily. She prepared to attack in order to avenge her beloved cap. Once again, the girl decided to attack with her strong and beautiful legs, this time with a jump. The blow was so powerful that Li Ho flew backward like a sack of potatoes. He was clearly in a different weight class. As soon as the guy got up, the beauty repeated the previous attack almost exactly, and the result was the same. Before the sneaker greeted his face again, the Lord of the Earth made an interesting observation. Godori always attacked him from above, albeit very strongly and swiftly, but each time in exactly the same way. If she preferred to strike from above, in mid-air, he needed to find a way to get out of her range and become unreachable. The whistle landed on the ground after another combination of kicks, and this time she suspected something was wrong because her opponent suddenly started smiling. Then, completely unexpectedly, our hero assumed the posture of a 4-legged beast and began to gradually creep up on her. The audience began to shout that he was repeating the technique of a Chinese martial arts master, which was silly, but he didn't think so at all. He needed to close the distance and get closer for the strike, and this method worked perfectly. The girl froze in surprise and reflexively leaned back a little, not knowing how to react to this. She decided to use a sweep, but her leg literally froze in the air when she realized that her opponent was laughing. The blow flew over Lee Ho's head, who managed to duck down to the ground in time and avoid damage. The next one also slipped past the guy's head, but it wasn't very comfortable for him to dodge on all fours. Sviestka muttered that she wasn't used to attacking from below, but there's a first time for everything. She wanted to kick Lee Ho, but he just crouched even lower. The stands roared, and the Chinese man was beside himself with anger and surprise. The martial arts master watched what was happening, and couldn't believe that the stranger had so easily replicated a technique that had taken him 5 years to learn. Our hero managed to dodge all of his opponent's blows, and the crowd began to murmur that the four-legged technique wasn't so bad. The Chinese man and his master pretended not to hear anything. But in reality, the sensei was incredibly proud that his martial art could be so successful in practice. The beauty's next blow cut through the air again and again, completely missed Mu, who quickly slipped under her foot. He moved in a circle, pressing himself to the ground. Whistle was already quite tired of attacking empty space. Her opponent reminded her of a cockroach. Since it is customary to fight insects with a slipper, the girl decided that she simply had to crush Lee Ho with her foot. She spun her signature kick again, trying to figure out where our hero would be in the next second. Because the beauty was spinning around, her cap flew off her head again, distracting Godori. It seemed that the headgear had a special meaning for her, because when it was not in place, the girl began to get nervous. Now she was following the baseball cap with her eyes and missed Lee Ho's kick, who was not losing his concentration for a second. He already had experience imitating the style of a beast, and had learned a special strike called the Giant's Fist, which he had learned from a demon. It was this incredible strike that completely changed the course of the battle between the Lord of the Earth and the Whistle. The fact is that Mu was originally from Earth, but after becoming a god, he never stayed on the planet for long. 3,000 years before becoming the Lord of Earth, he moved to the planet where Lucifer sent him. Naturally, our hero ended up there against his will, but the experience turned out to be interesting, with mana and monsters everywhere. Physical strength alone was not enough to defeat such monsters, and magic was not always sufficient. Mu hunted these evolved animals, coming up with new ways to do so. So it's no surprise that his strength grew rapidly. This continued until the god encountered the strongest of all monsters, the giant Colossus. He was not only huge, but also very strong, ferocious, and endowed with magical properties. It was the giant who taught our hero the techniques called Invisible Authority and Giant's Authority. Now Mu had the opportunity to use them on a girl who surpassed him in physical strength. He had to rebuild his muscles to imitate that creature as accurately as possible, and the Lord of the Earth coped with this task perfectly. The blow was so fast and powerful that Whistle did not have time to dodge or block it. She flew 10 meters to the side, still not fully understanding what had happened and how such a thing was even possible. The 13-time champion's flight ended right in the middle of the crowd, and the spectators barely had time to jump out of the way. The girl lifted herself up slightly, holding her head, even her steel muscles unable to withstand such a powerful attack. But the worst thing for her was that her opponent was already there, raising his hands for the final blow. Mu had also seen this move from the giant, and now intended to reproduce it with millimeter precision. The commentator showed a close-up of our hero's signature smile, which struck fear into all his opponents. The redhead announced that the fighter had been disqualified for stepping outside the ring, so the match was declared over. The 13-time champion was disqualified for stepping outside the ring, so the victory was awarded to the warrior who had fought for 3 million years. The ending was so unexpected that all the spectators began to protest. They were very disappointed. The redhead said goodbye to the audience, saying that was all for today, and they would see each other again next week. When the camera turned off, the girl abruptly stopped smiling and ordered Lee Ho to follow her to get his money. They left the park and headed down a long and deserted alley, and our hero felt a little uneasy. Without turning around, the redhead clarified that she had promised to give him 1,000,000 won for his victory, which also sounded strange. She added that in fact the guy's victory only gave him the right to participate in the final, nothing more. Mu frowned. The girl explained that in order to get the money, he would have to defeat one more opponent, and now the young man cheered up. Quite unexpectedly, the girl made a sharp turn and looked up at the Lord of the Earth with a malicious look. The next moment she was already flying at him, putting her small but sharp knee forward. Lee Ho yelled in pain and surprise. He hadn't expected this fragile redhead to know how to fight, and so well, that our hero fell flat on his back and realized that she was his last opponent. Godori's leader, Kim Chung-gu, for greater effect, the girl struck a coquettish pose, as if hinting that appearances can be deceiving. The guy lay on the ground, clutching his chest. He knew that this would happen. From the movement of the girl's muscles, he immediately guessed that an ambush was being prepared, but he still let himself be hit. He had expected a preemptive strike so that he could enjoy a fight, but this time it seemed wiser to dodge. The blow proved fatal, and Lee Homu's body could no longer fight. Godori's pink shoes began to recede into the alley. Around the corner, the 13-time champion was waiting for her, seemingly aware of everything that was happening. The girl apologized for her boss having to finish the job for her. They had almost lost $1 million. The redhead replied that it didn't matter, because the situation had been resolved in their favor anyway, so it was time to leave. Our hero crawled after them, muttering not to leave so quickly that he could still fight, but in reality, that wasn't the case. Mu slowly moved forward, urging Yan Yan to quickly get the healing ball, but the dragon was nowhere to be found. It had been stolen by his classmate Lee Ho, on whom Mu had left his trademark mark. The guy was rushing home, clutching Kim Yoo-jin's backpack, in which Yan Yan was traveling. The monster sat inside and thought only about how everything had turned against him, and what to do now. And the bully was also thinking about it. It all started with a gaming site that Kwang Chul showed him. The blonde guy assured him that it was cool and safe. Pretty soon, the guy got hooked on the game and became completely addicted to it, never letting go of his phone for a moment. He just wanted to have some fun, but very quickly got caught up in the money and lost 5 million won from his mother's account. Now the hooligan was going to take out a loan, and he needed something valuable as collateral. So the guy decided that a rare animal would do just fine. He came to the office and placed a backpack in front of the clerk, from which came a vicious snorting sound. Then the fabric trembled and began to move across the table, and the bank employee asked what it was. Lee Ho's classmate unwrapped the bundle, revealing Yon Yon, who was tied up with a belt and struggling to free himself. The hooligan showed the employee an article on his phone and explained that this was a gadaria, an endangered species found only in New Zealand. The young man showed the photo again and said that the resemblance was striking, and that the horns and wings were due to an unusual mutation. He began to shout that if a collector could be found, the animal could fetch a huge amount of money. The organization's employee shook his head, but the young man did not back down, promising profits in the hundreds of millions of won. He didn't even notice when another person entered the room, wearing dark glasses and a purple hoodie, apparently for camouflage. Lee Ho's classmate was offered only 1 million won for Yon Yon, and he took the money but looked clearly disappointed. The young man headed for the exit, telling his friend waiting outside that even this money would do, because he could win it back. The guy immediately took out his phone and logged into the game, reassuring himself that he was doing a real man's deed. The person he told about his plans headed for the entrance to this shady establishment, apparently having been there before. Lee Daijun's student ID card, which had recently fallen out of her wallet into the hands of the gangsters, lay on the table. The guy explained to the organization's employee that he wanted to use the document as collateral, which was somewhat naive. The employee narrowed his eyes and asked him to take off his hood. His hairstyle did match the photo, but his face was not very similar. The man said that the girl had photoshopped the photo well, but in real life she looked worse. The price for a personal ID card was 500,000, and taking into account the advance payment, she had to pay 450,000. The deal was done, and the girl practically ran out of the room, clearly very nervous. Yang Cho was waiting for her at the exit, and she was unable to slip past unnoticed. The gangster was clearly annoyed. He was interested in only one thing: whether she had managed to pass herself off as Haejun's sister. The answer was yes, and the money was received. He smiled as he showed the envelope. It seemed that the document had been useful after all. The guy who pretended to be a girl said he was afraid. He had never had to pretend to be a schoolgirl before. But the boss said it didn't matter. The main thing was the money. Judging by the number of visitors in the last half hour alone, this gangster office, posing as an unofficial bank, was thriving. The man in the purple hoodie sat down casually in a chair and twirled Daejun's ID on his finger like a magician. The employee said that, judging by all appearances, the client would not be able to pay back the money, and asked if this would cause any problems. The man shook his head, saying that it didn't matter. He threw the plastic card like a throwing knife. This man clearly had something in common with the circus. The document stuck into the wooden boards as if it were really made of good steel rather than plastic, so strong was the throw. But the worst thing was that Yon Yon was tied to these boards, and it was he who served as the target for the swindler. The next morning at the school where Lee Ho studied, there was a real commotion and panic, with the window panes shaking from the shouting. It was Kim Yoo-jin who found out that Yon Yon was missing, and she couldn't hold back her emotions, which scared half the class. Mu came to the conclusion that the dragon was definitely not with her, and tried to tell her what had happened yesterday in the arena, but the class president did not listen. She just screamed curses. Shouting that he couldn't have gone far, she began running around the classroom, opening all the cabinets, looking under the desks, and banging on everything she touched. Finally, the girl rushed out the door, constantly shouting the dragon's name, and ran down the hallway. Mu watched her silently and thoughtfully. The classmate who had stolen the pet pretended he had nothing to do with it, but he was clearly nervous. Soon, there was the sound of footsteps and sobbing behind the doors. the sounds getting closer, everyone frozen in anticipation. It was Kim Yoo-jin again, who threw open the doors and began calling for the Earth Lord's secretary again. She was in despair. She searched her office again, then the offices of all the other classes, paying no attention to anything else. Even Kang Chul was surprised at how brave this fragile girl was. It seemed that no force could stop her. The only problem was that classes had already begun, which meant that the teachers would not tolerate such behavior. Lee Ho was sitting at his desk when the classroom door opened again and two dark figures appeared. The homeroom teacher literally dragged Kim Yoo-jin into their classroom by the collar, saying that she had no business wandering around the school like a lunatic. The girl was forced to sit down at her desk, but it was clear that she was unable to control her emotions. She told Lee Ho that she had searched every classroom in the school, but Yan was nowhere to be found. Our hero replied that this was understandable, because he had not disappeared here. But yesterday, at the arena, he had shown the headmaster a map of the route. The girl was indignant that she had only heard about this now, but she looked closely at this improvised map. Yongyeon drew it himself to make it easier for the gentleman to find the right place where the fights took place, Kim Yoo-jin herself suggested to him. The Lord of the Earth said that his pet had disappeared right there, and it was a pity that he hadn't explained it right away. The headmistress did not listen to his apologies. She grabbed the piece of paper and rushed to the door, her face very determined. The girl was in such a hurry that only her sneakers flashed in the corridor. The teacher did not even have time to say anything. Still, he didn't ignore the incident and tried to catch up with the head girl, urging her to stop. He showed surprising speed for his size, and soon pleased to let her go just this once could be heard from behind the door. The answer was no, and the homeroom teacher brought Kim Yoo-jin back to class, again carrying her by the collar like a toy. The girl sat down in her seat and closed her eyes in anger, ready to cry, but she held back for now. Moo looked at this pitiful sight and thought it was a real shame. He was deeply disappointed in his assistant and in the situation as a whole. The guy replayed the latest events in his head. First and foremost, the fights he had managed to get into. There were some very epic moments, but the most upsetting thing was that Moo didn't even manage to finish that fight in the arena. Well, the sudden attack by the red-haired Godori made him think hard about how strong his enemies were. Now the Lord of the Earth sat at his desk and regretted not finishing the job, his hands trembling with impatience. But the most pitiful thing was the condition of Lee Ho's frail body. His muscles were so overworked that they ached constantly. There was still so much to do. Our hero smiled. The prospect of defeating his opponents filled him with optimism. He decided that it was enough to heal himself with the sphere, and he could safely go into battle. Kim Yoo-jin continued to suffer because of Yeon. He had to stay in school until the end of classes, which was not an easy task. But in anticipation of the battle, Moo managed to hold out until evening. The class president immediately grabbed the young man by the arm and pulled him toward the exit. She had to save Yeon. The girl couldn't think about anything else. They rushed out of the classroom as if they had been scalded, which puzzled Kang Choryul, who was just coming down the stairs. The guy asked what was going on, remembering that Kim Yoo-jin had been quite agitated before. The schoolgirl stammered that it was serious, her pet was missing, and then Da-jun appeared and asked the boxer if he had seen her wallet. The class president tensed up a little, deciding that this was Kang Choryul's girlfriend, and even forgot about Yeon for a moment. Both of them made faces that made it perfectly clear that the assumption was wrong, and no further explanation was needed. Then Kim Yoo-jin apologized and said that she had lost her dragon, and maybe the guys could help her find it. Kang Chul asked if she was really talking about a dragon, as he was skeptical, but the head of the village nodded. Lee Ho began to explain that the dragon used to be huge, but now it had shrunk to about the size he was showing. Moo wanted to add that it had a healing sphere inside it, but decided that information was unnecessary, limiting himself to describing the color and shape of its back, which he used to ride on. The students ran down the steps together, while our hero thought only of how, once he got the dragon stone, he would be able to fight again. Realizing that none of his companions had waited for him, the Lord of the Earth was a little surprised, but it was for the best. The boy smiled broadly. Since the others had gone in search of it, he didn't have to worry about Yeon and could spend his free time training. Meanwhile, Yang Cho, like the bully from Lee Ho's class, was playing the same ruinous game that had already driven many into debt. The money was flowing away like water down a drain, and the thug was so angry that he was ready to smash his phone after every loss. The toilet door shook as the guy stamped his feet and begged the system to give him another chance to win back his losses. And the gangster got that chance because he banged his forehead on the plywood with a loud curse of joy. The next emotion was relief. It couldn't be that he had won such a huge amount of money, and a bump appeared on his forehead. For a while, the young man just sat and stared at the door. Then his mouth began to smile little by little. He placed his last coin and hit the jackpot. It seems that some people can be called lucky, but the main thing is not to forget to put on your pants. At the thought that he now had a fortune, Yang Cho broke into a happy smile. Now he couldn't just stop playing. The excitement was overwhelming. First, he had to pay off his debt before the interest accumulated, so the guy picked up his phone again. With a beaming smile, he tried to withdraw money to his card. It seemed that all his problems were now solved. The app had its own peculiarities, so the system asked him to wait until the transaction was complete. The time dragged on agonizingly, but nothing happened, and the young man began to get nervous in a way that was not childish. Soon, he was covered in sweat, with beads dripping down his tense, hunched back. He was unable to withdraw the money. 6 days after the search for Yunyun began, Mu met his homeroom teacher, who was surprised to see his student beaming, even though he had not been attending classes. Our hero had a dazzling smile on his face, so the teacher was even embarrassed to ask where he had been, but we know that God was training. All this time, the girls were trying hard to find his pet. First, they searched the entire school grounds and the place where the arena was located. Then they looked into the very alley where Li Ho had gone to get the million he had won, but only earned a knee to the stomach. Kang Chul also helped his friends. He printed and posted missing monster flyers, even in his own gym. It was all in vain. A few days later, Kim Yoo-jin and Lee Da-jun, completely exhausted, sat down on a bench in the park. The class president thanked her for her help. The high school student had spent a lot of time and skipped many classes, but she replied that she was happy to help and that she wasn't a nerd anyway. Kim Yoo-jin was very angry with Li Ho for not joining the search, because it was his pet. The girl said she was going to run to the store to buy some water and something tasty. They deserved a break. Da-jun agreed to wait. The high school student sat down on a bench and waved to her friend, not yet aware that a loan office employee was standing right behind her. The man was holding Da-jun's law school ID card in his hand. Apparently he was looking for her here. When Kim Yoo-jin returned from the store, her friend was not where she had left her, and the girl began to feel a little nervous. The bench was completely empty, as was the entire park. The class president stopped, confused, and began looking around, calling out for Da-jun. A few days ago after school, Mu decided to visit the park to ask about Yon, but instead found something more interesting to do. He met the homeroom teacher who taught physical education, and the man aroused the hero's keen interest. The boy began to feel his muscles from all sides. The Lord of the Earth had never seen such a physique before, and the teacher tensed slightly. Mu was so interested in the structure of muscle tissue that he even forgot to apologize for his behavior. Our hero poked the teacher in the chest with his finger and said that he had recently trained this muscle too vigorously, tearing his ligaments. The man was surprised. Li Ho praised his impressive muscle size with admiration, and the strong man broke into a smile, seemingly realizing that the kid understood something. The young man put his hands on his hips and happily announced that he would also take part in the training, and that this decision was not up for discussion. For a while, the homeroom teacher wondered whether to punish the student for such insolence, or to allow him to train with the others. He really liked the latter option. Just as Da-jun was waiting for her friend, the stranger showed her his ID, and the girl asked for it back. They went to the office to settle the matter of the papers and money, but the employee said he did not believe that the document belonged to Lee Da-jun. More precisely, he said that if it was hers, it had been left there to borrow money, and if she wanted it back, she would have to pay the interest and the entire loan amount. The beauty was outraged. She had never borrowed any money, especially in such an establishment and against the collateral of documents. Her screams and cries were interrupted by a loud crash as someone behind her slammed their fist on the table with all their might. The man in purple hissed through his teeth that she shouldn't play dumb, that she had taken the money and was now trying to fool them, and that it was starting to annoy him. Da-jun looked back at him in fear, and the blonde man also chimed in, saying that since he had the item, she must have the money. The girl realized that arguing was useless, and simply asked how much money was involved. It was clear that she was preparing for the worst. The employee announced that 500,000 won had been issued, but since the deadline had already passed, a 50,000 won penalty had been added. The schoolgirl smiled with relief and said that it wasn't that much, and she would pay it back within a week. The office employee threatened that if the girl did not keep her promise, she could be sure that they would find her. He pulled out a desk drawer and threw Da-jung's ID card into it with the other documents, throwing it very contemptuously. The man added that they knew her school and class, but the beauty asked only that they not lose the document, as she would return for it. Da-jun left without saying goodbye and slammed the door loudly, which clearly did not please the blackmailers. The blonde man cursed, noting that young people these days had terrible manners, and the guy with glasses snorted meaningfully. He asked who the employee was referring to, and when it turned out to be him, he raised his hands in fear and apologized to the young gentleman. The guy in purple asked if it was time to call his subordinate's uncle for a talk, and the latter began to beg fearfully not to call his boss, as the end of the working day was approaching. Soon evening came, the lights in the offices went out, even the snack bars closed. It was quite late. The blonde man left the office and locked the door. He had stayed late today because he was afraid to go home. The employees always left the key in a flower pot, and this day was no exception. Rules are rules. The guy walked down the hallway, exhausted and grumbling about how much he hated serving small fry like Purple. It was quite dark on the stairs, and the employee decided not to turn on the light as there was no one else in the building anyway. Dajun was hiding on the floor above. The girl peeked out to make sure the blonde guy was gone for good. She quietly crept down the hallway to the door, thinking that she would just take the ID card. Giving money to these scammers was pure madness. The schoolgirl tugged at the door handle, but it was locked, which for some reason Dajun hadn't thought about. A car drove by on the street, and its headlights illuminated the key in the pot, which glinted and caught the beauty's attention. A second later, Dajun had already unlocked the door and was preparing to go inside, feeling a little uneasy. The girl carefully opened the door and peeked inside. Fortunately, there was no one there. At that moment, someone was walking cautiously down the hallway. Their footsteps were heavy, so it was safe to assume that it was a man. Dajun slipped across the room to the desk, trying to move as quietly as possible. The ID was in a drawer that, by a lucky coincidence, was not locked. The job was done. Just as quietly, the girl headed back toward the door, when suddenly the cabinet she was walking past shook. A moment later, someone banged on it hard from the inside, and the high school student jumped in surprise. Dajun opened the doors and saw a cage inside with some small creature lying in it, which she couldn't make out clearly. It was Yon. He woke up and jumped up to the bars, shouting at the top of his voice for her to let him out. The girl screamed in fear and backed away, bumping into someone who was walking down the hallway and was now in the room. She looked back and froze. Seeing this man here was not the most pleasant moment of the day. It was Yang Cho, and he didn't notice Dajun either because he was heading for the very table she had already searched. The guy covered the schoolgirl's mouth with his hand so she wouldn't scream, and the beauty nodded that she wouldn't make a sound. The bandit explained with gestures that he had come here just to pick up the documents, so she shouldn't worry. He immediately recognized the girl whose wallet he had stolen, and remembered the photo on her ID, so he guessed that she was here to steal it. Young Cho said that she had obviously already taken her documents, and he wouldn't tell anyone if she let him take his in the same way. Dajun nodded again and removed the guy's hand from her mouth. Now they were both on the same side. A few minutes later, the heroine was walking down the corridor with Yon under her arm. He was surprisingly heavy. The schoolgirl remembered the posters they had put up, and thought that the dragon looked exactly like the picture. She recognized it immediately. Dajun descended the stairs, lamenting that these scoundrels did not shy away from taking pets away from their owners. She was upset and did not notice the camera under the ceiling. The next morning, Dajun called out to Kim Yoo-jin on her way to school, and she jumped in surprise. She didn't expect to see her friend, thinking that she had simply left to run her errands yesterday without waiting for her. The girl indignantly asked where the high schooler had been, and she was even a little worried when she didn't find her on the bench. Dajun apologized, saying she was not herself, but she had good news, and immediately unzipped her backpack. Yan jumped out, wanting to get some air, and when the class president saw her pet, she screamed with joy. The girl rushed to hug the dragon, saying that she had been very worried and had been looking for him everywhere for several days. While Kim Yoo-jin sobbed with happiness, the monster spotted his master and tried to slip out of her arms. In the end, he succeeded, and Yan made an incredible leap toward Mu. He landed on the guy's arm, but for some reason, the guy wasn't thrilled about it. His muscles were pierced by a very sharp pain, the result of long and exhausting training on exercise machines. So Lee-ho reflexively threw his pet away, and only then realized what he had done. Yan fell to the ground. Mu looked at the struggling dragon and was confused and surprised. He had to apologize for reacting that way. Immediately, the enraged headmistress appeared and shouted that it was unacceptable to behave this way with Yeon, the girl screaming at the top of her lungs. At that moment, someone was studying the footage from the surveillance camera, which contained quite a lot of interesting things, such as the kidnapping of the dragon. Every step Dajun took was reliably recorded by the recording device, but she herself was not yet aware of this. Yang Cho was also on the video, and he was even more worried than his unwitting accomplice. The young man ran away so fast that he almost fell on the steps, but fortunately, that did not happen. After watching the recording, the company employee paused and sighed loudly. Everything was crystal clear. The office had 2 missing ID cards and 2 people who had come to the office in the middle of the night. And on top of that, the rare lizard had disappeared. The blonde man asked what they were going to do. The guy in the purple jacket didn't answer, but just swung his arm and delivered several sharp blows, shouting that it was unacceptable to be so careless with the keys. Then he calmed down and suggested that the employee just forget about it, saying that the amount was small and the documents didn't matter. But the fact that someone had broken into the office could not be ignored. The young man's face became completely insane, and he hissed that it was damn outrageous. A soccer game was scheduled at the school that day, and the students were running around the field, practicing their skills. The bald guy was dribbling the ball and was about to pass it to someone on his team. He just had to decide who. Finally, he swung and kicked with all his might, deciding to break through the defense and score a goal. The ball spun with tremendous force, and it flew not just anywhere, but straight into the forehead of the Lord of the Earth, who didn't even think to dodge. The crunch was so loud that it could well have meant a broken skull, but Mu knew that nothing like that would happen to him. He was practically happy. Blood was flowing from his nose, but the first blow had been struck, and now the fight could begin. With a triumphant smile, our hero rushed towards the bald man who had thrown the ball at him, and the latter wondered why Lee Ho hadn't dodged. Instead of answering, the student received a punch right in the solar plexus and began to fall right on the field. His classmates shouted that Lee Ho was fighting again, and if he wasn't stopped, it could end very badly. He had gone completely mad. The coach was also outraged. He yelled that they were there for physical education and soccer, not a free-for-all fight, and that they should stop immediately. Mu ignored all the shouting and continued to work with his fist, his face literally glowing with delight. Meanwhile, Kim Yujin sat opposite Yeon, holding a cell phone in her hands. She placed the gadget in front of the dragon and explained that she used to use it, but now she couldn't make calls. But she had Wi-Fi and a messenger app. The head of the village asked her to keep the phone with her so that she could be contacted if help was needed. Yeon curiously took the phone in his paws and asked for more details on how to use it. Then the sounds of the game caught the monster's attention. He looked to the side and saw the very bully who had stolen it and handed it over to the gangsters. There could be no mistake. It was the very same person who had made Yeon suffer. Well, it was time to answer for his misdeeds. The dragon jumped down, intending to immediately begin his attack of great retribution, while his classmate Lee Ho was still unaware of anything. Only when he heard the sound of paws did he turn his head to the side, and his face instantly showed extreme fear, shouting that he was a kidnapper and should die immediately. Yeon clamped his teeth and paws onto the bully's head. Unfortunately, the monster's strength was still modest, and he did not inflict any serious wounds. The boy simply pulled him off his face, muttering that this was ridiculous behavior. But when his glasses returned to their rightful place, the schoolboy yelled, realizing that he had been attacked by some kind of crazy lizard. The coach scolded Mu for breaking the rules again and getting out of hand, saying that if this continued, they would have to forget about training together. Just as he said this, the bully flew past them, pursued by the dragon, and the schoolboy was so frightened that he almost crashed into the wall. As he fell, he looked at the Lord of the Earth and immediately realized that today was clearly not his day, and that a new wave of aggression was likely to come his way. Our hero looked at him and smiled, then clicked his teeth defiantly, as if confirming his fears. Shouting that it was time for gym class, Mu raised his fist to strike, deciding that his task was to return his unlucky classmate to class. The teacher did not wait for the blow to be delivered and simply grabbed our hero by the hair and pulled him toward him. In the evening, classes ended, the school slowly emptied, everyone went home, and the windows went dark. Tired school children walked towards the exit. Among them Lee Ho, with Kim Yoo-jin, Kang Chul, and Da-jun, the guys trying to stick together. The Lord of the Earth told his friend that he found physical education very fun, and it was a pity that it wasn't every day, but she objected that the guy didn't know what physical education was at all. Then the girl asked if they weren't going to train today, since the hero had promised to take Yeon. Kang Chul and Haejun Lee started talking on the phone at the same time, and the head of the household remembered that she had to teach her pet how to use the gadget. She told Mu that if they came to visit her, Yeon would master the device in a matter of minutes, and Dooley would be very happy. Da-jun and her friend walked by, chatting happily about something, occasionally bursting into joyful laughter and giggling. The boxer wanted to turn to them, but then there was a loud crack in his neck. It seemed he had been sleeping in an uncomfortable position, most likely during class. The head boy called Haejun and asked him to come to a certain address, saying he had something to discuss. The boy readily agreed. Quite unexpectedly, a large guy appeared in front of the school children, but they were too absorbed in their conversation to notice him. Only when it was impossible to go any further did Da-jun notice him, but she didn't seem upset. It was Yang Cho, who menacingly demanded the girl's student ID, rolling his eyes fiercely. The beauty was taken aback and began to sweat nervously. In a timid voice, she asked who he was. The young man, whose face showed signs of beating, yelled that they had both been caught on camera, so she should hand over her documents immediately. Da-jun stubbornly pretended not to understand what he was talking about, mainly because of her friend who was standing next to her. The thug began to get angry and yell that she had already been beaten, that she should remember what it was like to get hit in the neck and immediately hand over her documents and money. He grabbed the student by her backpack. The girl's brother was busy talking on the phone, but both he and Kang Chol became alert when they noticed what was happening. The thug tried to rip off the backpack along with the straps, and Da-jun screamed loudly for him to leave her alone. Haejun took the phone away from his ear, his eyes flashing with rage, as always when his sister was in danger. Ilhimi, who always stood up for the weak, also went into full combat mode. The boxer hated gangsters with all his heart. Both rushed forward, eager to beat up the scoundrel right here and now. Mu stood motionless, but he was also interested in the fight. His eyes showed a desire to join the fight immediately, but to do so, he had to get ahead of the others. The idea struck our hero like lightning, and he froze, calculating whether he would have time to carry out his plan. Yancho was unaware of the threat hanging over him and continued to snatch the senior girl's belongings from her hands, calling her a psychopath. Both defenders were already there, ready to join the battle, but the girls had to be protected. The guys swung simultaneously and struck with maximum force, but their fists and feet did not reach their target, as Lee Ho put his own hands in the way, preventing the thug from being hurt. With his signature smile, the guy declared that he would be the first to teach this bastard a lesson, and no one should even try to stop him. Kang Chul and Haijun looked at him apprehensively, because the Lord of the Earth had already used a recovery ball, and he posed a significant threat. Yang Cho was confused and asked what was going on here. He was ready to fight, but not ready for someone to prevent him from attacking. He called out to Iljime and Heejun by name, not believing that both of them had appeared so easily right in front of him, but Mu's face was puzzling. While the guys were trying to decide what to do, the bully simply threw Da Jun over his shoulder and prepared to run away from the school. Our hero panicked, the likelihood of a fight becoming less and less. The villain ran away. Both defenders rushed after him, ignoring everything Mu had told them. They had to act quickly. Now all three were chasing after Yang Cho, shouting at him to put the schoolgirl down and fight, each with their own motivation. The attacker was an excellent runner, and soon he turned a corner, leaving only the heel and head of the frightened beauty in sight. The pursuers also peeked around the corner one after another, but it was impossible to say why they didn't continue running. It was the backyard of some technical facility, and Yang Cho felt at home here, which was not the case for the school children. Kang Cho looked around, unable to understand why the criminal had stopped and what he was waiting for. The reason was obviously significant. Suddenly, it dawned on the guy that this was the same alley where he, in the guise of Ilhime, had fought an entire criminal gang. Yang Cho threw the girl to the ground, and she screamed loudly in pain and surprise. But the backpack was still on her shoulders. The bandit reached for the straps of his own backpack so it wouldn't get in the way of the fight, saying that this place was deserted and no one was ever here. All three guys lined up, each with a reason to fight. The bandit wanted the same thing. He even came up with nicknames for them. The backpack was taken off and thrown on the floor, which was a signal that the most interesting part was about to begin. The battle. Yancho took a defensive stance and whispered that he was asking for mercy, letting anyone who wanted to attack him do so. Mu smiled broadly and announced loudly that he himself was coming to him, and with great pleasure. Heejun intervened and asked our hero not to fool around and get in the way, but to step aside. If he hadn't blocked him last time, everything would have been over long ago, and Da Jun would have been saved, and it was unlikely that Lee Ho would be willing to take responsibility for her. The guy turned around and said that he didn't expect the beauty's brother to get so angry. Fine, let him fight Godori, and then him. Things turned out a little differently. Yang Cho put his hand on the young man's shoulder and reminded him that he had already come too close, so let him fight. Under the weight of his palm, the young man's shoulder cracked loudly. He felt a sharp pain and realized that he had once again misjudged his abilities. Still, Mu really wanted to fight, so he put on his signature smile and turned to face his opponent. The guy lunged with his arm, but the gangster easily dodged his blow, not forgetting to act. He swept his leg, and Lee Ho lost his balance and began to fall backward, which was not part of his plan at all. Yang Cho's next blow landed on Mu's head, followed by another one. It seemed as if the hero's skull was about to split in two. When the beating stopped, he continued to lie motionless, his eyes wide open in surprise, horror, and pain. At that moment, Heijun slipped past the burly man, taking advantage of the fact that he was trying to catch his breath. The guy called out to his sister and, making sure she was okay, ordered them to get out of there as soon as possible. The brother took Da-jun by the hand and pulled her along, explaining on the way that fighting was a useless activity, especially when it could be avoided. The young man remembered everything that had happened in his life because of his father, and had no desire to get into trouble again for no reason. Yang Cho glanced after the boys, feeling disappointed that the student ID card had not ended up where it should have. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Earth lay on his back and thought about how his training had not been in vain. This time, he had not suffered as much as he could have. He tensed his back muscles as much as possible, and then relaxed them sharply. In some incredible way, this push caused the hero to get to his feet. The guy was back in action, and intended to teach Yang Cho a lesson for not giving him the opportunity to attack properly. Kang Chol calmly asked if he needed help, but Mu just shook his head, saying he could handle it himself. Just as he said this, Yang Cho's huge hand reached for the Earth Lord's face, ready to crush it like a pancake. This time, the young man managed to react and parry the blow. He was as focused as possible, and wanted to test his new abilities. He was unable to counterattack, and the bandit simply grabbed Lee Ho by the wrist, trying to pull him closer. He pulled the hero toward him so hard that he lost his footing again and began to fall, wondering why everything was not going according to plan. The next second, the guy was lying on the pavement again, having hit it hard with his head and back. With his eyes wide open, Mu looked up at the sky and thought about how he hardly felt any pain in his back. His training sessions with his coach had paid off. In reality, this was not the case. It was just that the hero's backpack contained the soft Yon, who took all the damage, and the monster was barely alive. The enemy's boot landed squarely on Mu's head, preventing him from getting back on his feet. The god was not used to such treatment, but no one asked him. The blow was very strong and could have split anyone's skull in two. Fortunately, Lee Ho managed to jump out at the last moment and was now in a vertical position, leaning his hand on the ground. The dragon behind him groaned loudly, and his master shouted that the bully would pay for what he had done to Yon. He delivered a series of punches, each of which hit its target, as if the guy had taken a speed pill. Yang Cho tried to dodge and block, but he simply couldn't react to every attack in time. The thug fought back with all his might, trying to understand what was wrong with this crazy bastard, who was much stronger than he looked. In fact, it was simple. Mu loved fighting, and now he had a reason to avenge his personal secretary. Now the Lord of the Earth planned to throw himself forward, shouting that he was doing it for Yon. The bruiser roared about who this Yon was anyway. Our hero looked at his opponent and simply did not know how to approach him. He reminded him of a huge boulder wearing a cap. The brute's muscles were indeed as strong as stone, and Lee Ho decided to use a long-proven ancient technique. He used a giant's attack, intending to split this boulder, or rather, the man he saw in this role. After a stunning blow to the head, he followed up with a kick, trying to wear his opponent down as much as possible. The result was poor, and in order to avoid being attacked, the young man was forced to jump back. Kang Chol asked again if he needed help, and Mu replied again that he could handle it himself, although he was already beginning to doubt it. He simply handed his pet to the boxer and asked him to look after it and give it some water if necessary. The Lord of the Earth looked at Yang Cho and thought about how to defeat such a mass with his bare hands. And yet there was no rock in the world that could withstand the fists of a god, so the hero rushed into the attack again. He decided to start with the most vulnerable spots, so he crouched down a little, and the bandit was puzzled and did not move. When the young man got within arm's reach, the thug tried to grab him by the head again, but failed. The young man moved behind his enemy with lightning speed. Now he was much more agile. The first blow landed on the liver, the second under the knee, and they were so strong that the big guy cried out. He swung to respond in kind, but Lee Ho had no intention of staying put. He moved again. This time, he attacked Yang Cho's legs from below while he was looking around for his opponent. He could have continued like this indefinitely, but the big guy was already breathing heavily. His legs were shaking. He was pretty exhausted, and now he was just showering our hero with dirty curses. Suddenly, Yang Cho put his hand forward and ordered Ilchime to stop. It was a one-on-one fight, and the boxer had apparently run out of patience. Hearing another question about whether he needed help, Lee Ho confidently replied that no, he was satisfied with himself. He explained to Kang Cho Ryul that everything would be fine even if he didn't help, so he shouldn't worry so much. There was no need to be distracted by chatter, as Yang Cho's hands flew like lightning on both sides of our hero's head. The thug applied a chokehold, and now tried with all his might to bring what he had started to its logical conclusion. Saying that the rat was caught in a trap, the thug began to twist the young man's neck, squeezing it with his elbow. Lee Ho began to turn blue. He couldn't breathe. His blood stopped circulating normally, and Yang Cho solemnly declared that it was the end for him. Kang Chol watched what was happening with apprehension, realizing that the situation was extremely serious, and that he might not be able to intervene in time, even if he did so right now. The boxer thought Lee Ho was trying to say something. He could read something about help on his lips. There was no need to ask Ilji twice. He immediately rushed towards the criminal to save the guy. Noticing this, Mu made every effort and finally hissed clearly that help was not needed. The boxer froze in place, unable to believe his ears. It was obvious that the schoolboy would not be able to handle the situation on his own. The Lord of the Earth suddenly smiled and repeated once more that his friend should never try to help him in a fight, ever. And yet the bully continued to squeeze the boy's neck harder and harder. It seemed that his life was counting down by seconds. Mu felt his blood flow slowing down even more, which meant that very soon his brain would simply shut down. If nothing was done, consciousness would leave the hero. So he decided to use a technique honed over millennia. First, he had to tense his neck muscles. As if by magic, his body responded to his brain's command, and Yang Cho felt pressure on his hands. In the next second, a gap appeared and Mu was able to breathe normally. He smiled again, much more relaxed. The young man managed to slip his hands under the thug's steel grip, and now he had to use this advantage. To do this, the Lord of the Earth first tried to tense his arm muscles as much as possible, and then suddenly relaxed them to increase their volume. Everything went smoothly. At first, the thug was still able to maintain his grip around the young man's neck, but it was becoming increasingly difficult. Finally, his arms flew apart. Lee Ho landed 2 blows and slipped out of the vice-like grip. Both Kang Chol and Yang Cho were simply shocked, neither of them understanding what kind of trick the ordinary nerd had just pulled off. Glyba spoke first, hissing that the jerk was a complete psychopath, but he would still deal with him. Mu immediately realized that the stone had cracked, and now he needed a precise hit to break it completely. The main thing was to strike right in the center. The young man took the necessary stance and prepared his fist for the attack. The hero had been taught this technique by his class teacher. During training, he had taken the same stance and asked him to watch his every move carefully. The man explained that proper technique is the basis of all athletic achievement, so next time he should dress more comfortably. The teacher approached the rack and took the barbell off it, placing it on his shoulders, intending to demonstrate the exercise. He was very pleased and talked about the load on the legs and lower back, saying that the main thing in this matter was not to overdo it. The guy immediately headed for the rack. Lee Ho took the correct position and was about to repeat what the teacher had shown him, but the teacher panicked and said he needed to reduce the weight. When Mu lifted the barbell, his thigh muscles trembled with tension, but the guy still managed to complete 1 set. The coach shouted that it was too much, that he should stop immediately, as the consequences could be very serious. Looking at our hero's face, he realized that it was useless to ask him to stop. The Lord of the Earth was confident that he could handle it. Mu was a true master of muscle control. No, the word master does not fully convey the essence. He was a god. He had complete control over every muscle in his body, and knew how to control them together and separately. But most importantly, the Lord of the Earth knew how to redistribute muscle fibers from one part of the body to another. This gave him unmatched results, allowing him to deliver incredible blows with a single swing. Breaking a rock on the first try was not the most difficult of the tasks that the god set for himself in training. He could punch a tunnel through it with his fist, or, for example, move a mountain with a single blow of his fist. So now Lee Ho's body simply obeyed Mu's command, and his thigh muscles swelled, tripling in size. Now this forgotten technique worked better than any other method, and the guy began to perform the exercise, doing many repetitions, leaving his teacher in shock. Now our hero redistributed muscle fibers from one arm to the other, just as he was about to split the boulder, that is, Yang Cho. Noticing how the second sleeve of his shirt had deflated, Kang Chol again asked excitedly if everything was okay. Mu suddenly decided that he could use the boxer's technique of redistributing energy throughout the body. His punch was very powerful then, and if he combined these 2 techniques, the desired effect would be guaranteed. Well, it was time to act. Lee Ho, just like the boxer last time, began to swing his arm. The thug tried to block the blows, but he already knew that nothing good was in store for him now. And so it happened. The thug received a blow of incredible force. It seemed as if his opponent's fist was glowing with power. It was the Lord of the Earth, a true god, who gathered all the energy of his body and all the strength of his muscles to greet Yang Cho. The boulder was split and shattered into pieces, and the flash from the blow lit up everything around, as if there had been an explosion. The criminal lay on his back with his mouth open, looking as if he had been hit by a locomotive at full speed. Mu looked sadly at the work of his hands. He was genuinely sorry that the fight was over. He could have fought forever. However, there was still something pleasant left to do. He could leave his signature mark on his opponent. The guy didn't think twice, and did what he always did after a great battle. A worthy opponent was rewarded. One of Godori's birds separated from the flock. His card could be torn up, and Yang Cho was no longer a threat. Meanwhile, the Lee siblings moved to a safe distance and began to discuss what had happened. Hae-jun asked who this guy was who kept showing up around his sister, whether she knew him at all, or if he was a stranger. The girl sighed and began her story by saying that she didn't want to burden her brother with her problems. It all started on the day when someone tried to rob her. They ran away, but her wallet fell out and was picked up by this man. Then Tae-jun said that the thugs had pawned her ID for money, and she was trying to get it back. The office worker had no intention of returning the documents, and she was ready to despair. But then she came up with a way to solve the problem. In the evening, the sister slipped into the office and took her student ID from the desk drawer. There she ran into a thug who had come to the office for the same purpose, and he took his document. Hae-jun's face reddened with anger. His eyes flashed with fiery rage, and he roared in a voice that was not his own that this was completely unacceptable. The guy realized that his decision to run away was a mistake. It would not solve Da-jun's problems with the gangsters. He menacingly took out his phone and immediately called the village head, apologizing for not being able to come today. Hae-jun asked his sister to take him immediately to the place where they gave out cash loans at interest. The criminals had to be punished. The guy in purple collapsed on the sofa and informed the blonde guy that he intended to watch football in the office today. The doors flew open from the impact, and Da-jun's brother stood in the doorway. The employees yelled that he was some kind of psycho and told him to get lost. The young man in glasses cursed, but it was clear that he was terribly frightened and could barely restrain himself from jumping behind the sofa. Instead of a greeting, he got a punch in the face. After all, hiding would have been a much wiser decision than arguing. While his boss was being beaten, the blonde man frantically thought about what to do. The only sensible thing was to call security, because he would be next. Then the man began to laugh, watching as the stranger beat up the little bastard who had made him bleed. The stranger, covering himself with his hands from the blows, glared menacingly at his subordinate, and that look was enough to shut him up instantly. The blonde man immediately sprang into action and began calling for backup to remove the psychopath from the room. Several burly men came out into the corridor and strode towards the office door, looking very impressive. A moment later, both of them burst into the room and began to assess the situation. The guy in purple was clearly unwell. Heijin stopped pounding his fists and looked at the newcomers, a slight look of fear flashing across his face. The young man did not yet know that the blood of the monster he hated so much could turn him into a real killing machine. The little boy was the heir to demonic power, and now it was about to awaken again. The terrifying, devastating power of the demon was already here, and now there was no room left for fear in the young man's soul. While the employee explained the situation to the guards, Heijin had already decided that no one here would remain unharmed. He flew like a fiery blow straight at his enemies, his body controlled by the blood of his terrible father. The doors to the office of the money-lending agency were quite sturdy and locked. This did not prevent the bald security guard from breaking through them with his head and flying into the corridor after the young man's blow. The man collapsed to the floor and immediately grimaced in pain. He had not expected such a serious threat from such a youngster. Everyone else in the room was also unconscious, and Heijin stood proudly in the middle of the room. He asked if the company really wanted money from him that he hadn't borrowed, as this was simply a mockery. The guy in purple, his lips covered in blood, muttered that the bastard was finished. Let him just guess who he was. Heijin said that he didn't need the information if the persecution continued, that some people would lose their heads, and the scoundrel trembled. The young man left the office, stepping on the security guard on the way, so that he would not get the idea to get up and chase after him. The office worker in purple sobbed, saying that he no longer knew what he was capable of and what he wasn't. Kang Chul, Li Ho, and Yun walked down the deserted street, silent for a while, digesting what had happened. Finally, our hero broke the silence, licked his lips, and said in a satisfied voice that he had had a great time. The champion did not object, but he was interested in what tricks the guy was up to, how his arm first shrank and then swelled to gigantic proportions. The Lord of the Earth decided to be merciful and showed once again how the trick worked, without explaining it in detail. It seemed that Mu himself was thrilled that his frail body was capable of reproducing his 1,000 years of experience, and he repeated the exercise over and over again. Finally, the boxer got tired of waiting for detailed information and simply tried to repeat what he had seen. But of course, nothing worked. The young man said seriously that one must learn to listen to one's muscles, and when one succeeds, one will be able to control them like an instrument. Our hero explained that not all muscles are the same. You need to address each one individually and listen to its response. Only when your soul and muscles speak the same language will you become an unbeatable team. Then you can reveal your true intentions and subjugate your body to your own will so that you can do the impossible. Your muscles will have no choice but to obey. Mu learned to control his muscles at will, and it was a veritable muscle hell. Kang Chul didn't quite understand what Li Ho was telling him, but he went home, repeating the hand movements he had seen him do over and over again. Yun asked if the master wasn't afraid to give away his secret techniques so easily, and the hero replied that if the champion became stronger, it would be fun to fight him. He added that one can only develop by fighting worthy opponents, and that it was time to level up a bit. At least to a level that would allow him to fight Lucifer calmly and not worry that the enemy would be disappointed. The dragon reminded him of Earth's protective barrier, to which the god replied that sooner or later, Elmer would break through it, so he needed to train hard because time was running out. At the money-lending office, the guy in purple made excuses to his boss, his uncle, explaining that he had everything under control. They gave out small amounts of money at interest, lured customers to a gaming website, and then extorted money from them. The system was well established. The amounts were not large, but they were regular. The young man insisted that everything was going perfectly, and the man laughed, praising his quick wit. Apparently, his nephew was afraid of losing the business. He smiled and advised him to take the incident as a lesson. In business, there are ups and downs. Choi Sang-gil hugged the young man and promised that he would fix everything, even though he was a little disappointed that even the security guards had not been able to help. The office worker and 2 security guards knelt and begged for a second chance, admitting their mistakes. The Chinese man with the bat said that if he were in their shoes, he would die of shame, because some schoolboy had robbed the office. He put the edge of the bat to the blonde man's face and ordered him to open his mouth. but the man was in no hurry to obey. Finally, the office manager decided to obey the order. A blue pill fell onto his tongue, and then the command was given to take him out of the room. The blonde man screamed in fear that he didn't understand what it was, but he was ordered to swallow the pill or he would die. He had no choice. Meanwhile, Choi Sang-gil and his nephew were going up in the elevator, the latter not quite understanding why. On the way, the man praised the business, but noted that it was not worth focusing on school children, as they did not have much money. The elevator doors swung open. Both passengers headed down the corridor to a special room designed for observation. The guy in purple had never been there before. The man led him to the glass and smiled, advising him to look at what was happening below. He was very proud of himself. Through the window they could see the arena, with many spectators sitting in the stands, all chanting for the fight to begin. The nephew asked excitedly what it was, and was told that serious money only circulates in serious business, and only he, Choi Sang-gil, should manage this business, this game. The face of the guy in purple became a little frightened when he saw who had entered the arena. The man ordered to watch the guy closely, as it was possible that his nephew would get a pleasant surprise. The fighter's blindfold was removed, and it turned out to be the same blonde office worker, only now he looked like a mountain of muscles. The nephew's eyes widened. He remembered what his subordinate looked like, and wondered with surprise how he could have failed to notice such an impressive physique. The second fighter entered the arena, and it was announced that the match was about to begin. Both men took their stances. The brunette rushed forward, but the blonde put his arm out, preventing him from striking. His face was frightened, but the grip was so strong that his opponent almost cried out in pain, and there was no question of attacking now. Encouraged, the manager decided to strike back, and the brunette put his elbow out to protect his torso from the blow. There was a crunch, and the injury was more serious than expected, which came as a surprise to both fighters. The blonde's opponent cried out in pain. Now one of his arms was completely useless for fighting. The blonde didn't think twice and instantly punched him in the face, this time putting even more force into it. Realizing that some kind of miracle had happened, the office worker spread his arms and shouted that he was simply overflowing with energy and power. He began to pound his fists with such enthusiasm that his opponent had every chance of turning into a meatloaf. Choi Sang-gil and his nephew watched silently. Finally, the man showed a blue pill in his palm and explained that with it, he could decide who would win and who would lose. If one of the fighters took the drug, his opponent would have no chance, so only he knew the rules of the game and the outcome in advance. With this pill, Sang-gil is capable of many things, which is what makes his business so serious and his profits so huge. The guy in purple reached for the pill, but stopped himself in time, realizing that with it, he could become just as powerful. He didn't know that at that very moment, the blonde was smiling happily at the thought that he would now be able to get even with his negligent young boss in a couple of seconds. Our hero didn't waste any time either. He went to the gym and continued his barbell exercises. The guy was exhausted but satisfied. He could physically feel the muscles of his once frail body growing. Yong could only assess the progress of his master's lower body, but he was incredibly excited and even applauded. Mu noticed the trainer's surprised look and happily reported that this exercise was literally driving him crazy. The load on his quads was amazing. The man replied that he had seen many people doing sports, but had never seen muscles grow so fast. The teacher asked suspiciously what drugs Lee Ho was taking, knowing that it was extremely dangerous. The young man did not understand what the homeroom teacher meant, but for some reason concluded that he was weak. The man also did not understand the answer and began to shout that chemicals do not give strength, that he should stop immediately. The hero repeated that he had only said that he was weak. The Lord of the Earth thought that he couldn't explain to the man that he was weak compared to Lucifer, and that if he wanted to fight him, he would have to become much, much stronger. In the evening, Mu and Yeon walked home, deciding to check out the arena area in the park again. This time the dragon was already mapping out the route using the map on his phone. He had quickly mastered the gadget. Suddenly, Kim Yoo-jin called. The monster pressed the device to his master's ear so that he could talk to the girl instead of him. The head of the neighborhood immediately started yelling that she didn't know where they had been for a whole week. But she had been waiting for Yeon to visit for a very long time. When asked where they were now, the guy replied that he had come to check on the results of a week of training. The young man's goal was not the arena, but its backyards, the alley where Godori promised to give him the million she had won. Both girls were there. They were just counting their profits. Everything was as usual, plus 8 donations from the stream. Lee Ho called out to the swindlers without hesitation. The girls turned at the sound, very unhappy that someone had interrupted them dividing the proceeds. Our hero smiled from ear to ear and said he was extremely happy to see them both, that he hadn't been this happy in a long time. The redhead muttered viciously that she didn't expect to see the guy again. Apparently she wasn't harsh enough, since he didn't get the hint. She instantly pushed off the ground and, in a few jumps, closed the distance to striking range. Kim Chuguk completely repeated her previous move, doing a somersault around his head to strike him with her knee. The blow was indeed very strong, but this time Lee Ho stood straight as a rock, like a huge, indestructible rock. Her opponent flew backward and decided to see what the result was. The Lord of the Earth only leaned forward slightly, as if thanking her for the preemptive strike. Yeon asked fearfully if the master was all right. He was very worried because the master did not make a sound, only exhaled loudly. Our hero never made the same mistake twice. He drew the right conclusions and prepared himself, and now his muscles did not give way. Continuing to smile in anticipation of the fight, Mu declared that now she definitely couldn't win. He had corrected his mistakes. With Yeon on his head, the young man rushed to attack the enemy, strengthening his arm muscles in the process. It seemed that his fist was upset. So quickly did Lee Ho wield it. He was sure that it would thoroughly beat up the redhead. But the girl was surprisingly quick and successfully blocked our hero's entire series of powerful blows. If last time, in the battle with Yang Cho Mu, he seemed considerably smaller than his enemy, in the current situation, everything was the opposite. The young man was about twice as tall as the swindler and was going to take full advantage of this. He swung his leg to knock Midori off her feet for good, using maximum force. In some incredible way, the girl not only blocked the blow but also grabbed Mu's leg tightly, crunching the joint. The redhead realized with surprise that the schoolboy had not wasted his time. He had been training, otherwise his leg would already be useless. The villainess declared that this was even good. Now she could let loose and fight at full strength, and the attack was not long in coming. Lee Ho received a powerful blow with a sharp elbow to the thigh, and he was ready to howl in pain. His opponent clearly knew his weak spots, but the damage was not fatal, and the young man endured, although his legs were now slightly trembling from the strain. The villain rolled up her sleeves. She declared that she was eager to see how long the guy could last, given his improved form. The red-haired comet darted towards Mu, and he even tensed up a little, not expecting such enthusiasm. First, Kim Chuguk struck again with her elbow, this time to the head, to stun her opponent. The second blow was directed from below and hit his jaw, throwing Lee Ho's head back and nearly breaking the base of his skull. The third blow was a spinning kick intended to damage the guy's torso, but he anticipated it and took appropriate measures. With a completely calm expression on his face, Mu leaned slightly to one side, as if reducing the size of the muscles on one side. One might think that he had compacted them, but in reality, it was much more interesting than that. He had used them in a much more complex way. The girl's elbow was now clamped in a vise, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't free it. Despite all her strength, the redhead turned out to be quite fragile. Mu's hand immediately grabbed her by the collar of her clothes, and now they had the opportunity to talk face to face. To talk in the same way that Yang Cho preferred, Lee Ho completely repeated the bandit's technique on his colleague. A throw over the shoulder and a blow to the ground knocked Kim Chuguk out, which was not surprising, given the young man's new abilities. Just as the enemy had put his foot on his head last time, Mu did the same to his opponent. Similarly, the sound of a blow to the pavement was heard, but due to the high speed, it was unclear what the result was. Just like our hero, the redhead jumped out from under his sneakers at the last moment, and now rose with the same movement, leaning on the ground with her hand. The Lord of the Earth contracted the muscles of his upper body and maximized the length of his legs and hips, planning a new attack. He needed to accelerate as much as possible to deliver an incredible blow, and the dragon almost flew off the hero's head. At the last moment, Mu changed the size of his muscles again, and now he had huge arms. He moved his elbow, and the redhead, despite managing to block the blow, flew several meters back and landed against the wall. Her friend, Svistolka, caught the bandit, preventing her boss from falling completely to the ground, and carefully held her up. The two swindlers exchanged glances, as if communicating to each other that their opponent was much stronger than they had expected. This meant only one thing. It was time to forget about propriety and etiquette and deal with him two-on-one. The tall girl immediately put her long, strong legs to work, and it was necessary to stay away from them. But Mu chose a different tactic. He simply jumped up, landing above the strike zone and closing in on his enemy at the same time. The brunette watched in surprise as the young man's fist approached her pretty face. It would have ended with a broken nose, but at the last moment, the redhead came to her friend's aid with her signature elbow strike. The blow wasn't too strong, and the hero's facial muscles were also working properly, so he managed to prepare his hand for a grab. A second later, she was already on Kim Chuguk's face, greatly surprising the gangster, who had expected to knock out her enemy. Lee Ho was unable to execute the maneuver because the brunette's long leg prevented him from grabbing her colleague. The young man parried the first blow, then the second, and even the third, which hit Yeon. The girls worked well as a pair, covering each other. One of them did not allow him to get close to the other, and if he did not come up with something, this battle could be considered completely useless. Nevertheless, Mu was satisfied. He managed to hold out much longer than last time, and Lee Ho's body had become much stronger and more resilient. Just then, the dragon began to complain that it was unfair for two to attack one, that the scoundrels had completely lost their conscience. His remark gave the young man an idea, and he asked his personal secretary if he wanted to join the fight. Mu grabbed the dragon by the tail without waiting for an answer. But now the number of opponents was equal. To reach the tall gangster, it was necessary to increase the length of the arm and the radius of attack, and Yeon did an excellent job in this role. When they saw the dragon, both screamed in horror, although Mu's face was far more sinister than his new living weapon. Yong's first strike hit its target, and the tall bandit took a pretty heavy blow to the face. The redhead also got hit, but she was so small and fast that she dodged quite actively, managing to avoid every other blow. Realizing that weapons could be both an advantage and a hindrance, Godori closed the distance and struck at point-blank range. The assistant's tail slipped out of his master's hand, but unfortunately, Yeon had not yet learned to fly with such small wings. While both opponents were beating Mu's body, the dragon whistled over their heads, deciding to launch a surprise attack. The battle was so fierce that the monster's pirouettes went unnoticed, even though he managed to describe several circles. It seemed that Lee Ho had not 2 arms, but many more, because he swung his fists at an incredible speed. But the most interesting thing was that he managed to catch Yeon and, completely unexpectedly for the hooligans, became armed again. He prepared to bring the lizard down on the redhead's head, but she managed to hit him from below, strengthening her fist. Then she locked her arms around him and punched him under the chin, causing stars to appear before his eyes from the pain. Fortunately, Yeon was unharmed, and he took flight again to attack the long-haired gangster. While the monster was kicking one of them, Lee Ho hit the redhead in the head and now stood with a bump on his forehead, but incredibly pleased with himself. His opponent collapsed to the ground, unconscious, and no longer a threat, while Yeon continued to fight the second member of Godori. Finally, the girl managed to tear the dragon off and throw it far away, then rushed at the enemy with all her might. Her speed reached its maximum due to her intense desire to avenge the redhead, and this was imprudent. The brunette slid across the asphalt and jumped up, choosing her usual technique, which was a mistake. The blow landed on the body, and our hero simply repeated the same technique he had used on Kim Chuguk. Now the gangster's leg was pinned by his side muscles and, to be sure, by his arm as well. Mu decided to use the technique he had just seen and simply struck her limb with his elbow, just as the redhead had done. Her friend almost screamed in pain, but she was much more restrained than even most men, so she just frowned. The guy hit the same spot a second time, and now his opponent screamed at the top of her lungs. It was a very dirty move. But the gangster was no fool either. She quickly regained her composure and decided to attack the hero with her other leg. The blow was aimed directly at his face, and it was so strong that it could have knocked out the Lord of the Earth, or rather, Lee Ho's body, leaving him toothless. But after 3 million years of battles, the god's reflexes were too good, so he simply grabbed the brunette by the ankle, preventing her from attacking. His fingers were strong and clamped tightly onto Svistulka's leg. Now she was firmly immobilized. How the beauty managed to keep her body horizontal was beyond comprehension. Her muscles were truly iron. This couldn't go on for long, and Mu spun sharply with both hands, twisting his opponent's legs out of their joints. The girl spun so sharply and rapidly that her cap flew off her head again. In general, Mu preferred striking techniques to complex moves, but he had learned a few things over the long history of humanity, and now he applied Egyptian martial arts. The gangster's muscles stretched, twisted, and flattened, her tendons about to snap. She continued to scream in pain and surprise, as she had never encountered such techniques before. Realizing that serious injury was inevitable, the opponent shouted that she admitted defeat and surrendered. Continuing to pull her leg upward and listening to the crackling of bones and joints, Lee Ho clarified whether the bandit had really lost. She confirmed it again, and Mu loosened his grip, already licking his lips in anticipation of leaving his mark on her beautiful ear. But that was not to be. As soon as she felt free, the swindler instantly delivered a twisted kick. Then she jumped back sharply and stopped near her red-haired friend, who was still lying unconscious. Lee Ho looked at her in surprise. It seemed that the brunette was still full of energy for battle. It was unclear what she was looking for, but the champion was actively rummaging through the pocket of her red-haired accomplice. Mu didn't wait to see what might come out of it and immediately attacked with a jump. He was extremely happy that the fight was continuing. It turned out that the swindler was looking for money. She had decided that the guy had attacked them because he hadn't received his winnings. Banknotes flew at the Lord of the Earth, and he couldn't understand what it could mean. It turned out that the bandit had used a diversionary tactic, and while our hero was confused, she picked up the redhead and ran away with her in her arms. The last bills had not yet fallen to the ground when the bandits disappeared around the corner. Mu stood and stared blankly into space. The money, the cap, and Yeon, who had not yet recovered from being used as a weapon, lying on the ground in front of him. The Lord of the Earth picked up the cap from the ground and cursed himself for not leaving his trademark mark. The guy put on someone else's headgear and licked his lips, determined to correct this misunderstanding next time. The brunette limped down the street, carrying her friend, who urgently needed medical attention, on her shoulder. Kim Chuguk's body swayed limply from side to side. No matter how much her colleague asked her to pull herself together, her leg hurt terribly. The injuries of the redhead from Godori were so serious that the girl did not react to anything at all and did not come to her senses. There was one less bird, and the attacker was out of the game for a while, and it was unclear whether she would return to crime again. The next day, Yang Cho left the house. He didn't want to go to school because he wasn't feeling well, and besides, he was in a terrible mood. He hissed through his teeth that he had to deal with his debts, and on top of that, Ilhime and his henchmen were always getting in his way. The problems became much worse after the Avenger got some friends, so now he had to be 3 times more careful. Yang Cho was shaking with rage, and he swore that he would deal with these bastards no matter what it took. The guy kicked the ground, and a hail of stones and small pieces of dirt flew several meters forward. When the dust settled, the thug became a little wary, as it seemed he had accidentally hit a boy from another school who was passing by with a stone. The stranger's face was calm, but his movements were sharp. Yang Cho yelled at him to stop staring like that, or he would look like a bird. It was Kwak Du-gun, who did not fall for the provocation, but asked who had beaten up the bully, saying he could fix any flaws he saw. Yang Cho didn't like that tone, and he asked if the guy wanted to work as his punching bag, and a fight broke out. Kwak Du-gun turned out to be much more knowledgeable than he pretended to be. He pointed out that there was no point in acting tough when you had been beaten up by a snot-nosed kid from the next alley. The bully finally lost his temper and grabbed the young man by the collar of his t-shirt, taking the first step towards a fight. Looking his opponent straight in the eye, the guy with purple hair took the familiar blue pill in his teeth and swallowed it with a smile. Yang Cho roared that there was nothing funny about it, not noticing how the veins on Kwak Du-gun's body bulged and his muscles grew rapidly. The thug yelled that he would make him stop laughing and swung his fist, but not a single muscle twitched on the schoolboy's face, and he just moved his head. The blow was so powerful that the thug flew several meters and crashed into the wall. He collapsed to the ground, clearly missing several teeth, and Yang Cho passed out. The next day, Svistulka and Kim Chuguk discussed the situation with Lee Ho, and the redhead accused her friend of giving away all the money for nothing. The whole day's work went down the drain, and she even lost her cap. Suddenly, Kwak Du-gun appeared in front of the girls. The redhead, who had not yet recovered from her encounter with our hero, indignantly asked what the guy was doing there, and told him to say what he had to say if he wanted to. Instead of answering, the young man made a sweeping gesture and popped another magic pill into his mouth. He licked his lips, feeling his body fill with strength, and then declared that he was facing a walking misunderstanding that needed to be taught a lesson. If Mu had seen how the drug worked, he would have been very surprised. It seemed to work like mana. Kwak Du-gun seemed to swell up, turning into a mountain of muscles, and began to approach the bandits menacingly. The young man announced that he was now in charge, that Yang Cho had already gotten what he deserved, and that now it was time for the rest of the Godori. The young man's eyes began to glow with malicious fire, and he added fiercely that there was no need to show so much aggression earlier. At that moment, he rushed forward, not giving the girls a chance to figure out what was happening. The redhead froze in surprise. She even opened her mouth to say another sharp remark, but did not have time. A huge hand was already approaching her head, and judging by Kwak Du-gun's face, he wasn't going to stand on ceremony. Kim Chuguk flew to the side as if she had never been in a fight before, and was just an ordinary schoolgirl. But the gangster managed to regroup and push off the ground again, this time to deliver her signature knee strike. She failed, as her opponent was much faster and was now reaching for the redhead's face again. He was prevented from carrying out his plan by a strong blow, apparently from his brunette friend with her long legs. But the most surprising thing was that Kwak Du-gun's head did not move from its place, as if the girl's sneakers were stuck to a rock. Kim Chuguk was already flying at him with her elbow, but the young man didn't even flinch. He waited humbly. Sparks literally flew from the blow, but it caused the swindler much more harm than her opponent. It seemed that her arm was broken. It began to tremble with pain, and the redhead herself felt indescribable rage. Her friend's leg flew at the scoundrel's head again, but this time he did not react either. Perhaps he really had turned to stone. It was clear from Svistulka's face that she had reached the height of astonishment. What was happening was completely beyond her comprehension. For a while longer, she simply leaned her foot against something very hard, something that definitely could not be the head of a normal person. But who said the guy was ordinary? In a second, he raised his hand and grabbed the beauty firmly by the ankle. With a single twist of his fingers, he simply broke the bone as if it were a crispy cookie. Tears involuntarily streamed from the brunette's eyes, not from pain, but from the fact that she had lost her main weapon. She collapsed to the ground, clutching her leg, while her opponent and Kim Chuguk simply watched the champion suffering. Her friend couldn't stay calm for long and immediately rushed at Kwak Du-gun, intending to get even. Her fist was ready to beat him to a pulp. The girl had great potential and fought excellently, especially with such determination. The blows rained down on the guy, at least 10 of them, while the villain just stood there. When Dugan got bored, he caught her face with his red hand and simply squeezed his fingers. Her eyes rolled out of their sockets in horror and pain. Godori tried to say something, but not a word was understandable. The young man asked her to stop waving her fist around because it tickled him. The girl asked what he had done to his body, but instead of answering, the guy waved his hand and simply smeared her across the wall. Looking at this scene, the scoundrel just smiled. It seemed that answering questions was not in his nature. Kim Chuguk fell to her knees, but it was clear that this was solely due to the force of gravity, as the girl was unconscious. Then her body collapsed face down on the pavement. Kwak Dugan made sure that both opponents were incapacitated and decided to leave the scene of the crime. He loudly declared that the so-called Goddery level was nothing at all, and no one could argue with him. The guy walked away, praising himself for his beautiful, pompous line, unable to believe that he had actually said it. The boss's nephew in purple came out to meet him, and Whistle was just trying to lift her friend to take her to the hospital. The guy in the hoodie smiled when his friend asked how cool his exit was, agreeing that the battle had been epic. Kwak Dugan was trembling with excitement, and declared that at this rate, he would become invincible. They moved on, and the guy asked if, since he had defeated all the Godori, he could now fulfill his request. His nephew agreed. Then it dawned on the young man, and he asked why the guy in purple didn't take the pill himself and deal with the rest. The guy didn't answer. He knew very well that it wasn't that simple. His uncle had told him that the stronger the effect of the drug, the more terrible the side effects. First, after taking the pill, a person's personality changes. They become extremely aggressive and lose control of themselves. Second, if the dose is too high or taken repeatedly, the body will simply explode. Therefore, the young man simply informed Kwak Dugan that he was taking herbal tinctures for treatment and could not take the drug yet. They walked down the street, not noticing that someone was watching them closely. Judging by his shoes, it was Lee Ho. Our hero looked around, wanting to find Svistolka and leave her his winner's mark after all. The cap was not enough of a trophy for Mu, and he was determined to find the brunette at all costs. After searching the area, the young man returned to school empty-handed, where he asked the head boy to tell him the name of the arena champion. The girl looked on social media and said that it was Chuguk, the redhead, and the second one was called Chonggu, if the information was correct. She leaned on the chair where Yeonyeon's backpack was standing and suggested going to the school district where the girls studied. And the dragon supported the idea. Our hero asked her to draw him a map of the route, as he still hadn't learned how to use a navigator properly. Kim Yoo-jin grumbled a little about how it was time to learn how to use technology, but she still did what he asked. The Lord of the Earth followed the route on the piece of paper, while Yeonyeon checked their progress on his phone. They were almost there. The dragon's constant muttering irritated the young man, and he looked around nervously. Nevertheless, they were soon near the whistling school, where students were bustling about. The Lord of the Earth looked resolutely at the entrance. They needed to get closer and enter the territory. Fortunately, this was not necessary, as a brunette from Godori appeared at the gate, leaning on a crutch, her leg in a cast. She saw Lee Ho and approached the guy, eager to get her headdress back, as she felt uncomfortable without it. After a short conversation, she said that she was going to the hospital to see her friend, who had been attacked by some crazy person yesterday. In the ward, Mu was surprised that someone had beaten the redhead so badly that she still couldn't get up properly. Whistle told him that the lunatic was incredibly strong and resilient, and that none of the blows had hurt him. The guy's name was Kwak Dugun, and he used to be a regular nerd. He wasn't at school today, but the girl had filed a report with the police. Then, from behind the screen dividing the ward, a long sigh was heard. Lee Ho became alert and decided to check what was going on. The brunette also looked back, both thinking that someone might be eavesdropping. Now they couldn't be sure of anything. Our hero approached the screen and moved it aside. What he saw surprised him even more than he could have imagined. Yang Cho was lying on the bed, his face bandaged so tightly that he couldn't speak, even though he was trying very hard. He moaned until he figured out how to move the bandage, after which he uttered only a curse and the name Kwak Dugen. The guys approached the bed, but all they could hear were curses directed at the person who had beaten up the redhead from Godori. Yang Cho went berserk and staggered on the bed, and a nurse came running at the noise to give him a sedative. She shouted to the entire hospital that the patient was in shock and called an anesthesiologist to the ward. Measures were taken, and the young man calmed down a little after sedation and was now ready to tell the details. Jan Cho said that even though he didn't like Iljime's henchmen, he would still share his story about Kwak Dugun. The big guy covered his face with his hand and explained that the nerd had taken some strange pill and then became incredibly strong. He used to be the weakest of the gang, but after taking the drug, he became the strongest person Yang Cho had ever dealt with. Mu thought he considered the big guy to be the strongest, but it turned out that there was someone else who could easily crush him. Our hero's nose flared with excitement. He couldn't wait to fight this Kwok Dugan himself. It was a real challenge. So he immediately began to ask how and where he could find a young man with such interesting characteristics. The brunette said that no one knew. Even the police couldn't find him. The Lord of the Earth asked what the police were, but no one paid any attention to that. He licked his lips greedily and declared that in that case, he would find this Kwok Dugan himself. He had special methods. However, school could not be forgotten either, and the homeroom teacher decided to give Lee Ho a session of work therapy. He instructed the boy to take the boxes to the hall, noting that he was not going to train him only in sports, as there were many other useful activities. Mu's thoughts were not on this at all. He was tormented by the obsessive idea of finding the guy who had beaten up the redhead and the gangster. Rumor has it that Kwok Dugan went into hiding, and Lee Ho continued on his way with the boxes, not noticing that the person he was looking for was climbing the stairs. The guy held a photo in his hand and reported on the phone that evening classes had already begun, so the target must be there. A shout came from the cell phone saying that it wasn't time yet. Did the idiot want the whole school to know that he was on drugs? Dugan ignored the request to wait and hung up. He was determined to complete the task right now. The round windows in the classroom doors allowed him to see what was going on inside without disturbing the classes, which was very convenient. Only Heejin was in the classroom. He was tired after work and yawned incessantly, but he didn't stop studying. He had to prepare for exams. Kwok Dugan carefully checked the photo and realized that he had found the person he was looking for. The guy looked exactly like the one in the picture. Without thinking twice, the criminal popped a pill into his mouth. Now he would show who was boss in this city. Unbeknownst to him, the young man was completely focused on his studies. The criminal stood quietly by the door, and the young man did not pay any attention to him. Everything changed when Kwon Dugan entered the room. Now he was no longer afraid to reveal his presence. He called out to the young man by name, and the latter looked up from his textbook and stared at the villain, who had become huge again. With a completely demonic face, the bandit promised that today Heijin would die, and he would help him do it. The bandit reached for the chair of one of the students, who flinched in fear, completely unaware of what was happening. Kwok Dugan lifted the furniture along with the person sitting on it, and the boy clung to the legs and was ready to scream in horror. The chair flew towards the hero. The careless student fell to the floor, screaming in pain, and commotion began. Hejun stood up, but did not dodge the chair that was flying straight at him, managing to remain calm. He jumped aside at the very last moment, realizing that there was a window behind him and the chair would easily break it, and the shards could be dangerous. The students were frightened and didn't know what to do. Someone suggested calling the teacher as soon as possible. Lee Hejun wasn't angry yet. He was slowly boiling with rage, so before getting into a fight, he asked who this crazy stranger was. He wanted to add that he didn't understand why he had become the reason for such behavior. But Kwok Dugan ordered him to shut up and had already rushed into the attack. The blow was supposed to hit his torso, but our hero managed to dodge it, and only his left arm was injured. But that was enough to send the young man flying sideways, crashing into the wall at some wild speed. He slid down with a groan, but there was no respite, as the villain attacked again, seemingly in earnest. The next blow missed its target, and the young man realized that he would now have to fight for his life. The bandit's hand smashed through the door of the locker with the student's belongings. The pill had made him completely insensitive to pain. Hejin prepared to fight back, realizing that if he didn't, he would die. The young man consoled himself with the thought that it was self-defense. He hit Kwok Dugan in the chest so hard that he flew back several meters, and his father's blood boiled again. It seemed that this time the opponent felt something, as a strange expression appeared on his face. Hejin delivered the second blow with his head, a technique he had observed from our hero and now actively employed. Kwok Dugan lowered his head, as if trying to check if his ribs were still in place. At least that's how it looked from the outside. Then he raised his head again and suddenly let out a laugh, saying that the kid should stop because it tickled too much. Instead of answering, the schoolboy punched him from below to stop these idiotic taunts immediately. The villain said that this time he even felt something, but it didn't matter because there was no time to play games. He grabbed Heijun's arm so hard that his bones cracked, and the student couldn't help but cry out in pain. The other students froze, afraid to move, while curious kids peered into the classroom from the hallway. Daejin and Kang Chul also came, and now couldn't figure out what was going on in the classroom, and who had attacked the girl's brother. Something had to be done, so the beauty threw her slipper at the thug's back, drawing his attention to herself. He glanced back maliciously, and Dajun rushed at him, ready to scratch his face with her nails, or even worse. She screamed loudly for him to let go. The big guy wondered who had come here and raised his hand to prevent the schoolgirl from fulfilling her promise. He swung, aiming to hit Dajun right in the face, but luckily the girl managed to slow down in time. Her classmate, on the other hand, sped up, and Kang Chol managed to counterattack, preventing Kwok Dugan from completing his maneuver. While Sister Hajuna was recovering from her fright, the boxer declared that he was ready to personally ensure her safety. The young man himself did not waste any time either, and struck the hand that was holding him with all his might with his elbow. The deadly grip loosened, and the young man managed to jump back, hissing that no one dared to raise a hand against his sister. His face became more and more demonic, and Hajuna promised that he would now demonstrate what it meant to answer for one's actions. He rushed at his enemy with a speed that the latter could only dream of, even taking into account the effect of the pill. Meanwhile, the teacher and Li Ho stopped in the hallway when they heard a strange noise. The students around them were also talking, and rumors about Godor were spreading quickly. The students fearfully asked the coach to do something and hurried to get as far away as possible from the classroom where the fight was taking place. They were stopped by a terrible crash, and the homeroom teacher tried to find out which class the troublemaker was in. One of the kids replied that the bully was from another school, but he had come to the senior class and attacked one of the students. Hearing this, the teacher ran towards the classroom, saying that he would give everyone a good beating. Our hero declared that this was much more interesting than carrying boxes, and if there was a fight somewhere, he had to be there. With a slight movement of his hand, Mu threw his load aside and shouted that he would join the coach right away. The guy ran to the stairs to go upstairs and experience the much-desired taste of battle. Yong and his backpack didn't feel too comfortable running, but he was much more interested in something else. The dragon got out and informed his master that he could sense mana, and he could guarantee it. So they had to be extremely careful, as Lucifer might have already broken through the barrier, or something else of the same kind might have happened. Meanwhile, Kwak Dugun was fighting two opponents at once, both of whom were skilled. The boxer easily dodged the blows, his reactions were quick, and his skills had long been honed in training. He quickly realized that his opponent's only advantage was brute force. There was no technique involved. In addition, Heejin chose his moments perfectly, taking advantage of the element of surprise and helping the champion when his speed was not enough. He even managed to bring the thug to his knees, which provoked a wave of foul language from him. Kang Chol took advantage of the situation and immediately poked his fingers into the enemy's eyes, now that he could reach them. Heijun repeated his friend's gesture and reminded the villain that no matter how strong the body was, there would always be weak spots. With 4 hands, the guys began to shower Kwak Dugan with blows, not giving him a chance to respond in kind. The big guy realized that he didn't have enough strength to deal with 2 excellent fighters at once, and he cursed again. Behind the boxer, he suddenly noticed a bald student, and for some reason the thug became very interested in him. He left his opponents in confusion and ran towards the door and the same guy. The students rushed out of the classroom in horror, and the bald guy stared in fear and pressed himself against the door. Kwak Dugan put his hand on his shoulder and roared that he wanted another pill immediately, otherwise he would not be able to complete the task. The bald man pretended not to understand, so Godori began to shake him and yell that if he wanted to continue his business, he should give him the drug immediately. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to teach Heijin a lesson, and he would have to forget about continuing to extort money from the school children. Only now did Heijun figure out what was going on. He took a closer look at his classmate and immediately recognized him. The bald schoolboy was the guy in the purple hoodie who ran the office that issued cash loans against collateral, and now he was muttering something incoherently. Now everything fell into place, and the young man became completely enraged. He couldn't believe that he was studying with such a scumbag. It seemed that Brother Dajun would rush at the enemy with a loud growl and tear him to pieces, but it was unclear who would be first. The bald man sighed and put the pill in Godori's mouth, who had to complete the task at any cost. He hesitated for a moment before swallowing, while Choi Sangil's nephew urged him on in every way possible. He said that he had used too much of the drug on the first task, so if he didn't want to get into trouble, he had to do everything in the best possible way. The big guy felt a new wave of strength fill his body, and now his whole body, not just his hair, turned purple. Meanwhile, Heejin muttered to Kangcho Ryul that he didn't need his help, and that he should stay away from their family, as if he were jealous of his sister. The boxer did not respond, only shrugged his shoulders, and finally his classmate asked him once again not to interfere. But in the next second, he flew past at terrifying speed, and it became clear that the request could be forgotten. This time, the bully's strength had increased so much that he could break through walls with his little finger. But he started with Heijun. Next was Kang Chol himself, and now the guys had nothing to oppose the bully. He turned into a huge purple lump. Even the meaningful expression on his face was completely gone. Dajun was terrified because this monster was heading straight for her, and her brother was now unable to defend her. Kwakdugun tried to grab her, but the beauty dodged him. She wanted to run to Heijun, nothing else mattered to the schoolgirl. A huge hand hovered over her, intending to grab her and send her flying across the room as well. This did not happen because someone dared to resist, and he was far from being a weakling. The teacher asked menacingly which of the students had gotten so cocky that they would allow themselves to break the rules. His grip was quite strong, and the man declared that it was time to teach the insolent boy a lesson. An impromptu arm wrestling match began, with the coach using a technique of forced physical suppression. Unfortunately, Kwak Dugun was stronger, and the homeroom teacher's fingers could not withstand such a load. He ran out of the classroom in horror and ran to call the police, while the battle continued, with the bully showing no sign of letting up. Lee Ho entered the room and began to carefully observe what was happening, eager to join the fight. Yeon pointed his finger at the wild strongman and said that this was the guy from whom he felt mana. The master looked in the direction the dragon was pointing and immediately saw the glow. The secretary was right. The bald, or rather young man in a purple hoodie immediately recognized the green lizard he had kept as collateral. Now the animal could well return to the hands of the bandits and bring them a considerable profit. The main thing was to get it off that jerk's head. The bald man reached out to Yeon, saying that the schoolboy simply had to give back what belonged to him, and the sooner the better. Instead of answering, our hero held his enemy's head with one hand and immediately brought his elbow to his face with the other. That was enough to knock the bald guy out for good, but Kwak Dugun was standing behind him. The boss yelled that he had to deal with all three of the jerks who were getting in the way of making money, and the big guy nodded. He decided to attack Lee Ho while the other two guys were trying to get up after hitting the classroom wall. A huge fist flew towards our hero at considerable speed, but he stood motionless, completely unafraid. For some reason, instead of an incredible blow, there was only a light poke, and Kwak Dugen's hand returned to its normal size. The guy with purple hair wasn't expecting that. He was sure that the drug wouldn't wear off so quickly, since he had taken 2 pills. It turned out that Yeon had come to his master's aid, and the dragon had used a mana absorption technique. That's why the scoundrel's blow was weak and even laughable, and Lee Ho laughed. But he didn't wait long before responding to the challenge, instantly swinging his fist and charging at the enemy. The attack left Kwak Dugen with little chance of moving on his own, and he could only cry out in pain, unable to fight back. Meanwhile, the dragon held the mana ball in his hands and rejoiced that he could once again experience the forgotten sensation of magic. The guy with purple hair was lying on the floor howling, now looking like a pathetic sight. Mu looked at his opponent and decided that this would not do. He was simply bored fighting such a weakling. He asked the dragon to return the mana, but the dragon was in no hurry to obey because he was a little worried. He explained to the Lord of the Earth that this was special mana, so extreme caution was required, as it was very pure and powerful. Only then did Yeon return the mana to Kwak Dugun, and a familiar blue glow appeared around him. The cunning secretary did not give back the entire ball, keeping most of it for himself, believing that this portion would be sufficient. Mu had a different opinion. He believed that it was not worth trading for trifles, and asked to make the healthy man as powerful as he was before his arrival. There was no mana on Earth. It could only be granted by God, along with the object, which meant that someone else besides him could interfere in the affairs of Earth. Mu sighed. The dragon blushed with embarrassment, and his master immediately understood whose doing it was, so he asked when Yeon had managed to do it. Instead of answering, the secretary returned all the mana to the bully, who was now approaching again with an extremely ferocious look. It was clear from his face that this time he intended to do everything in his power to ensure that Lee Ho would no longer get in the way. About 1,000 years ago, an incident occurred in the Cyclops domain, located in the Divine Abode. Our hero, the Lord of the Earth, had the imprudence to enter into a confrontation with this god, and a rather serious one at that. The enemy was huge, super strong, and the wooden clubs in all 4 of his hands definitely didn't look good. In the first seconds of the fight, Mu did nothing but dodge blows and jump back and to the side, his speed being his main advantage. The Ultra Cyclops took on a gigantic form for greater effect, and constantly shouted for the god to stop flitting before his eyes. He struck with his club right where our hero was standing. Any other creature would have been left with nothing but a wet spot. But Mu jumped back, so the Cyclops struck again, finding it difficult to wield such a heavy weapon himself. He continued to strike with his club again and again, but was unable to reach his opponent, and this went on for many hours. Finally, the Lord of the Earth simply lost his temper and with a single movement, broke the club into pieces. It was a signature spinning punch that Mu had been wanting to practice in this battle. The Cyclops' patience ran out, and he returned to his usual size, asking the god to stop mocking him. Mu turned and headed for the portal, telling the monster not to come back until it got stronger, as he was bored fighting it now. The Lord of the Earth complained to the dragon that there was no point in wasting time on such weaklings, but he couldn't develop his skills without worthy opponents. Yeon began to wonder if there was anything he could do to help his master in this situation. Suddenly, an idea struck him that seemed simply brilliant, but Yeon did not dare to voice it right away. The monster was absent from Mu's domain for some time, and then simply placed a rather impressive piece of rock in front of him. His master asked what it was, why he had brought it, and where he had gotten it, and the dragon replied that it was from Earth. He used a crushing magic spell to demonstrate a special technique he had recently invented. This resulted in the stone being crushed into powder, the grains of which were even smaller than industrial sand. Then Yon took and swallowed some of the resulting substance, which required some effort on his part. After that, he burped the mass back up, and in the dragon's stomach it mixed with some kind of special liquid, the type of which Mu could not determine. For the next few minutes, the monster mixed all the ingredients until it formed a homogeneous mass resembling clay. He decided to concentrate magical power in the resulting dough, filling it with the maximum amount of mana. The final touch was Yon's personal signature. He proudly looked at the fruit of his labor. It was an experiment, and a successful one at that. Mu asked what it was, and the dragon replied that it was a special means of increasing strength with the help of mana. If given to an opponent before a fight, it would make it much more interesting for the god to fight them. The monster showed an approximate single dose. The Lord of the Earth took much more than was necessary, and said that he would return soon, as he was eager to finally have a proper fight. Fortunately, he did not go to Earth, but back to the planet Cyclops. The last thing Yan heard from the portal was his frightened cry. A second later, there was a crash from the portal, and Yan became alert and was ready to go to his master's aid. But he appeared on his own. Apparently the Cyclops now had enough strength to throw the god away. Mu, with his arms crossed, noticed that the drug was definitely strong, which made him extremely happy. Immediately, the enraged Cyclops jumped out at our hero, showing a level of insolence he had never allowed himself before. His appearance had also changed considerably, and Mu enthusiastically rushed to attack the invader. Now their powers were roughly equal. The blows were very strong and fast, and the dragon could not keep track of what was happening. But he stood near the created substance to guard it. Quite by accident, in a fit of rage, Mu broke through the protective barrier, and the Cyclops rushed down at tremendous speed. He fell, and if nothing was done, it could all end in absolute destruction, which was not part of our hero's plans. But the worst thing was that along with the Cyclops, a blue ball of the amplifying substance was also flying towards Earth. It was approaching the planet's surface, and the sign drawn by Yang now looked like a harbinger of disaster. Fortunately, the second protective barrier worked better and pushed the blue ball back, which bounced like a ball. With a slight click, the substance hit the dragon on the snout, and he closed his eyes so as not to accidentally eat or inhale it. Bouncing off the monster's mouth, the substance flew back to Earth, and this time the barrier let it through, considering that the penetration was carried out at the will of Mu's confidant. Yang froze with his mouth open, hoping only that the ball would fall somewhere in the mountains or the ocean where no one would find it. Now, sitting on his master's shoulder, the dragon sighed that there had been a small misunderstanding, and a long time ago at that, to which the god replied that it was not the first time. Looking at the purple bruiser, Liho muttered that it was just wonderful. Now he would have a great time, and the monster grabbed his head. Kwok Dugan did not wait long and immediately attacked, but the young man easily dodged the first blow. Our hero redistributed his muscle mass so that one arm became stronger than the other, and he would strike with it. It didn't work out too well because his opponent's arms were simply longer, but the blow still reached its target. Liho looked at his trembling fist and thought that his opponent was too strong, so he would have to try harder. The opponent instantly swung his fist again, the air literally whistling with terrible force. It was not easy to survive such a blow, but God was no slouch either, so he successfully dodged each of his opponent's blows and didn't let himself be grabbed. With a roar that he was about to crush this rat, the bully raised both his arms at once, which looked terrifying. The blow was so powerful that sparks blinded everyone present. It was even painful to look in that direction. The school shook as if during an earthquake. The walls literally shook, and it was strange that they did not collapse. The students in the classroom were thrown half a meter off the floor, screaming in terror, afraid of being crushed. Liho managed to jump back, but he couldn't stand up normally because of the vibration, and school furniture was flying around. Kwok Dugan seized the moment and managed to grab our hero by the forearm, saying that he had caught the rat. He lifted the young man into the air, and it was perfectly obvious what was about to happen. The giant swung his arm, and the nerd's body flew through the air in an incredible arc, flying across the entire classroom. The impact against the wall ended Mu's journey through the classroom. It was so powerful that it turned the guy into a steak. Even his clothes were torn by the speed. The dragon immediately ran up to his master and asked if he needed help, saying he could take mana from the enemy again. The boy replied that he didn't need help, but he wanted to know how much mana the enemy had left so he could assess the situation. Yonyon looked at Kwok Dugun, who was slowly approaching, showing his desire to finish off the schoolboy. He replied that the substance would stop working in 5 minutes and asked if he needed to shorten it, but Mu hissed that he didn't. He looked at his opponent with mixed emotions. The fight had lasted about 5 minutes, and he had to hold out for another 5. He would never find another opponent as strong as this one, so he decided with enthusiasm that he would fight no matter what. The young man stood up and declared that he would finish it within the allotted time. The dragon had his doubts, but he did not argue. It was clear from the Lord of the Earth's face that he had accepted the villain's challenge and would be a serious threat to him. Choi Sangil, armed with a hammer, stood with a decent chunk of magical substance in his hand, noting that it would be enough for now. He chipped off about 1/10 of the total mass of the blue ball, the rest continuing to wait for its moment. Lee Ho tore his clothes, using the expansion of the muscle fibers in his upper body. Looking at what Kwok Dugan had turned into, our hero realized that if he entered into direct confrontation with such a creature, he would destroy the nerd's body. But if he could match him in at least one aspect, the fight would take place. After 3 million years of training, the muscles of Mu's real body had become too large and began to get in the way. In order to preserve his strength and increase his mobility, the god devised a special method, which he hastened to apply. He learned to reduce the volume of his muscles while increasing their density to the maximum permissible level. Now the body of the Lord of the Earth was not so massive, and his speed and combat skills increased significantly. The guy used muscle compression in one of his arms to maximize its strength. It had to work. While he was performing this technique, the bruiser managed to get as close as possible, and the dragon warned his master at the very last moment. A huge fist flew straight at the Lord of the Earth's head, and he had to do something immediately. First, Mu dodged. He was curious to assess the enemy's strength using a solid object as an example. The wall or cabinet doors were ideal for this purpose, and the young man simply watched. At the last moment, the big guy's hand suddenly changed direction and grabbed our hero right by the face, but not to crush his skull, but to throw his opponent against the wall, which was much more effective. Lee Ho flew, spreading his arms, distributing his muscles along the way so as to compact his back rather than his arms, reducing the damage from the impact. But even so, the damage was quite noticeable, and the Lord of the Earth clenched his teeth tightly to keep Lee Ho's body from screaming in pain. As soon as he landed, the guy immediately began to strengthen his arm so that he could strike back. Kang Chol and Heejun were resting on either side of him. After maximizing his muscles, he needed to apply compression to increase his strength, which is exactly what Mu did. Kwok Dugun was already flying towards him, intending to smash the annoying boy into a pancake. The boy did not wait for such a turn of events and rushed towards the danger, putting his clenched fist forward. They struck simultaneously, and the energy released from the collision was simply colossal. The glass in the school windows couldn't withstand the pressure and simply flew out, showering everything around with shards. The Hulk looked at his hand in surprise. For the first time since taking the drug, he felt real pain. The villain was so enraged that he immediately rushed at his enemy. Mu tightened the muscles in his arm even more, now in 2 layers, and ran towards him. Kwok Dugan swung first, but missed his opponent, so he tried again several times. Lee Ho also did not wait for the tide to turn and swung his fist left and right, clearly enjoying himself immensely. Several times the opponent's hands touched, but the effect was no longer as devastating. Quality had given way to quantity. Realizing that this was not working, both struck with maximum force at the same time, and again a flash blinded the students, and furniture began flying around the classroom. Kwok Dugan was surprised to realize that this time the enemy's strength was quite comparable to his own. But he couldn't understand how this was possible. The bully's hand began to tremble, and he cursed several times. He clearly hadn't expected such a gangster. The fact was that with the same force of impact, Lee Ho's fist had a smaller surface area, so his damage was greater, and the guy was confident of victory. Now, there was less than a minute left to hold out, and our hero didn't want to waste any time when such a strong opponent and the opportunity to take him down had appeared. He darted at the burly man quickly, like lightning, preparing to strike with his fist clenched 3 times. A strange dent appeared on the outer wall of the school. The glass had long since left the windows of the building, and now gaped like black holes. In the next moment, this dent became a huge hole through which Kwok Dugan flew, literally breaking through the facade wall. The Hulk collapsed to the ground, and it was clear that the fight was officially over. The young man fell right at the feet of the stunned teacher and police officer, who immediately shouted for someone to call an ambulance and the special forces. A second later, the body returned to its normal size, and there was no longer any need for special forces. But the thug had flown several floors and could not do without medical attention. Mu stood and looked through the hole in the wall, and Dajin cautiously approached him as she was also curious. Meanwhile, her bald classmate finally grabbed Yan and was now holding the monster tightly against him. As soon as Lee Ho turned around, the thug dropped the dragon and yelled that he wouldn't back down just like that Kwok Dugan was the weakest of their group, and that he would return with reinforcements. Yan landed on the floor in a samurai stance, and announced that he was also capable of something, especially proud of his teeth and claws. Of course, he could do much more with magic, but that option was temporarily unavailable, and Mu fell to his knees. The dragon approached and asked if everything was all right. He was quite agitated and worried about his master's condition. The monster repeated his question several times, but there was no answer. The Lord of the Earth remained silent. Then he suddenly smiled and began to laugh wildly. making it clear that he was at least not too badly injured. Then our hero simply asked his personal secretary to forget about it and not worry, saying there was no need to make a big deal out of it. He made such a demonic face that one could only hope that Mu had not yet lost his sanity. In order to form the pills, it was necessary to thoroughly grind the substance with Yeonyeon's mana, which had fossilized over 1,000 years. This was exactly what Choi Sung-gil was doing, forming pills of such a size that the drug would be as effective as possible without causing harm. Suddenly, a bald guy rushed into the room where he was, shouted something at his uncle, and rushed towards him with his arms outstretched. But it wasn't to hug him. The young man needed a means to increase his strength, and he braced himself against the table, demanding that he be given the drug. The schoolboy was sure that this was the only way he could get even with Lee Ho, and now he wanted to do it himself. The man crumpled a piece of paper into a ball and hissed that he had given him a lot of pills. How could he have used them all up so quickly? The bald man began to whine that he had to give 3 pills at a time to each of them, so he should be generous once more. Choi Sung-il was stunned to hear about such a consumption rate. He was sure that 1 dose was enough for any opponent. The boss declared that this could not be, and instead of answering, his nephew once again slammed his palms loudly on the table. Suddenly, something hit the door with a loud bang, frightening both relatives, who could not come to an agreement. No one entered the room, but the sounds of a fight could be heard from the hallway. Choi Sung-gil and his nephew tried hard to figure out what had happened. Then the doors began to open slowly, but what was happening behind them remained completely unclear. Lee Ho stood in the doorway, surrounded by a faint purple glow, but it was doubtful that our hero had also taken Yeonyeon's drug. The boss asked fearfully who the guy was and how he got there, as the building and room were well guarded from the outside. The man did not know that his men were lying in the corridor at that moment, completely unconscious and unable to move. The Lord of the Earth made sure that no one would interfere with his plans. Ordinary guards were not interesting opponents. Mu did not explain that it no longer mattered. He only said that he was ready for battle, and that they should call the strongest one. This demand was prompted by the threat of the bald man, who promised to return and take revenge, bringing the strongest fighter with him. Then, a compulsive desire arose in Mu's mind to challenge the warrior who was considered the strongest here to a fight. But before venturing into the unknown, our hero needed to heal himself, so he asked Yeonyeon for a healing orb. While waiting, the Lord of the Earth entertained himself with thoughts of how nobly he would fight today. While the dragon was regurgitating the stone, Lee Ho repeated several times that the strongest is the one with the most power. Soon, the healing orb was in his hand, and the young man was ready to bring his battered body back to proper condition. Complete recovery and physical strengthening had taken place, and now Lee Ho, or rather his physical shell, could stand up to anyone. The schoolboy ordered the dragon not to lag behind, and it jumped onto his shoulder. Both moved towards the classroom exit, but then Kang Chol called out to the hero. The boxer asked where the nerd was going, saying that if he was following those criminals, it was very dangerous, and he would go too. Hearing this, Heejin also tried to get up and said he would deal with the scoundrels in no time. Instead of answering, the young man turned around again and headed for his friends, but he looked somewhat unfriendly. The closer Lee Ho got, the more obvious it became that he was not approaching to give a friendly hug. The guy grabbed the boxer and Da-jun's brother by the ankles and pulled them sharply toward him. At first, the guys didn't understand why, but when Mu pulled harder, the schoolboy's ligaments began to hurt, and now they needed medical attention to be able to stand up. Both cursed and shouted for him to stop immediately, saying they hadn't done anything wrong to him. Da-jun jumped up to the Lord of the Earth and asked menacingly what was going on, telling him to stop torturing her brother. Our hero replied that the injuries were not serious enough to cause serious harm, but he needed to make sure that the strongest opponent went to him and only him. Having eliminated his potential rivals, Lee Ho spread his arms like wings and flew toward the door to catch up with the bald scoundrel. He made it just in time, before the schoolboy disappeared completely from view into the building where his uncle was. The boy paused, thinking. There was a security guard standing at the entrance, but if he got into a fight with him, it would cause too much noise. Yeonyeon said it could be dangerous, and after those words, a happy smile spread across Mu's face. He put on a straight face and walked calmly toward the door, completely ignoring the security guard and dark glasses. The guard asked the young man to slow down and asked where he was going and why. Judging by his appearance, he looked like some kind of beggar. Lee Ho replied that the man who had just gone inside had promised to give him something, and he was trying to bring his pet inside. The security guard said that was out of the question, and received a powerful blow to the face in response. He shouldn't have been so smart. The man broke the glass and rushed inside, followed by Mu. The other guards looked at the man who had entered with surprise, but they were confident that they could stop him. In reality, things turned out differently. Lee Ho had to warm up properly before fighting the strongest opponent, and the bodyguards were excellent training partners for him. While the men were running towards our hero, he was already formulating a plan in his head to neutralize them with a series of blows. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Now a warm-up fight was about to begin, but that didn't mean it wasn't still a fight. In literally a minute, the guards were finished off, and Lee Ho opened the door to the office where the bald guy and his uncle were. He entered, eager to quickly begin the battle with the strongest opponent, but what he saw was clearly disappointing. Mu smiled crookedly and asked the brats again where he was. The strongest fighter who was supposed to return to school and kill him. The bald guy turned and pointed at Lee Ho, explaining to Choi Sang-il that this was the very same psychopath who had defeated the guy who had taken 2 pills. Yon began to growl and swing his tail from side to side, angered by such disrespectful treatment. The monster shouted that no one dared to doubt his master's sanity, that he was in perfect shape. In fact, the Lord of the Earth's face showed the opposite. All he cared about was getting the fight started as soon as possible. Lee Ho asked again where the strongest one was, and the bald man called his uncle plaintively. The man watched as the guy took out all his guards and realized that he was not so simple. So the boss promised to show him the strongest, but on one condition. Hearing that if he lost to those who worked for him, he would have to serve Sang-il. Mu just smiled and agreed. The bald man shouted that he also had a condition, that the lizard was also in on it. Otherwise there would be no fight, and the strongest would not come. He pointed at Yon and demanded that if he lost, the pet would become his. Mu easily agreed to this as well. At first, the dragon was a little upset that he was not a thing to be used as a prize, but then he decided that his master would not lose anyway, and fell silent. The battle took place in the arena, as expected. Lee Ho was significantly smaller than his opponent, but this was not his first time. His nephew asked Choi Sang-il if he was sure that the fighter would not lose, and the man smiled and asked him not to worry about it, saying that he had a well-thought-out tactic. The fighter with purple hair stood confidently in the arena, unaware of how dangerous a god with 3 million years of practice could be. The man took 1 pill with Yon's mana. His task was not to defeat our hero, but to wear him down. The warrior immediately rushed into the attack, shouting that the boss had allowed him to kill the boy, but he would start by simply crippling him. It was not difficult for Mu to dodge the attack, as his opponent was very clumsy. Our hero tensed the muscles in his arm, strengthening it in order to perform a special bone-breaking hold. He simply dug his hand into the forearm of the fighter taking 1 pill, and that was enough to knock him out. The man screamed and fell to his knees, begging him to release his grip immediately, as he was in excruciating pain. Thus, the first fight ended almost immediately, and Choi Sang-il realized that Lee Ho was much stronger than he had expected. He decided to try sending out another, weaker fighter to see if the previous fight had been a fluke. The strong man drank the drug and attacked the young man with a jump from above, his eyes glowing like headlights. The Lord of the Earth realized that a punch was expected of him and decided to go against the system, flexing his leg muscles for greater strength. He struck with such force that his opponent flew in the opposite direction without even changing his expression. The man asked in surprise what that was, but received only silence in response. And then our hero's fist flew into his face. Our hero did not consider it necessary to explain his strategy to everyone he met. In fact, he was beginning to get angry. The second fighter flew to the opposite side of the arena like a ragdoll, and our hero realized that this fight could also be considered over. He looked straight into Cho Sang-il's eyes and said that this was not what he had promised him, and that he should bring out his strongest fighter. Both gangsters froze in tension, and finally the boss squeezed out that he would now call the right fighter. Mu was already being watched in the arena by someone who had 2 pills ready in his hand. He had already taken that dose. The drug went into his mouth, and the rather handsome guy literally began to change his appearance before our eyes. His muscles swelled, his veins were ready to burst from the tension, and if it weren't for mana, that would have been the end of it. It was the familiar blonde guy from the office. It seemed that now he had become a regular at the arena fights instead of working with clients. Seeing his colleague, the bald man yelled in surprise. He recognized him, and was now afraid that this mountain of muscle would decide to take revenge for past grievances. Even compared to his previous fight, the blonde guy was now about twice as big and probably stronger. When he appeared in front of Lee Ho, the guy thought that, judging by his size, his opponent had taken a double dose of the drug at once, and it was interesting to see how it worked. When asked if he was the strongest man, the blonde replied that he didn't know. But here, he was definitely stronger than everyone else. He looked at his colleague lying on the floor, who was shaking slightly, but did not worry too much about it. The fighter almost stumbled but continued moving, swinging his huge leg, preparing for the first blow. He kicked the previous warrior as if he were not a human being but a soccer ball, his body whizzing past Mu and crashing into the fence. Our hero thought that the big guy's legs were really strong, and he wouldn't want to get hit like that. Choi Sang-il did not expect his warriors to be so cruel to each other, and was frightened by what he saw at first. But then the man smiled. After all, his villainous nature helped him to calmly accept such actions. The boss was also pleased that Lee Ho was distracted by the incident and did not notice that the blonde man was already rushing to attack him. The knee strike hit the young man's forearm, and only then did he realize that the fight had already begun. The blow sent Mu flying to the side, and he skated across the floor as if on skates, except that he had no skates on his feet, and there was no ice beneath him. Our hero slowed down near the fence, clouds of smoke billowing from the soles of his nice sneakers. The Lord of the Earth lifted his foot to look, and it turned out that the soles of his shoes were completely worn out. The blonde continued his attack, and the guy figured that the lower half of his body was clearly overworked. This meant that he had to focus his attention on the upper half, and the enemy's shoes flew into the face of the former manager. For some reason, the giant got scared and started covering himself with his hands, even though he could have easily torn them off in mid-flight. In fact, it was a diversionary tactic. Our hero crouched down to attack the fighter from below. He was preparing the very same giant's blow that had already served him well in fights on Earth. In addition, Mu activated the four-leg mode, which had become one of his latest developments in battles several thousand years ago, and Blondie also raised his leg. But his blows were slow and clumsy, while the Lord of the Earth attacked swiftly. The man couldn't hit his opponent, who, on the contrary, kicked tirelessly. Blondie asked plaintively if Mu was a cockroach. This angered the young man, and he swung his fist harder to silence that mouth. The blow landed on his face and did indeed stop the former manager's stream of whining in an instant. But he did not stop resisting at all, instantly grabbing his opponent by the wrist, bones cracking. The blonde man smiled, saying that Lee Ho's actions were exactly like those of an insect, but he knew very well how to deal with pests. Our hero decided that this would not do and began to strike with his free hand, trying to break free. This didn't help much, so Mu decided to use his knee, which proved to be much more effective. The guy managed to break free and jump aside while the big guy was coming to his senses. He was still too slow. Blowing his nose, the blonde noticed that everything was going according to plan, and that the insect was completely powerless to resist him. Lee Ho thought that, to some extent, his opponent was right. The blows were not very effective and did not cause the blonde any particular harm. This upset the Lord of the Earth so much that his fighting spirit waned somewhat, and he once again put on a sad and gloomy expression. The guy was trying to decide what to do next: attack the joints, use an ancient wrestling move, or increase his strength. At that moment, the manager rushed at him. The man's legs were much stronger, and this knee strike could well have been fatal for the young man. Lee Ho's face took the full force of the burly man's legs, and it cannot be said that it was a pleasant surprise. The Lord of the Earth decided to respond in kind, charging his fist straight at his enemy's solar plexus. The enemy attacked again with his knee. It seemed to be his favorite move, something we had seen before. Our hero began to get angry. Was his strength really not enough? That meant he needed to increase his muscle density by reducing their volume. So he did, and when their fists met again, this time the blonde felt that he could finally give a worthy response. To consolidate his success, the young man strengthened one of his knuckles in particular, sticking it out slightly. He struck the body again, and the manager gasped in pain, grimacing and gritting his teeth from the strain. Saliva flew from his mouth. It seemed that Mu's opponent could no longer control himself, and the most interesting part was about to begin. The guy delivered more and more blows, and each time the big guy was thrown back quite a bit. Finally, the fight began to bring the god real pleasure. He figured out how to defeat this giant. Now the manager was only trying to block his attacks, but he wasn't very successful, and he became a vulnerable target. Choi Sung-gil and his bald nephew did not expect such a turn of events. They watched in horror as their strongest fighter suffered defeat. The dragon rejoiced, once again convinced that there was no creature in the world stronger than the master he had served faithfully for millions of years. The boss simply could not comprehend how an ordinary schoolboy could defeat a bruiser who had been strengthened by 2 pills. Shouting that this simply could not be allowed to happen, the man ran down to the arena where the fight was taking place. The blonde man was already struggling to stay on his feet. They were covered in bruises, and the strong man was simply trembling, having given up all attempts at resistance. Finally, he collapsed to his knees, covering his head with his hands. The fighter didn't know what else he could do in this situation. Lee Ho did not finish off his opponent. He simply watched as he fell to the floor, as if it were the end. Suddenly, another blue pill rolled toward the manager's face, and he opened his eyes just in time to notice it. The boss stood leaning against the net and begged the fighter to take the drug, saying it would help him win. Choi Sung-il began gesturing to the blonde man that he should put the blue pill in his mouth. If he swallowed it, everything would go smoothly, and a worthy reward would not be long in coming. The money received for the fight would be doubled, or rather, he would pay 4 times the amount. After looking at the boss and the pill again and assessing the possible prospects of winning, the man made an attempt to approach the pill. He looked at it and muttered that he didn't want to risk taking a 3rd dose right after the first 2. But still, the opportunity to get rich played its role, and the blonde man decided to swallow that damn piece of mana. He began to grow in size. Choi Sung-il rejoiced, and Mu suddenly realized that this was far from the end of the battle. The manager's body began to take on strange shapes. Now he was becoming a real monster, gradually losing his human form. Even his teeth began to resemble fangs, which was not surprising, since this fool had taken 3 dragon pills at once. Now he looked so terrifying that the boss had no doubt about victory and ordered the fighter to crush this cockroach. The enemy rushed into the attack, intending to deliver a double blow. He could feel the energy overflowing him. The hand was approaching our hero's face, and Mu thought that it would be much more difficult to cope with such force, so something had to be done urgently. Most likely, the creature's joints and bones had not had time to harden, so the Lord of the Earth decided to further strengthen his muscles. He completely removed the muscle mass from his torso, redistributing it to his arms, leaving only the most necessary muscles for support. Then the young man used a compression technique, compacting his hands as much as possible to increase his strength, and the cherry on top was to be an equally compressed finger, which would be at the very tip of the attack. The monster's hand continued to approach, and Li Ho had already prepared his counterattack with his fist, confident that it would work. But before attacking himself, he had to dodge his opponent's huge hand, which was not difficult given the guy's size. Meanwhile, his deadly fist was approaching the monster's ribs to slightly adjust their shape. The opponent opened up. He was still much slower, and our hero deftly struck right at the point he had targeted. The move failed. The enemy was too dense, and the Lord of the Earth had to jump back to a safe distance. His finger couldn't withstand the collision with the mutant's steel body, which meant one thing. To survive, he had to come up with something else. The blonde crouched down, trying to figure out where his opponent had gone, while the young man thought about what to do next. Suddenly, the manager, using the tremendous strength of his lower limbs, jumped high into the air. This came as a surprise even to Mu, who had seen many monsters in his lifetime. It turned out that someone else could still surprise him. The blonde man hung under the very roof of the arena and took aim to carry out the order to crush this pathetic cockroach. When he crashed down at terrifying speed, the floor of the building couldn't withstand the impact, and stones flew in all directions like hail. Our hero also flew along with them, knocked unconscious and thrown back several meters. His opponent's hand, which had firmly grabbed the guy by the ankle with its giant fingers, prevented him from completing his fall. Then the manager slammed Li Ho several times against the remains of the floor, waving his arm as if he were fighting flies. The Lord of the Earth lost consciousness for a moment, now dangling in the monster's hand like a mannequin, bleeding profusely. Each new blow finally knocked the life energy out of the nerd's body. A little more, and this body would be destroyed. Yong screamed in horror. He had never seen his master in such a situation before. The dragon rushed down the steps with a cry that he would save Mu now, no matter what it took. The secretary declared that he would immediately take all the mana from the enemy of the Lord of the Earth, and had already begun to act. But then our hero's hand made a strange movement. He tried to stand up, saying that Yon should not rush, but wait a little longer before helping. It's hard to believe, but the young man was smiling. He didn't want to miss the opportunity to continue this epic battle. The guy tried once more to grab the floor with his hand to hold on, but he failed. Although his fingers left several dents, the Hulk continued to swing the man around like a flag, while the latter frantically thought about what to do. After another blow, Mu suddenly realized that if he couldn't break through the blonde man's skin and muscles, he had to find a more vulnerable spot. The idea came to him suddenly, and Li Ho smiled again, which seemed completely surreal given the situation he was in. The next time he found himself above his opponent's head, our hero prepared his hand for his own attack. He chose the enemy's head as his target, and this time the effect was much more pleasant and powerful. The big guy's brain hit his skull with such force that for a split second, the manager lost control of his own body. The fingers of his giant hand unclenched and released the young man's leg. It was a small victory, but a victory nonetheless. Li Ho flew down and crashed onto his back right next to Choi Sang-il. The man screamed in horror. He hadn't expected this. The guy sat down, and the boss tried to explain something about how the rules did not prohibit interfering and giving the fighter a third pill. The Lord of the Earth was not going to waste time responding to this meaningless remark. He just turned around and glanced at his enemy, smiling. Choi Sang-il was stunned and asked in a trembling voice why the young man suddenly laughed. What was so funny about it? This time, Mu decided to respond and simply thanked the man for this incredible fight. A chance that comes once in a million. He rushed back to the center of the arena, leaving the gang boss confused as he had expected everything to end now. It was clear from Choi Sang-il's face that he no longer understood anything and had said goodbye to the possibility of winning. The room was almost completely destroyed, but the man was preoccupied with the thought of why this madman was laughing. The opponents continued to attack each other. Now their strength was almost equal, and their desire to fight was the same. The businessman froze, pieces of the walls and floor of the arena, on which he had spared no expense, flying around him. Only now did the man realize that the building was likely to be completely destroyed, which made him curse. Choi Sagil had started working at the age of 13, and had dreamed of building something like this all his life, earning money for this building for many years. When the construction was completed, the gangster felt like the happiest man in the world. He loved this building with all his heart. Realizing that it would now cease to exist, the boss yelled in a voice that was not his own. This was not what he wanted at all. Now the building was being demolished right before his eyes, and so quickly that it was impossible to do anything about it. His nephew also realized that it was all over, and ran to the exit so as not to be crushed under the rubble. Lee Ho broke through another piece of the floor, but he still intended to strike back. He just needed to get to his feet. He struggled to move, and the dark silhouette of the burly man was getting closer and closer. The Lord of the Earth looked closely at his enemy, trying to figure out how the blow to the head had affected him. If the damage was significant, he had to continue. When his palm touched the blonde man's cheek, Mu's hand felt the brain vibrating inside the skull, so there was a chance that the injury would take its toll. The young man got up and began to prepare for a new attack. He was so absorbed in the fight that he showed no mercy to himself. The opponent again used the power of his legs and soared high into the air. It was possible to guess where he intended to land with one attempt. Of course, straight at Lee, to attack once again the one who dared to doubt his strength and invincibility. Although his main motivation was still money, the former manager waved his hand, and our hero flew like a comet to the opposite side of the arena. He left a trail behind him as he tried to stop, clinging to the wall with his hand, while the mutant watched with interest. The guy's braking distance was about 10 meters, and he didn't even want to think about what his hand must have turned into. Mu decided to trust his instincts and just fight, because thinking in his condition was too energy-consuming, and he struck his opponent's head again. The leg he used to do this turned into practically a steak, and the blonde skin became even thicker. It seemed that now every contact with the enemy with an unprotected area of skin could result in serious injury. Limping, the young man made another attempt to close the distance a little, which apparently surprised the blonde man. He looked at our hero and couldn't understand one thing: why he had entered into this insane confrontation in the first place. The man decided that the young man was trying to intimidate him with his appearance, which made him even angrier than before. He swung his arm again and lunged at Lee Ho, who also prepared his fist for a counterattack. The guy increased the number of muscle fibers and density again, hoping that this way he would not be too seriously injured by the mutant's skin. Both fists moved toward each other at incredible speed, each concentrated with enormous force. When they collided, it became clear that the winner would not be determined quickly, because both opponents felt the blow. They were thrown in different directions at approximately the same distance, and the mutant's brain was injured again. The Lord of the Earth decided not to let him recover, and immediately swung his arm again at tremendous speed. He aimed at the enemy's most vulnerable spot, the eyes, and the mutant did not have time to parry the blow, or perhaps did not want to. Looking at the result of his actions, Lee Ho was encouraged, paying no attention to the fact that he had turned his own hand into a piece of meat. The guy delivered another blow to his opponent's face, and the manager flew back a little again, already staggering. The Lord of the Earth realized that he had found the right strategy and was about to attack again in the same way. He was satisfied. Realizing that he was now more vulnerable, the blonde decided to increase the distance and climbed up to the upper stands in a few jumps, first kicking the guy into the fence. His arm was unresponsive and sore. Mu ordered his joints and ligaments to return to their proper place, but without a healing stone, it was impossible. Meanwhile, his opponent was calculating the trajectory he needed to jump to simply crush this insect. The blonde suddenly thought that Lee Ho would throw off his damaged arm like a lizard's tail. But then he felt the effect of the drug begin to wear off. There was no time to hesitate. He had to finish this quickly, so the mutant jumped onto the upper ceiling supports with virtually no preparation. He didn't fall only by a lucky chance, but the metal began to bend under his weight. He had to rush down quickly, which is what the former manager of the cash loan office did. He flew toward our hero, baring his teeth and clenching his fists. The landing was definitely not going to be soft. All Mu could think of at the last moment was to move slightly to the side, and the purple mass rushed past and slammed into the floor, scratching only his cheek and side. The fist dug deep into the floor, and the force of the blow shook our hero again, sending him flying even further. But not to flee, but to tense his leg muscles as much as possible for the attack. The guy raised his foot to strike, and only then realized that without shoes, the chance of seriously injuring himself was very high. And yet the young man made his attack. The force was simply colossal, and now the blonde had much more serious problems with his head. He opened his mouth in a silent scream, realizing that he would not be able to respond in kind. His body already beginning to shrink slightly in size, and his muscles weakening. Realizing that the skin was no longer as tough as it used to be, Lee Ho began to deliver more and more kicks. In the end, he simply began jumping on his defeated enemy, trampling his head and shoulders more and more. The leg with which the Earth Lord attacked was a bloody mess, but his enemy's head looked no better. Our hero froze for a moment, trying to decide whether to continue the attack or if it was enough. He did not want to kill his opponent. His foot froze a few inches above the man's head, but he was in no hurry to bring it down again. Suddenly, the Lord of the Earth's eyes became completely empty and white. He froze as if rooted to the spot, and then lowered his foot not onto the manager, but onto the ground. The young man began to laugh, at first not very confidently, but then louder and louder. He doubled over and continued to laugh so hard that everything around him shook as if an earthquake had begun. The laughter stopped abruptly when one of the metal supports collapsed directly onto Li Ho, who did not have time to jump out of the way. Yon Yon screamed in horror. He called out to his master several times, but there was no response, and the dragon panicked. He rushed down and ran up to the metal structure, hoping to somehow move it, but the monster's strength was not what it used to be. He couldn't even break through the fence on his first try. Meanwhile, Choi Sang-gil was afraid to move, his whole life having collapsed along with those supports. The man thought he wanted to have a little fun and earn some extra money, but he lost almost everything. The damage and destruction were simply colossal. He tried to reassure himself that at least the foundation of the building had survived, but then he thought that he couldn't say that with certainty. At first, he thought that the damage could be compensated for by the income from the arena, but now there was simply nowhere to hold these matches. Yong finally got through the fence and reached the Earth Lord. Only his crippled arm was visible and it was moving slightly. The dragon attempted to lift the metal structure slightly to help Mu get out. He managed to lift it by barely a centimeter, and then Yon remembered the huge chunk of strength-enhancing drug. The idea struck him instantly, and the monster turned back to make sure the CEO was still there. The man with a silly smile was right behind the fence, looking as if he was completely out of his mind. The dragon rushed toward the fence at such speed that he almost broke through it with his body. But it was still safer to jump over it. Mu's personal secretary shouted from above for Choi Sang-il to give him the drug immediately, but the man pretended not to understand. Then Yon decided to use force and clung to his enemy's face with all four paws. He was very angry. While the dragon was biting the man's head, the hand under the support began to give some kind of signals again, but it was difficult to understand what they meant. After a few seconds, Li Ho realized that he couldn't count on help and had to act on his own. The hand froze, then pressed firmly against the floor. Yon and Choi Sang-il's eyes widened when they saw the entire support slowly begin to rise. Our hero stood up, holding the metal structure on his shoulder, and the dragon immediately jumped onto the fence with a joyful cry. The young man threw the support back and took a few steps, wondering what had fallen on him. Yon did not rush to answer. He was more interested in whether the gentleman was all right and whether he needed help. The guy repeated the question insistently, and the monster, after thinking for a moment, said that he had seen something fall from the ceiling. The Lord of the Earth laughed again and muttered that he knew it was the building that had hit him, and for some reason, this fact amused the hero. He smiled and raised his hand, saying that now it was clear, although only Mu knew exactly what was clear. The young man clenched his fist and began to wave it somewhere above, continuing to giggle and laugh loudly. Then Mu lowered his hand and began to straighten the bones and joints on the damaged one, the muscles making strange sounds as they were stretched to the limit. Yong watched with admiration. He knew this sound well and understood how much pain his master must be feeling now. Finally, everything was ready, and the Lord of the Earth waved his fist several times, checking its full functionality. He was not satisfied with the result, so the guy decided to use his whole fist, striking the floor of the arena with maximum force. Everything around him shook violently. The walls began to sway, and the ceiling was ready to collapse. Choi Sang-gil was thrown from where he was standing, but it did not occur to the man to flee like his nephew. A crack appeared in the wall, growing rapidly and becoming deeper, and soon another one appeared nearby. The man cried out that no, this couldn't be happening. This simply couldn't happen. The building couldn't just collapse like this. He yelled at Li Ho not to even think about continuing and striking again, because he would destroy them all. The dragon on the fence begged his master to leave before everything collapsed. For Yon, the priority was to get Mu out of the danger zone, although if it came down to it, they were all in danger. The Lord of the Earth asked if his personal assistant was sure that the building could collapse, and he nodded in agreement. Then our hero, his eyes burning, raised his hand to strike and laughed that when it all finally collapsed, he would win. His fist, clenched several times tighter, struck the floor again with terrible force, and the walls shook even more violently than before, already on the verge of collapse. New cracks began to appear everywhere, and Choi Sang-gil realized that this time his empire had finally come to an end. Yon also realized this perfectly well, but he didn't know what was better to do: find a safer place or continue to persuade his master to leave the arena. During this time, the bald schoolboy managed to cover a considerable distance. He went outside and ran about 200 meters away from the building. Cracks had already spread across the entire facade. The boss's nephew continued to run forward when he heard a terrible crash behind him. His worst fears were confirmed. The house had collapsed. The young man looked back at where his uncle's empire had flourished until recently, but now there was only a pile of rubble. The dust made it impossible to see the details, but there was no need to anyway, as only stones and a drain pipe remained of the building. One might have thought that everyone inside had perished, but suddenly there was movement among the ruins, and a green paw appeared. Yong was alive, not only alive, but immediately began to clear the rubble in search of the Lord of the Earth. He called out loudly for Mu and finally found him. Our hero was also alive, although he had suffered quite badly. The Dragon Lord suddenly opened his eyes wide and laughed, then announced loudly and joyfully that he had won. The owner of the house had also survived, and upon hearing the laughter, he came to his senses and began to dig himself out, quickly freeing the upper half of his body. But what he saw completely discouraged the man from continuing to fight for his life. His empire had been completely destroyed, and his business was gone. By some absurd coincidence, the entire ball of the strength-enhancing drug was right next to Choi Sang-il, and even the seal of Yeon was intact. Hope flashed across the boss's face again that everything could be fixed, or at least that he could take revenge on those who had destroyed his fate. The dragon muttered that if he had known that everything would turn out this way, he would have taken more recovery spheres from the divine abode. But Lucifer had prevented him. Li Ho reassured his friend that his body would recover over time, and that there were special medical centers on Earth where he could be put back on his feet. The guy didn't have time to finish talking about hospitals when stones thundered over his head again. Someone was trying to attack Mu and Yeon. It was Choi Sang-il, who, in a fit of rage, had consumed so much of the substance that he had turned into a huge monster. Shouting that they would now pay for destroying his building, the man rushed towards our heroes. The dragon tried to explain to the gentleman that he was unable to fight, but Mu got up and said that he would not give up the fight that he himself had started. After that, the guy laughed his signature laugh, as if the opportunity to defeat a strong enemy again motivated the Lord of the Earth to do the impossible. Unfortunately, his opponent was in much better shape and landed a series of blows on the smiling Li Ho. The young man flew backward and crashed right onto the pile of rubble. Now he was really not sure he could fight, and the dragon continued to wail. The giant loomed over Mu, raising his huge hand to strike, repeating that the scoundrel would pay for everything now. The blow was incredibly powerful, and stones flew up again. If this continued, only sand would remain instead of debris. By some miracle, Li Ho managed to dodge, only the shockwave hitting him. But even so, the jolt was quite severe. It turned out that the miracle was performed by Yeon, who simply pulled his master back a little at the very last moment. The dragon continued to persuade Mu to end this senseless confrontation, because he could simply take his mana back. The Lord of the Earth replied that it was too early. He would finish this fight himself. There was one part of his body that had not been damaged. Our hero's eyes once again filled with confidence that he could defeat the mutant, which was very important to him. Mu explained to his personal secretary that he wanted to deliver one more blow, just one, with his left foot, and then he would either win or ask for help. The young man stood up and began to tighten and strengthen his leg with all the other muscles in his body, while a huge fist was already flying towards him from above. The appearance of the Lord of the Earth's lower limb already had very little in common with that of a leg, but there were special reasons for this. The guy managed to dodge his opponent's attack and was now preparing to deliver his final blow, into which he put all his strength and power. He did not use his foot, as he needed it to push off from the rocks. To Choi Sang-il's surprise, his opponent attacked him with his head. The blow landed in the most effective spot, causing the enemy's stomach to crumple, and all his other internal organs to suffer serious damage. Vomit filled the man's mouth and he began to swallow it and choke because his lungs had stopped working. Finally, the boss regained the ability to breathe and spat out everything that was supposed to be inside. The fragments of the drug he had taken had not had time to dissolve and now left the mutant's body. The body reacted instantly, returning to its original form, and the opponents lay on the ground facing each other. The Lord of the Earth laughed again. He was simply happy and shouted loudly that he had won again. Meanwhile, the dragon found the remains of his drug and shouted that now everything would be fine. He would extract the mana from it and be able to heal his master. Suddenly, a gust of wind tore the fragments of the blue ball from its creator's paws. Something strange was happening. Yang rushed to Mu to warn him, and, if necessary, to protect him as well. But the hurricane did not subside. The dragon continued to move toward our hero, now noticing that there was quite a lot of mana in the wind. At first, the monster was skeptical, but gradually the amount of this magical energy grew larger and larger. Yang was happy because now he could take on his true form and fight with magic, but he didn't understand where the mana in Earth's atmosphere came from. Thinking that it wasn't that important, the dragon simply decided to take advantage of the opportunities that had opened up. He did not see that someone's purple paw had torn through the planet's protective barrier and was continuing to widen the breach. The huge purple dragon intended to penetrate Earth, and now he had a very real opportunity to do so. He created them himself by attacking the protective barrier of Mu's domain with those very mana spears, and Lucifer did not give up hope of breaking through it. The Demon King had already used every possible method, but none of them worked as he would have liked. The Lord of Earth had made sure that the planet was protected from all possible attacks by Elmer or anyone else. But, unfortunately for him, Lucifer had an advisor whose brain worked in a rather original way. It was Soso, the third most influential archer in the realm of the gods, who wondered why there was so much noise. The girl couldn't relax because of the noise, even in her own domain, so she ordered it to stop immediately. Lucifer ignored the archer. He was completely focused on his goal, even though he had not achieved any visible success. Out of anger, the Demon King muttered curses. He did not understand how it was possible to create a barrier of such power. Soso noticed that there were others like it in their world. This gave the villain a brilliant but completely insane idea, and he whispered that he simply had to try it. The girl, without meaning to, gave Lucifer a brilliant hint, and he immediately set about implementing this idea. When Soso saw what the Lord of the Planet Elmer was doing after a while, she couldn't believe her eyes. But when it became obvious, the archer screamed in horror and started yelling for the crazy bastard to stop immediately. Lucifer couldn't hear her. He was too far away and too busy moving his planet toward Earth. The planet Elmur had been the abode of the Demon King even longer than Mu had held the position of Lord of Earth, and he was thoroughly tired of it. Now the scoundrel was ready to sacrifice his own kingdom just to overthrow his enemy. Soso shouted again, telling him to put the planet back in its place and stop messing around, because it could disrupt the entire world order in an instant. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lucifer, putting all his strength and power into it, hurled the planet Elmer towards Earth. Each of these celestial bodies had its own protective barrier, and now it remained only to find out which one was stronger. It turned out that Earth was better protected, and Elmer's shell simply burned up upon contact with the shield of the second celestial body. But now the planet itself attacked him. Lucifer laughed. He understood that Elmer's mass would make the blow very strong. Before this epic collision took place, he managed to cast his mana spikes to further attack the barrier. At the first moment when Earth and Elmura collided, nothing happened at all, which seemed somewhat disappointing. Lucifer couldn't believe his eyes. He had expected the spectacle to be incredibly spectacular, and the result to be at least satisfactory. Soso couldn't take her eyes off what was unfolding right in front of her. Nothing like this had ever happened in the Divine Kingdom before. The Lord of the Planet Elmer rejoiced, deciding that his plan had worked, and that Earth's barrier had succumbed to the onslaught of this incredible attack. It turned out to be much more interesting than that. The shields of the two celestial bodies suddenly merged into one, and now the mana from Lucifer's domain had entered Mu's abode. It was not only beautiful, but also very dangerous, because these two worlds were never meant to come into contact with each other. The flashes of mana dissolved the Earth's barrier, punching small holes in it, and now the Demon King had a chance to enter the enemy's world. But someone else was the first to take advantage of this opportunity, and we all remember the huge purple dragon. The sky split and shook, then a rather noticeable crack appeared in it, illuminated by mana. To widen it, the monster used its claws, and the process became much more active, and now the monster's claws were visible to humans. Then the dragon stuck its snout into the opening and looked down. The human world was quite entertaining. The city's residents froze in the middle of the street, some filming the monster in the sky on video, some screaming, but most of the Earthlings just stared. It was clear from their faces that no one took the threat too seriously, viewing what was happening more like special effects in a movie. Then people began to notice that they couldn't move or budge, and that's when real panic set in. The magic was so powerful that many found it difficult to breathe. Something terrible was happening, a real catastrophe. A young man in a red hoodie looked up. For some reason, he had become the object of the dragon's increased attention, and the guy was shaking. Meanwhile, the monster looked straight at him and asked why he was so pathetic. It seemed that the dragon was looking for someone and suspected this guy. Tears welled up in the man's eyes. He couldn't move or speak, so he had no way to answer the monster. The dragon, now we know for sure that it was Lucifer, asked Mu what this was all about. Could it be the game of emptiness? The guy didn't answer because he wasn't the Lord of the Earth. The monster poked its head out of the hole and carefully examined its enemy. Sensing something was wrong due to the lack of an adequate response, the Demon King became agitated. He decided that the enemy had set a trap for him, so he hid again in the crevice of the barrier. He needed to prepare better. Meanwhile, Yon was busy healing his master. Now there was no shortage of mana, and everything was going smoothly. Mu opened his eyes sharply and asked warily what was happening, and why he could sense magic on Earth. The dragon replied that he also did not understand where the mana was coming from, but decided to heal his master while he had the opportunity. The Lord of the Earth looked up at the sky, where the very crack through which Lucifer had peered into his world was clearly visible. This time, someone else appeared in it. his face hidden by a knight's helmet, so it was impossible to identify him. Yan Yan had not yet finished his work when spurs clattered behind him and a knight in full armor jumped to the ground. Before he even reached the surface of the planet, he managed to half-draw his huge two-handed sword from its sheath. Now the warrior was approaching Mu and his dragon, clearly intending to attack both of them, taking advantage of the element of surprise. The knight looked at the Lord of the Earth and said that he had dreamed of this moment for a very long time, and now it had come, and everyone would get what they deserved. Yang turned his head and noticed that it was not wise to threaten his master, as the consequences could be extremely unpleasant. The tip of the sword stuck into the stones right next to our hero's face, and he began to peer curiously, but without fear, at the face under the helmet. The knight pressed the sword even deeper into the stones near Mu's head, and said that he was a pitiful sight. He was about to launch an attack, but was prevented from doing so by the dragon's tail. It seemed that someone had taken on their usual form thanks to the mana. With one blow, Yan threw the enemy as far away from his master as possible. Now there was no room for jokes. The dragon stood menacingly in the knight's way and asked who he was, and why he was speaking about the Lord of the Earth in such a tone. The enemy said he just wanted to say a few words to Mu, so his secretary should get out of the way. They had already had a chance to talk, so now it was time to give our hero a chance. Yang said that the only way to get to his master was over his dead body, and these words were not an empty threat. The knight used magic to summon his sword and declared that in that case, they would fight. The blade sprang from the stones and slowly began to move toward the knight's hand. It was clear that it was quite heavy. Yan prepared for battle. Now that Mana had appeared on Earth, he was confident that he could give the master's enemy a worthy rebuff. The enemy raised his sword, taking aim, and the dragon prepared to repel the attack, if not with his tail, then with magic. The monster calmly announced that he had grown tired of others' arrogance and his own inaction lately. So he wanted to have some fun, and there was no point in messing with him. He instantly cast a spell and declared that he was not someone who could be easily defeated, that these were necessary measures. The knight leaped, his red cloak fluttering beautifully, repeating the movements of his body, which looked very epic. Yang's spell circles appeared immediately from all sides. The warrior was unfamiliar with this type of magic, and he chickened out a little. Sweat began to drip even from his helmet. His nerves were on edge because the unknown was frightening. An explosion rocked the area, and everything around took on the blue hue of Yan's mana, which the dragon now had in abundance. His opponent fell down, hitting the rocks, and all he managed to do was curse loudly and pass out. Mu got up and went over to see what kind of guest had come to his planet, and allowed himself such insolence. It was impossible to identify the knight because of his armor, so it would be a good idea to remove his helmet. Our hero did just that, and under the armor was an unpleasant bald man who could now breathe freely and was even glad about it. But the knight did not remain calm for long. He literally roared when he saw our hero, clearly frightened by the sight of the Lord of the Earth. The man turned around and began to scream that seeing him in such a state was simply torture, that there was no place for him to hide. He continued to scream that he did not expect to find his body in such a state and that God would answer for what he had done. The unknown inhabitant of the planet Elmore turned out to be not so simple. Inside him was the soul of an earthling, formerly an ordinary nerd schoolboy named Lee Ho.